Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Stray Kitten? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 4 months. Izuku's tail swishes in frustration, the bright orange fur stark against the dim snowy night. His emerald eyes gleam in the cold light of a nearby street lamp. 4 months, he repeats in his head, a quiet growl escaping as his ears flatten against his head like an airplane in descent. He watches the few people brave enough to wander the streets this late, their footsteps muffled by the steadily falling snow. Shivers rattle through his small frame, his body huddled in a tight loaf position atop a cold concrete fence, every limb tucked underneath him in a vain attempt to stay warm. The snow piles around him, a soft, persistent weight he can't escape. His ears flicker as the wind shifts, but he's used to this now, the cold, the biting wind against his fur-covered body. What he's not used to even after all this time is the hunger. It gnaws at his insides, making him feel smaller and weaker. He doesn't know how much longer he can last like this. For months ago, Izuku thinks again, staring blankly into the snowy night. For months ago, he was human, or at least mostly human. His quirk had always been strange. He could transform into a cat. It had been useful, especially when he worked as a vigilante, sneaking around and gathering intel, taking down villains twice his size by relying on his speed and agility rather than brute force. He'd thought he had it all figured out. But then, for months ago, everything changed. It happened in the middle of a mission. He had been tracking a particularly dangerous villain, way out of his league as usual. He got too close, a rookie mistake, and the villain had nearly caught him. Instinctively, Izuku shifted into a cat, hoping to escape. And it worked, at least for the moment. He darted away, paws skidding on the pavement as he raced through the streets, ducking through alleys and under fences. But when he finally stopped, safe and hidden, his heart racing in his tiny chest, he realized something was wrong. He couldn't change back. At first, he thought it was temporary, that maybe he was just too tired or stressed. But as days passed, then weeks and now months, the shift back to his human form never came. He had no idea why. Was it some kind of defense mechanism? Had his body locked him into this form because it thought he was still in danger? Or was he too weak, too drained, to return to normal? Whatever the reason, without hands, he couldn't write in his notebooks, couldn't take notes on the villains he watched from the shadows. He couldn't communicate, not in any meaningful way. All he could do was survive. And that, he was starting to realize, was getting harder with each passing day. The only silver lining was that, as a cat, he was safe. Specifically, he was safe from Eraserhead. Izuku's whiskers twitch at the thought of the hero. That man had been after him for months before his transformation. Aizawa had come so close to catching him on more than one occasion. Izuku had always been careful, but he could tell that Aizawa had started to recognize him, had started to get under his skin, to dig into his past. There was a part of Izuku, a very small part, that wondered if maybe Aizawa cared, that maybe he was trying to help him in some way. But that didn't matter. He didn't need anyone's help. Not from Aizawa, and certainly not from the system. He'd been dodging that his entire life. But now, in his current form, Aizawa had no idea where to look. Izuku had effectively disappeared. And there was no way the man would ever guess that the stray orange cat hanging around the city was actually the vigilante he'd been chasing for months. For the first time in a long time, Izuku was invisible. He was free. Free from Aizawa's relentless pursuit, free from whatever fate might have awaited him if the hero had caught him. Juvenile detention? Foster care? He didn't care. He didn't need it. All that mattered was that he was safe now. Izuku couldn't help but wonder. Did Aizawa ever think about him? The boy he had chased for so long, the vigilante who always slipped just out of reach? Did he ever cross Aizawa's mind, or had the hero simply moved on, glad to be rid of the nuisance? Was he relieved that Izuku was gone, or did he miss him in some strange way? Does anyone even think about me anymore? Izuku's ears drooped slightly at the thought. His mother was gone, and his father, he hadn't found him yet. He had no one. The loneliness, a familiar ache, presses down on him as he watches the snow fall, the city moving on without him. A sudden shout snaps him out of his thoughts. That cat is mewing again. Shut up. A voice yells from inside a nearby house, angry and sharp. Izuku barely has time to react before something a hard one hits him square in the head. He yowls in pain, startled, and loses his balance. The cold stone fence shifts under his paws as he tumbles backward, falling unceremoniously into the snow-covered yard on the other side. His vision swims for a moment, the sharp sting of the impact ringing through his skull. He lands hard, the snow softening his fall only slightly. His small body crumples as the pain pulses through his head, disorienting him. For a moment, all he can hear is the distant ringing, the dull thud of his own heartbeat in his ears. He blinks, his vision doubling before slowly, agonizingly, returning to normal. The world seems too bright, too loud, and for a moment, all Izuku can do is lie there, stunned, his heart racing. It's been a long time since he's been this defenseless, this vulnerable. The smell of wet snow and iron fills his nose as he struggles to his feet. He's not safe here, that much he knows. Izuku blinked slowly, his vision fuzzy and his body heavy as he struggled to stand on all fours. His small orange paws sank into the snow-covered grass, the icy coldness numbing his limbs as he swayed in place. When he finally looked down, he saw red streaks staining the pristine white snow beneath him. Blood. His blood. The pain hit him like a wave, sharp and unrelenting. His head throbbed from where the rock had struck him, and the rest of his body ached from the rough fall into the yard. Every movement sent fresh jolts of pain through his skull and down his spine, his tiny heart pounding in his chest. He staggered, collapsing back into the snow for a moment, the cold biting into his fur but doing little to soothe the burning pain radiating from his wounds. Ouch, 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 what? Why do humans have to be so mean sometimes? He thought miserably, his ears pinned flat against his head as his tail flicked weakly behind him. It wasn't the first time he'd been hurt by people, and he doubted it would be the last. As a human, he had suffered his fair share of bullying and cruelty. But it was different when he was a cat, so much worse. People kicked cats, threw things at them, and barely gave them a second thought. He was small and defenseless now. A single stone had left him bleeding and dazed, the bitter reality of his situation settling in once again. He had no one to help him. No one to put a bandage on his wound, no one to kiss his forehead like his mother used to when he scraped his knees as a child. His chest tightened at the memory of her gentle hands, her soft voice telling him everything would be all right. But she was gone, long gone. Buried in a grave he had visited far too many times, a place that had become his only real home. He had even slept there on cold nights like this one, curled up against the cold stone of her tombstone, seeking some kind of comfort in her absence. But now, there was no comfort to be found. Just pain and snow and blood. For a brief moment, Izuku collapsed into the snow again, his body refusing to move. His vision blurred, the snow's white mixing with the yard's dark shadows as his strength ebbed away. He knew he couldn't stay here, though. If the human who lived in this backyard found him like this, or worse, if there was a dog nearby. Izuku shuddered. His ears twitched at the thought. He had seen what some people did to strays. He couldn't let himself be caught, not like this. Not when he was so weak. Forcing himself to stand, Izuku stumbled forward, his legs shaking beneath him. Every step felt like agony, his ribs screaming in protest with every breath. He was so thin now, his small body malnourished and fragile. If it weren't for the human brain inside his kitten body, he was sure he would have died by now. It was only his quick thinking, his ability to outsmart humans and avoid danger, that had kept him alive. But that didn't change the fact that he was still just a kitten, a helpless, tiny creature trying to survive in a world that had no place for him. He made it to the fence, the familiar rough stones scraping against his paws as he tried to climb. His body shook with the effort, his back legs slipping in the snow as he tried to pull himself up. He only managed to hook his front paws over the top, his back legs dangling uselessly beneath him. His claws scraped against the stone, and for a moment he thought he might fall again. But with one last push, he hauled himself up, collapsing onto the fence and panting heavily. I have to move, he thought, staggering to his feet. The alleyway. There was always food there, even if it wasn't much. Even if it sometimes made him sick. It was that or starve. His ribs ached with every step as he made his way down the fence, hopping down into the street with a grunt of pain. The snow crunched beneath his paws as he limped toward the narrow alleyway he had visited so many times before. It was a hidden spot, tucked away between two rundown buildings, where people occasionally left scraps of food for the stray cats that lived there. Izuku had learned to be careful around the other cats, though. They didn't like him. They could tell he wasn't like them, not completely, anyway. Something about him was, and they hated him for it. He slipped into the alley, the familiar smells of rotting food and damp concrete filling his nose. His stomach churned as he approached a half-empty trash can, the lid askew, offering a glimpse of what little was inside. His mouth watered at the sight of a few discarded scraps of meat, barely edible but better than nothing. He jumped up, his body trembling as he pulled the scraps free, his teeth sinking into the cold, tough meat. It was hard to chew, his stomach protesting at the taste, but he forced himself to swallow. He needed food. He couldn't afford to be picky, not when his body was this weak, this fragile. As he gnawed at the scraps, his ears twitched at the sound of something, a distant, pained cry. His head shot up, alert. Another cry, followed by hissing. Cats, he realized, and something else. His eyes narrowed as he followed the sound, limping toward the far end of the alley. When he rounded the corner, his heart dropped. Two cats were cornered against a wall, their fur puffed up and their ears flattened as they hissed and yowled at a snarling dog. The dog was massive, its teeth bared as it growled, pacing back and forth, ready to strike. The cats were terrified. "Stay away," one of them yowled, his voice high-pitched with fear. "We can't fight it off. It's going to kill us," the other cried, her tail flicking wildly as she tried to back further into the corner. Izuku froze, his body trembling. His instincts screamed at him to run, to hide, to avoid the fight. But something inside him, something human, told him he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He couldn't leave them to die. Taking a deep breath, Izuku darted forward, his small body moving with surprising speed despite his injuries. He let out a loud, sharp yowl, drawing the dog's attention. The dog turned toward him, its eyes narrowing as it sized him up. Izuku's heart raced in his chest, but he didn't back down. "Get out of here," he hissed at the cats. "I'll distract it. Run." The two cats hesitated for a moment, their eyes wide with disbelief. But then they bolted, dashing past Izuku and disappearing into the shadows of the alley. Now it was just him and the dog. Izuku's fur stood on end as the dog growled, its muscles tensing as it prepared to lunge. He needed to think fast. He couldn't take this dog down in a straight fight, he was just a kitten. But maybe if he could outsmart it? The dog charged, its teeth snapping at Izuku's face. He dodged to the side, his small size working to his advantage as he darted out of the way. He turned and scratched at the dog's side, his claws digging into its flesh. The dog yelped, surprised by the attack, and spun around, snapping at him again. Izuku jumped back, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't keep this up for long. His body was already screaming in protest, his ribs aching with every breath. But he had to keep going. He had to survive. The dog lunged again, and this time, Izuku wasn't fast enough. It caught him by the tail, its teeth sinking in with a sickening crunch. Izuku let out a sharp yowl of pain as he was lifted off the ground, his body swinging wildly as the dog shook him like a rag doll. The pain was excruciating, white-hot, and blinding, his vision going dark at the edges as he struggled to free himself. Just when he thought it was over, he heard a low growl followed by another. Then another. More cats. Out of the shadows, they came, at least 6 of them, their fur bristling as they surrounded the dog. The dog hesitated, its grip on Izuku loosening as it realized it was outnumbered. The largest cat, a sleek black tom with a torn ear, hissed loudly, his voice like gravel. "Let him go," the tom growled. The dog dropped Izuku unceremoniously onto the ground. It backed away, snarling at the cats, but it didn't attack again. Finally, with a low growl of frustration, the dog turned and fled, disappearing into the night. Izuku lay on the ground, his body trembling with pain and exhaustion. His tail throbbed where the dog had bitten him, the sharp pain radiating up his spine. He could barely move, his limbs heavy and weak, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The Black Tom padded over to him, his yellow eyes narrowing as he looked Izuku up and down. "You're lucky we showed up when we did, Kitten," the Tom said, his voice rough but not unkind. "What were you thinking, going up against a dog like that?" Izuku managed a weak smile, his vision swimming as he fought to stay conscious. I couldn't just leave them," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. The Tom snorted. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. But you're no fighter." Izuku wanted to laugh, but the pain was too much. Instead, he closed his eyes, the world around him fading into darkness as his body finally gave in to the overwhelming exhaustion. As he drifted in and out of unconsciousness, his last thought was of his mother. Everything was a blur. Fuzzy sounds and distorted voices echoed around him, punctuated by the biting pain coursing through his tiny body. His limbs felt heavy, his senses dulled by the overwhelming ache that pulsed through every inch of him. He didn't remember much of what had happened after the dog had released him, everything past that was hazy, smeared together in a mix of pain and exhaustion. But he did remember the sensation of being lifted, his scruff pinched between sharp teeth, his small body hanging limply in the air like a kitten being carried by its mother. It didn't hurt. Instead, it made him feel strangely safe, a deep-rooted instinct telling him to go limp and trust the one carrying him. He hung there, every ounce of fight drained from him. He tried to open his eyes, but the world around him was dark and swirling, his vision too blurry to make out anything beyond vague shapes and muted colors. His ears twitched weakly as muffled voices reached him, words floating in and out of his awareness. He vaguely remembered the voice of the black tomcat, the one who had saved him, growling orders to the others as they moved through the shadows of the alleyway. "Keep up," one cat muttered. "He's not going to last much longer if we don't get him somewhere warm." "He doesn't belong here," hissed another, its voice dripping with disdain. "Look at him. A kitten like that, scrawny and bleeding all over the place. He's not made for this life. He'd never survive out here. He'd be dead by morning if we left him. The way he just threw himself in front of that dog, for a couple of cats he didn't even know." A third voice, this one quieter, almost awed. "It makes him a good cat, you know? Brave." "Brave?" The first voice scoffed. "More like foolish. He should have just run. No cat in their right mind would fight a dog like that. Maybe he's just too soft. Too human." The voices quieted, and Izuku tried to focus, to make sense of what they were saying. They were talking about him, he knew that much. The words slipped through his mind like water, difficult to hold on to. But one word kept repeating over and over, like a mantra. "Human. He's not one of us, and he never will be. With the way he just gave himself up for those other cats, he's got no instincts to survive. That makes him a good cat, but a good cat doesn't make it out here." Izuku felt something twist painfully in his chest. He wasn't trying to be a good cat. He was just trying to help. Just trying to do something right, even in this small, broken body of his. His mind reeled. They knew. Somehow, the other cats knew he wasn't like them, that he was different. That he didn't belong here. A pang of fear shot through him, his body twitching weakly in the grasp of the cat carrying him. Would they leave him now? Abandon him, just like everyone else? But then, another voice spoke, soft and decisive. "He doesn't belong here, but I know a human who would take him. A kind one." Izuku wanted to protest, to defend himself, but he didn't have the strength. He was barely conscious. His thoughts sluggish and unsteady. He could hear them talking, the words swirling around in his muddled brain, but he couldn't make sense of them. Everything felt distant, as if he were listening through a thick layer of cotton. "Humans, huh?" the Black Tom growled thoughtfully, his grip on Izuku's scruff gentle but firm as he carried him effortlessly. "A soft life for a soft heart. A human who would take him in. He's got no place here. He'll die if we leave him." Izuku barely registered the words, his consciousness slipping in and out as the tom carried him. The world around him was a blur of movement and shadows, the wind whipping against his fur as the snow fell steadily, covering everything in a thick white blanket. The pain in his body was dulling, replaced by a deep, bone-weary exhaustion that made it hard to think, hard to breathe. He wasn't sure how long they traveled, only that the snow eventually stopped falling on him. There was a dull thump as the tomcat jumped up, the sensation of cold stone under his paws giving way to something smoother. He was being carried up steps, the slope disorienting, and then he was placed gently on the ground. His legs buckled as soon as they touched the surface, his entire body sagging with relief as he sank into the small patch of warmth. He blinked slowly, his vision swimming. Where? Before he could make sense of where he was, a loud creak split the air. He was on a wooden doorstep, the paint chipped and worn from years of use. The world around him was quiet, the alley and the snow-covered streets behind him dark and empty. Izuku blinked, his gaze drifting up toward the tall building in front of him. A house. They had brought him to someone's house. He tried to stand, his legs wobbling beneath him, but before he could gather his bearings, the door in front of him creaked open. A flood of light spilled out, warm and bright against the darkness. He squinted, his eyes burning from the sudden brightness, his body instinctively shrinking back. But then he saw it, the silhouette of a tall figure standing in the doorway, framed by the light behind him. The figure stepped forward, bending down slightly, and Izuku's heart nearly stopped. And then he saw him. A familiar figure with long, messy black hair and a thick beard. "You have got to be kidding me." His ears flattened, his tail twitching weakly behind him as he tried to scramble backward, panic surging through his veins. He didn't get very far. His legs were too weak, his body trembling violently as he tried to push himself up, only to collapse in a heap again. No anywhere but here. He thought frantically, his heart pounding. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. Out of all the places the cats could have taken him, out of all the humans they could have chosen. The figure in the doorway crouched down, the light behind him casting his features into sharp relief. Izuku stared, wide-eyed and horrified, as he took in the familiar lines of his face, the dark, piercing eyes that had haunted his dreams and chased him through the city. Eraserhead. Aizawa Shoyuda. The cat who had saved him delivered him watched from a corner, hidden in the shadows. His yellow eyes glinted, making sure Izuku was being seen, making sure he had been brought to this man of all people. No. Izuku's thoughts raced wildly, desperation clawing at him as he tried to call out, to say something, anything to the cat that had betrayed him. But before he could make a sound and turn around to flee, a large hand reached out and scooped him up. Izuku yowled in pain, the sudden movement sending fresh waves of agony through his battered body. His tail, still bleeding and twisted awkwardly from the dog's bite, throbbed horribly. He flailed weakly, his tiny claws scraping uselessly against the thick fabric of the man's jacket. "Easy," Aizawa murmured, his voice low and steady. He shifted Izuku in his grip, holding him gently but firmly as he examined the kitten's injuries. "You're hurt." Izuku's ears flattened further, his entire body going rigid as he stared up at the man who had been hunting him for months. "You don't know the half of it," he thought bitterly. His tail lashed feebly, his eyes narrowing as he glared up at Aizawa. "Put me down. Let me go." But Aizawa didn't let him go. Instead, he shifted his grip again, cradling Izuku against his chest as he stood up. The movement made Izuku's head spin, the warmth of Aizawa's body seeping into his cold, aching bones. He could feel the steady thrum of the man's heartbeat, strong and even, and for a moment, a terrible wave of longing swept over him. Izuku gritted his teeth, forcing himself to look away, to focus on anything but the warmth and safety that Aizawa radiated. He didn't want this. He didn't need anyone's help, least of all his. But his body was betraying him. The exhaustion, the pain, the deep, gnawing hunger, all of it was too much. He was too weak to fight, too tired to resist as Aizawa carried him inside. The warmth of the house hit him like a wave, a suffocating blanket of heat that made his head spin even more. He blinked blearily, his vision blurring again as he tried to take in his surroundings. Everything was soft, bright, and safe. There was a couch nearby, piled high with blankets, and a fireplace crackling softly in the corner, the flames casting a gentle glow across the room. Izuku's eyes widened as he took it all in. This place to us. Hey, Shoyuta, what have you got there? A new voice called out, cheerful and bright. Izuku's head whipped around, his heart skipping a beat as a second figure stepped into view. A man with blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail, green eyes framed by thin reading glasses, a hearing aid, and a wide smile on his face. He wore a casual sweater and looked utterly different from the intense hero Izuku was used to seeing on the news. His expression softened as he took in the sight of the tiny, bloodied Kitten on the doorstep. Calm down, Aizawa murmured, his voice low and soothing. You're safe here. Safe. Izuku thought wildly, his ears flattening again as he stared up at the two heroes, the two pro-heroes who were now watching him with a mix of curiosity and concern. How am I supposed to be calm when I'm literally in the house of two pro-heroes? This chapter text. The blonde frowned slightly, adjusting his glasses as he leaned closer. What happened to him? He looks like he's been through hell. Maybe he has, Aizawa replied quietly. He glanced down at Izuku, his dark eyes softening slightly. But he's here now. Izuku's heart lurched painfully in his chest. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. How had he ended up here, of all places? How had he gone from a freezing alleyway, bleeding and alone, to being held by the very man who had been chasing him for so long? Don't worry, little guy, the blonde murmured, his voice soft and soothing as he reached out to slide Izuku's head. Izuku flinched at the touch, his ears flattening against his skull. We'll take care of you. Before he knew it, Izuku found himself being carried inside. The warmth hit him like a wave, the sudden contrast making his head spin. He blinked rapidly, his vision adjusting to the bright lights and unfamiliar surroundings. The house was cozy, the walls lined with bookshelves and the floors covered in thick, plush rugs. Everything smelled faintly of coffee and something herbal, a soothing scent that made his nose twitch. He twisted his head, trying to look back, his gaze darting toward the door. The black tom cat stood at the edge of the yard, hidden in the darkness, his gaze locked on Izuku. There was a strange, almost satisfied look in his eyes, as if he was making sure Izuku had been rescued. Then, with a flick of his tail, the cat turned and disappeared into the night. Wait. Izuku tried to call out, but no sound came. His gaze darted around frantically, searching for any sign of escape, but it was no use. The blonde closed the door behind them, sealing him in. Izuku's heart sank, dread coiling in his stomach as Aizawa carried him gently over to the middle of the run, near the fireplace. The warmth seeped into his cold, aching bones, but it did nothing to calm his racing heart. What kind of twisted fate was this? Izuku swallowed hard, his body trembling as he met Aizawa's gaze, his mind racing frantically. You've got to be kidding me. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. Izuku could feel himself being carried away, the warmth of the house still a stark contrast to the cold, bitter world outside. The ache in his body was constant, but the confusion and panic in his mind far outweighed it. His eyes darted from Aizawa to Hisashi as they spoke in casual tones, too casual, as if this was just an everyday routine for them. I'm going to bathe him, Aizawa said, his voice low but firm as he carried Izuku down the hall, cradled against his chest. He might have fleas or something. We don't want him giving it to the others. The reality of what was about to happen hit him with full force. A bath. A real bath. He could already feel his tiny body recoiling from the thought of being submerged in water, but Aizawa was having none of it. The man was surprisingly gentle, but there was no escaping the inevitable. Izuku squirmed miserably in Aizawa's arms as they headed toward the bathroom. His small body ached from the bite on his tail, his paws still trembled from the cold and exhaustion, and now this? A bath? He felt like he was being dragged through a never-ending gauntlet of humiliation. And the others? Izuku's ears perked up, and his stomach twisted. They have more cats? Great. He let out a huff, thinking sarcastically. Maybe they'll hate me, despise me because they can tell something's off with me. Maybe they'll help me escape. Being surrounded by actual cats who could sense his secret that he wasn't like them, that he was still human underneath, maybe the others would help him escape, wanting to get rid of him as quickly as possible, pushing him out of their territory. But before Izuku could dwell on that, he heard the other man's voice, present Mick's voice, float lazily down the hallway. "You need anything?" he yawned, standing at the door, rubbing his eyes like a sleepy parent checking in on their kid. Aizawa gave a rare, almost imperceptible smile, one that made Izuku's fur bristle with confusion. "Just the usual," Aizawa said quietly. "I knew you would say that milk's ready, just press the buttons on the machine for the formula." Hizashi smiled back, a tired, soft grin, and then, without missing a beat, he leaned in and kissed Aizawa lightly on the lips. It was a brief kiss, warm and familiar, like a couple that had done this routine 100 times. Like they'd been together for years. And Aizawa kissed him back, just as casually, just as naturally. Izuku looked away immediately, his tiny face burning. Ugh, seriously? He had no idea the two pro-heroes were so affectionate with each other. He had bigger problems right now than their domestic bliss, but still, what the heck? Don't look, Izuku grumbled internally, his face hot. He squirmed weakly in Aizawa's arms, but his body was too tired and broken to do anything meaningful. He was stuck here. The door clicked shut behind them. The room was small but warm, steam from the earlier showers still lingering in the air. Izuku was placed gently on the bathroom counter, his tiny paws slipping against the cool surface as he tried to regain his balance. Izuku instinctively tried to back away, his paws skittering across the smooth surface, but he didn't get far. Aizawa filled the sink with warm water, and the sound of the water sloshing around made Izuku's tail flick anxiously. "You've got to be kidding me," he thought, eyeing the sink warily as Aizawa turned on the water. The faucet gushed, the sound of rushing water filling the small space, and Izuku's ears twitched in pure dread. He hated baths. He hated getting wet. And now he was about to be submerged in it against his will. He clawed at the air, his tiny paws flailing, but Aizawa's grip was steady. No matter how much he tried to squirm or hiss, he couldn't break free. "This'll be quick," Aizawa muttered, as though that was supposed to make Izuku feel better. "Quick!" Izuku thought furiously, struggling as the water soaked every inch of him. His fur stuck to his sides, and the warmth only made him more aware of how dirty he was. Izuku tensed up, his entire body going rigid with discomfort. The warmth of the water contrasted his aching, frozen limbs, and it stung badly. The wounds on his tail throbbed, and the scrapes on his tiny body flared with pain as the water touched them. He hissed, trying to wiggle out of Aizawa's grip, but the man held him steady, his large hands gentle but firm. Aizawa grabbed a flea remover brush and started working it through his soaked fur, and Izuku yowled again as the brush pulled at knots and loose skin. He hated every second of it. Aizawa reached for a bottle on the counter. Shampoo, or maybe flea treatment. Izuku didn't care. He just knew this was going to be miserable. "This'll help with the fleas," Aizawa murmured, more to himself than to Izuku as he filled the sink with warm water. "Can't have you scratching yourself raw." "I'd rather take my chances with the fleas," Izuku thought bitterly, but he didn't have much of a choice as Aizawa picked him up by the scruff again and gently placed him into the warm water. "Hold still," Aizawa muttered, his voice calm but insistent. He reached for a flea comb again, running it through Izuku's wet fur. Izuku winced, trying to stay still, but every slide of the brush made him flinch. He hated how weak he felt and how vulnerable he was like this. Every slide of the flea comb dragged through his fur with a dull scraping sound, and soon enough, the fleas started to appear, tiny black specks falling into the water, swirling around like debris, and then blood. Little rivulets of red clouded the water as the flea comb pulled through matted patches of fur where the fleas had dug in too deep. His skin stung, the broken parts of his body sending sharp jolts of pain with each brushstroke. He hadn't realized just how much he was bleeding. Every scratch and bite was stinging now that it was being cleaned. The sensation of the water hitting the open wounds made him wince, but at the same time, he knew it was necessary. He couldn't let those bites get infected. As painful as it was, this was better than the alternative. Aizawa didn't say anything, But Izuku noticed the way his brows furrowed when he saw the extent of the damage. The comb moved a little slower after that, as if Aizawa was trying to be careful. A sudden sharp pain shot up his tail, and Izuku yowled again, louder this time. Aizawa frowned and lifted Izuku's tiny, broken tail. The dog's bite marks were clear, the injury raw and jagged. Teeth, Aizawa muttered, the sound laced with disapproval. He carefully ran his fingers along Izuku's tail, checking for damage, and Izuku squirmed, trying to pull away. "You're a mess," Aizawa muttered quietly, his gaze lingering on Izuku's tail. The broken part of it was twisted and bruised, the fur matted with blood. "I know," Izuku thought bitterly. "Thanks for the reminder." "Poor thing," Aizawa murmured, his tone soft as he brushed more fleas out of Izuku's fur. "Yeah, it hurts, okay?" Izuku thought angrily, his ears flattening against his head. He didn't want Aizawa's pity. He didn't want anything from him. He just wanted to get out of this bath, but Aizawa just continued cleaning the wound. Once Izuku was finally clean, Aizawa lifted him out of the sink and wrapped him in a thick towel. The warmth of the towel was immediate and overwhelming, and Izuku sagged into it, too exhausted to fight anymore. His fur was a mess, but at least he wasn't shivering anymore. And then the next wave of humiliation hit. Aizawa, with surprising efficiency, dressed Izuku in a small, soft sweater more like a sock, really, that covered most of his body. The back of it was cut to allow his tail to move freely, though it still hurt every time it twitched. The fabric was warm, embarrassingly so, and Izuku could barely move in it without feeling restricted. He looked down at himself, mortified. "Now I look like someone's pampered house pet," Izuku thought bitterly. He wanted to tear the sweater off, but his limbs were too weak to cooperate, and the warmth was lulling him into a tired haze. Before he could dwell too much on his indignity, Aizawa scooped him up again and carried him into the kitchen. Izuku's stomach churned at the sight of the bottles lined up on the counter. No way. They can't seriously be thinking of. Aizawa sat down, cradling Izuku carefully in his arms. He reached for one of the bottles, popping the rubber tip off the top. Before Izuku could process what was happening, the bottle was in his mouth. He jerked his head away in protest, but Aizawa was having none of it. The man held him still and pushed the bottle back toward his mouth. "Drink," Shota said calmly, his eyes focused on Izuku's tiny form. Izuku glared up at him, but the second the milk touched his tongue, his body betrayed him. The warmth of the liquid was immediate, and his stomach, desperate and hollow, grumbled in response. He couldn't stop himself. The milk was rich, creamy, and different. Not like the regular milk he remembered as a human, but it tasted good. His small body, beaten and starved, needed it. Before he knew it, Izuku was drinking greedily, the milk sliding down his throat in soothing waves. His tiny paws twitched as he drank, his body curling up slightly in Aizawa's arms. The warmth was spreading through him, filling his aching belly. He hadn't realized just how hungry he was until now. "Does this have the medicine for strays?" Aizawa asked, glancing at Hisashi, who had come back into the kitchen and was watching them with a fond smile. "Looks like he couldn't go to sleep, not without Shota." "Yep, it's got everything. Deworming, flea treatment, and a bit of a sleep aid," Hisashi replied casually, pushing his glasses up his nose with a grin. "It'll knock him out for the night." Izuku's eyes snapped open as he realized what that meant. They drugged the milk. He tried to protest, tried to pull away from the bottle, but it was too late. The warmth was spreading through him faster now, and his eyelids were growing heavier by the second. His limbs felt like lead, his thoughts slowing down to a crawl. No, not like this, Izuku thought weakly, his body going limp in Aizawa's arms as the sleepiness overtook him. He wanted to fight it, but the exhaustion was too strong. The milk had filled his belly, and now the warmth was making his eyelids droop, his mind growing hazy and distant. Before he knew it, his head lolled to the side, his tiny body curling up against Aizawa's chest as sleep claimed him. The last thing he heard was Hisashi's quiet voice, laughing softly. "Looks like he's out." Izuku wanted to roll his eyes, wanted to snark something back, but the sleep had him completely in its grasp. His mind faded into soft darkness, and for the first time in months, he felt safe. As much as he hated to admit it, in that moment he was warm, full, and safe. And that was all his body needed to finally let go. Izuku stirred awake, his eyes fluttering open in the soft glow of morning light that filtered through the curtains. His body felt heavy, weighed down by warmth and fullness that was unfamiliar after so many months of hunger and cold. For a moment, he blinked in confusion, his small kitten body still sluggish from the effects of sleep. It took him a few moments to remember where he was: Aizawa and Hizashi's house. He had been rescued or maybe captured by the two pro-heroes, and now, after being bathed, force-fed milk, and drugged with sleep medicine, he was still here. His stomach felt pleasantly full, which was new. The ache that had gnawed at him for months, that empty pit of hunger, was finally gone. And the warmth, the soft blankets he found himself nestled in, was better than anything he'd had since turning into a cat. Still, that didn't mean he wasn't mad. He was mad. They had drugged him, dressed him in this humiliating sock, and treated him like a helpless kitten. Which I am not, Izuku thought bitterly, wriggling slightly under the covers. He tried to move, but something was stopping him, something soft yet restrictive. With a groan, he lifted his head and looked down. That ridiculous sock was still on him, keeping him warm but trapping his front paws. He could barely move. His back paws were free enough to kick, but whenever he tried to walk, his front legs got tangled in the fabric, and he'd just faceplant into the soft bed beneath him. Izuku huffed in frustration, trying to wriggle out, but the more he struggled, the more the sock constricted around him. Ugh, why is this happening to me? He thought, desperately trying to pull his front paws free, but it was no use. The sock was too tight, and his little body too weak from his injuries to fight it off. This is so humiliating. He was about to let out a frustrated mewl when the bed beneath him shifted. He froze. The mattress dipped, and he heard a low, rumbling groan from somewhere nearby. Then, there was the click of a light switch, and suddenly, the room was bathed in soft yellow light. Izuku squinted against the brightness, his heart racing as he realized he wasn't alone. Slowly, he turned his head and saw, oh no. At the foot of the bed, sprawled out comfortably, were Aizawa and Hizashi, just waking up from their sleep. And worse, Izuku was nestled at their feet, tucked into their bed like some kind of house pet. He stared at them in horror, his ears flattening against his head. You've got to be kidding me. He was still furious at being drugged, at being stuck in this sock, at being treated like some helpless kitten, and now he was waking up in their bed? How had his life come to this? As Izuku started to fidget and wriggle, trying to figure out how to escape, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Something soft brushed against his face, and before he could react, it happened again, this time a firm, deliberate swipe across his cheek. He froze, startled, as a low purring sound reached his ears. The sensation came again, a soft, warm tongue licking his face, grooming him like a mother cat would groom her kitten. Izuku blinked, his heart racing in confusion as he looked up to see what was happening. A cat, a large, white cat with soft fur and green eyes. A rag doll was curled around him, liking his face in gentle strokes. The cat's eyes were half closed, clearly relaxed, and its purring vibrated through the air like a calming hum. Don't panic, a soft voice said, though it wasn't human. It was the cat. The white-furred cat was speaking, its voice low and soothing, like a parent trying to comfort a scared child. Just relax. You're safe here. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Wait, what? The cat continued grooming him, its tongue swiping across his forehead, then down to his nose, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Who are you? Izuku stammered, his small body trembling in shock. What's going on? The others. This is probably who they meant. But the white cat didn't answer his questions nor look like they would hate him like they thought they would. It just kept grooming him, its warm tongue moving over his fur in slow, deliberate strokes. Izuku squirmed, trying to pull away, but the cat's body was pressed against his own, holding him gently in place. It wasn't hurting him, but it wasn't letting him go either. You need to get me out of here. Izuku spoke, his frustration bubbling up again. You see, I'm not a... Before he could finish his sentence, A voice from the bed caught his attention. "The little kitten is so talkative," Aizawa murmured, his voice rough from sleep. He was looking at Izuku with a faint smile, his eyes half-lidded and amused. "Reminds me of someone." Izuku's breath hitched, his ears flattening against his head in embarrassment. He shut his mouth immediately, his heart pounding in his tiny chest. "Last time I overtalked, someone threw a rock at my head," he thought darkly. Not that he thought Aizawa would do that, but, "I'm traumatized, okay?" He couldn't take any chances. The white cat continued grooming him, liking his ears now, while Aizawa and Hizashi got up from the bed. Izuku peeked up at them, his heart still racing as they moved around the room, clearly comfortable with each other. Hizashi stretched with a loud yawn, his blonde ponytail swaying, hearing aid on one ear, while Aizawa quietly started pulling on his shirt. There was a soft, intimate air between them. Izuku felt a strange twinge in his chest, something between awkwardness. He looked away quickly, feeling like he was intruding on a private moment, even though they clearly didn't mind his presence. The cats didn't either. The white cat was still grooming him, and another cat, a gray tabby, had joined them on the bed, watching lazily from the side. "We should take him to the vet," Aizawa said as he buttoned up his shirt, his eyes flicking down to Izuku. "He's hurt. Probably needs shots too." Hizashi nodded, pulling out a carrier from the closet. "Yeah, good idea. Poor little guy's been through a lot." Izuku's heart dropped. "The vet? No. He had to get out of here before they stuffed him in that thing." He tried to scramble out of the sock again, but his movements were sluggish, his body still sore and weak. And worse, the cats weren't leaving him alone. The white cat was still grooming him, and the tabby had moved closer, watching him with curious eyes. "I can't move. They're pinning me down with their fur." Izuku thought desperately. He wriggled, trying to free himself from the cats and the stupid sock, but it was no use. He was stuck, and Aizawa and Hizashi didn't seem to mind. In fact, they found it cute. "Oh, he's trying to escape," Hizashi chuckled as he picked up the carrier. "Look at him go." "He's not getting anywhere," Aizawa added, his lips twitching into a small smile. "Especially not with that sock on." Izuku wanted to scream. Stop finding this cute. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of struggling, Aizawa reached down and peeled the sock off of him. Izuku's back paws kicked weakly as the fabric was pulled away, and for a moment, he thought he was free. Maybe I can make a break for it. But then he was plopped down onto a litter box. His entire body froze in horror. A litter box. He was standing in a litter box. Izuku's face burned with embarrassment as he stood there, frozen in place. This was worse than the sock, worse than the bath. A litter box. His whole body trembled, and he wished more than anything that he could just disappear. Aizawa, thankfully, didn't linger. He turned away, giving Izuku a moment of privacy, but that didn't make it any less humiliating. "I can't believe this is happening," Izuku thought, his face burning hotter than ever. He wanted to melt into the floor, but his body, well, he had to do what he had to do. After a few agonizing moments, it was over, but Izuku was so shaken by the experience that he didn't want to talk about it. Not ever. Aizawa scooped him up again, this time without the sock, and Izuku let out a soft mewl of protest. His whole body still ached, and now his dignity was in tatters. He was clean, sure, but this whole ordeal was more than his pride could handle. Still, he didn't have much of a choice. Aizawa carried him over to the kitchen, where a fresh bottle of milk was waiting. Izuku tried to resist again, but the second the milk hit his tongue, his body betrayed him once more. He drank eagerly, his belly filling up with the warm liquid, and soon he was feeling sleepy again. In it, he thought hazily, his eyelids growing heavier as he drank. "They drugged me again, didn't they?" By the time he finished the bottle, he was too milk-drunk to do anything about it. His tiny body went limp in Aizawa's arms, and before he knew it, he was being placed gently into the carrier. He tried to fight it, but the warm milk and the lingering exhaustion made it impossible to resist. The soft bedding inside the carrier was comfortable, and Izuku couldn't help but curl up in it, his eyes drooping shut. As Aizawa and Hizashi carried him off to the vet, Izuku's last thought was one of pure, sleepy resignation. This will not be his life. The vet's office was far too bright, far too cold, and now awake. Izuku's heart pounded with fear as the sterile scent filled his sensitive nose. His tiny body trembled as he sat at the back of the carrier, trying to make himself as small as possible. He didn't like this place. Not one bit. The cold metal table beneath the carrier felt like it was sapping the warmth right out of him, and the moment the vet's gloved hand reached toward the door, Izuku's instinct to flee kicked in. I don't want to be here, he thought desperately, his green eyes wide with fear as Aizawa unlatched the carrier door. Izuku pressed himself against the back wall, his tiny claws flexing as he tried to dig into the fabric lining for any semblance of safety. But his attempts to hide were futile. Aizawa's hands slipped inside, warm but unyielding, scooping him up from his cramped hiding spot and pulling him out into the open. Izuku let out a low, pitiful mewl of protest, squirming weakly in Aizawa's grasp, but there was no escape. "Come on," Aizawa muttered, setting him down on the metal table. The cool surface beneath Izuku's paws made him shiver. "The vet needs to check you out." "I don't want to be checked out," Izuku thought bitterly, but he couldn't voice it. He was stuck. Trapped between Aizawa's steady grip and the vet's looming figure, who was now approaching with a professional yet almost clinical air. The vet, a woman with glasses and a kind smile, reached out toward him with a gentle hand, but Izuku flinched away, his body tense with anxiety. His tail hurt. It hurt so much, and he knew what was coming. They were going to touch it, examine it, poke and prod at it, and it was going to hurt even more. He squeezed his eyes shut, his ears flattening against his head as the vet's hands gently but firmly held him in place. "All right, little guy, let's take a look," the vet murmured softly, her voice soothing but detached, more focused on the task at hand than the trembling kitten in front of her. Izuku shuddered as she began her examination, starting by checking his tiny paws. She lifted each one, feeling the pads, inspecting the claws. He could feel her cool fingers pressing into his fur, checking for any swelling or damage. His claws had grown too long, almost too sharp, and she noted that, reaching for clippers. Izuku winced at the sound of the snip, snip as she clipped his overgrown claws, the brief pressure making his heart race faster. It wasn't painful, not really, but it was unsettling. "His claws are long, probably from fending for himself for too long," she murmured as she worked, glancing up at Aizawa. "Yeah, he's been on the streets for months," Aizawa responded quietly, his eyes never leaving Izuku's trembling form. Next, the vet carefully felt along his legs, checking for any injuries or swelling in his joints. She ran her hands up his thin legs, pressing gently against his small, malnourished body. Every touch made Izuku tense, his muscles twitching involuntarily as she examined him with methodical precision. His ribs were visible beneath his fur, and the vet's brow furrowed as she gently pressed against his sides, feeling for any signs of internal injury. Izuku whimpered softly, the touch uncomfortable, almost invasive. His stomach gurgled, still processing the milk he'd been given earlier, and his entire body felt too exposed, too vulnerable. "He's severely underweight," the vet said, her voice tinged with concern. "It's clear he's been malnourished for a while." Aizawa's grip on him tightened slightly, as if to reassure him, but Izuku was too overwhelmed to care. His mind was racing. Every touch, every poke, every prod sent his anxiety spiraling higher, and he could feel his heart thudding wildly in his chest. Then, the vet moved to his tail. Izuku yowled softly as her fingers gently probed the wound, the pain flaring up immediately. His small body jerked in response, but Aizawa was quick to steady him, his large hand keeping him in place as the vet examined the damaged tail with careful hands. "This is a nasty bite," the vet murmured, frowning as she inspected the injury. "It looks like it's already started healing, but it's still raw. We'll need to clean it and wrap it to prevent infection." Izuku's breath hitched, his tiny body trembling uncontrollably as the vet's hands moved along the broken tail, making him wince with every touch. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the pain, but it was too much. I've been through worse," he reminded himself, but the words felt hollow. The memories of being chased by dogs, their teeth snapping at his heels, the feel of their hot breath on his fur as he barely managed to escape, it was all too fresh. He had been tossed into walls, thrown aside by villains who didn't even care about the damage they caused. And now, here he was, stuck on a cold vet's table, with this stranger touching his wounds like it was nothing. It's all been too much. Izuku's heart raced, his breaths coming in short, panicked bursts as the vet began to clean the bite wound. The antiseptic stung, a sharp, biting pain that made his entire body shudder. He let out another soft yowl, his ears flattening against his head as the vet wrapped his tail in soft, sterile bandages. "There, that should keep it stable while it heals," she said, her tone almost too casual for what felt like torture to Izuku. But it wasn't over. Next came the shot. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the vet reach for a syringe. His heart leapt into his throat, and panic surged through him. No. He tried to squirm away, his tiny body trembling with fear as he let out a sharp, desperate mewl. He didn't want this. He didn't want any of it. His mind was reeling, his thoughts a jumbled mess of panic and exhaustion. Aizawa held him firmly but gently, his large hands cradling Izuku's small, trembling form. "It's just a shot," Aizawa murmured, his voice calm and steady. "It won't hurt." But Izuku wasn't listening. The panic had taken hold of him, and he couldn't stop shaking. He had been through so much too much, and now this? It was too much for him to handle. His breath hitched, his vision blurring with fear as the vet approached with the needle. Izuku's mind flashed back to all the moments he had been hurt, all the times he had barely escaped death, and now this small, stupid shot felt like the breaking point. He let out a soft, broken mewl, his body trembling uncontrollably. And then Aizawa scooped him up, pulling him close to his chest. The warmth of the man's arms surrounded him, and Izuku found himself pressed against the familiar fabric of Aizawa's shirt, his small body wrapped securely in those large, comforting hands. "Easy," Aizawa murmured, his voice low and soothing. "I've got you." Izuku's heart raced, his body still trembling, but something about the way Aizawa held him made him pause. The warmth, the steady beat of Aizawa's heart beneath him, it was comforting. Far more comforting than it should have been. "It's Aizawa," Izuku thought, his mind spinning with confusion. "He's a pro-hero. I've been running from him for months. He shouldn't feel safe in Aizawa's arms. He shouldn't be leaning into that warmth. Shouldn't be finding comfort in this man's embrace." But he couldn't help it. His small body relaxed, almost against his will, curling up against Aizawa's chest as the warmth seeped into his bones. It reminded him of something he hadn't felt in so long, something he had missed more than anything. Warmth. Safety. Someone holding me. Izuku's eyes fluttered shut, his breathing slowing as he let himself melt into Aizawa's hold. The vet quickly administered the shot, and Izuku barely felt it through the haze of exhaustion and warmth that now surrounded him. "There we go," the vet said softly, her voice far in the background now. "All done. He's been through a lot, hasn't he?" Aizawa nodded, his hands never leaving Izuku's small form. "Yeah, he has." Izuku let out a soft, tired mewl, too exhausted to fight anymore. His tail throbbed, his limbs ached, and his mind was spinning with everything that had happened. But in this moment he felt safe. Safer than he had in months. He could hear the two talk away about him, about his new diet, toys, collar, jeepista, but it all blurred in his head and he didn't register any of it. "Let's get him home," Aizawa murmured, his voice quiet but firm. As they left the vet's office, Izuku felt the steady rhythm of Aizawa's heartbeat against his tiny body, and for the first time in months, he let himself relax completely. He was safe. For now. How many times could he think to himself, "I hate this family"? Izuku let out a long, frustrated sigh, a sound that was meant to be a groan but, trapped in this tiny kitten body, came out as a high-pitched mewl. He was the very picture of a grumpy cat. His ears constantly flicked to the side, angling out like the wings of an airplane, and his tail tried to swish, irritated. Every part of him was on high alert, every fur bristling with a mix of humiliation and frustration. But then there was the warmth. He hadn't felt warmth like this in, he couldn't even remember how long. The soft, encompassing heat from the blankets, the distant sounds of a TV playing in the next room, the quiet lull of voices just outside the door. These things were foreign now, but they poked at memories that made him ache. This isn't the point, he thought. scrunching his nose, trying to shake off the pull of comfort. He had things to worry about, real things, serious things like Aizawa finding out who he was. But here he was, again, reduced to being nothing more than a disgruntled kitten in their care, helplessly put into a ridiculous, too-tight outfit. They tried to remove him from the carrier after returning from the vet, but as soon as he hissed, Aizawa intervened, telling Hizashi to just leave him alone. He's had a rough time. Let him be. Izuku had given an indignant hiss at that, but deep down he was grateful to have some peace. Not that his human captors had left him totally unattended. To prevent him from liking at his wounds, especially the freshly bandaged bite on his tail, they had dressed him in some kind of medical onesie. The fabric wrapped snugly around his tiny body, restricting his movement in a way that left him feeling secure. Even if he wanted to escape, the onesie, whatever it was just as tight as that humiliating sock they'd used earlier. At least it was soft, he grudgingly admitted. And it provided some weird sense of security, like he was being held even though he was alone. He flexed his paws, shifting them restlessly on the blanket lining the carrier. There was so little he could actually do without giving himself away. If his quirk worked this time, if he could turn back, he'd be exposed. Just one shift, and the boy that Aizawa had been hunting for months would be sitting right here in his hands. And then what? Foster care? Juvenile detention? All the efforts he'd made to survive alone, all of his late nights out in the city, learning the streets, helping people in secret, it would be over. So here he sat, his mind tugging between two extremes. On the one hand, he was deeply embarrassed by how everything had happened, his face practically burning at the thought of how he'd snuggled into Aizawa's hands like some lost, helpless kitten. At the same time, he couldn't help but remember that warmth, the steady beat of Aizawa's heart, that comforting weight of being held. It's just because of the vet. You were stressed, he told himself firmly, shoving those feelings away. You don't need anyone's help. Not anymore. He let out another soft, frustrated sound, his tiny face pressing down into the blankets in exasperation. Even his attempts to squirm out of the onesie only left him flopping over helplessly, his movements restrained by the fabric. But he couldn't stop thinking about it. The vet experience had been horrifying, not because of the needles or even the wound cleaning. He'd been through worse. There had been alleyway fights, dark corners, and villains with quick tempers who hadn't hesitated to throw him around like a rag doll. This wasn't anything compared to that. But somehow, with the blinding lights, the incessant poking and prodding, and his mind filled with a fog of anxiety, it had felt like too much. And then he had run to Aizawa for comfort, like some needy kitten. Izuku buried his face deeper into the blankets, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks. He should have been stronger than that, tougher. Instead, he'd fallen right into Aizawa's hands, letting himself be comforted when he should have resisted, should have fought back. Never again, he thought firmly, wiggling his body in a weak attempt to roll over. Next time, I'm going to be the one helping. I'll be human again, and I'll help people. No more depending on anyone. His thoughts trailed off as he tried to stretch out in the small, cozy confines of the carrier. His stomach, warm and full from the milk he'd been fed earlier, gave a satisfied little rumble. The blankets wrapped around him provided a level of comfort he hadn't felt in ages, and though he hated to admit it, this was nice. Not that he'd ever let Aizawa or Hizashi know that. No, he'd keep up his grumpy front, ears twitching in annoyance and tail flicking sharply whenever they came too close. He could hear their voices in the other room, muted but distinct, as they chatted softly. He tried to ignore it, but the familiar sound of human voices was oddly soothing. He shifted again, burrowing his nose into the soft blanket, and closed his eyes. I'll just pretend I'm asleep, he decided. That way, when they come back to check on him, maybe they'd leave him alone. He'd finally get some time to himself, a chance to think without them constantly hovering over him. The carrier door clicked open, and Izuku's ears perked up immediately. He squeezed his eyes shut tighter, willing himself to stay still, hoping that if he kept quiet, they'd leave him be. Oh, look at him, Hizashi's voice whispered, filled with unmistakable fondness. He's sleeping. Yeah, Aizawa's voice replied, softer than usual. He must be exhausted. Izuku felt their gazes on him, and he bit back the urge to flick his tail or twitch an ear in annoyance. They were treating him like some delicate little thing, like a kitten who needed constant coddling. And he hated it. He wanted to open his eyes, hiss at them, tell them that he was perfectly capable of handling himself. But he stayed still, feigning sleep, his breathing slow and even. The blankets shifted slightly as one of them, probably Aizawa, adjusted it around him, tucking it closer. Izuku's heart hammered in his chest. Even though he was pretending to be asleep, the attention was both frustrating and strangely comforting. He could feel the warmth radiating from their hands, the gentle pressure of the blanket being adjusted around his tiny form. It was irritating, but also reassuring. "Maybe we should feed him again later," Hisashi murmured, his voice soft but thoughtful. "He's still looking pretty thin. Might choke on solid food if he's not ready." "We'll keep him on milk for a bit longer," Aizawa agreed quietly. "He's still recovering." Izuku's ears twitched, despite himself. "You're discussing my diet like I'm some helpless ig." But even as he tried to work himself up in indignation, his body betrayed him. The warmth of the blanket, the softness of the bedding beneath him, the fullness in his belly from the earlier feeding. It was hard to stay angry when he felt this safe. No. This isn't okay, he told himself, trying to cling to his frustration. But it was slipping away, melting into the warmth that surrounded him, the cozy cocoon of the carrier lulling him into a relaxed haze. Even though he wanted to fight it, the temptation to sink into the comfort was too strong. He let out a soft, involuntary purr, the sound escaping before he could stop it. Aizawa chuckled quietly, and Izuku's eyes flew open, his face heating up with embarrassment. "Did I just purr? Guess he's not as grumpy as he wants us to think," Hisashi snickered, his eyes crinkling with amusement as he peered into the carrier. "Don't get too comfortable," he thought angrily, even as his traitorous body relaxed deeper into the warmth of the blanket. He could see the smirk on Hisashi's face, the way Aizawa's expression softened ever so slightly, and it made his blood boil with indignation. But he was too comfortable, too warm, too full to put up much of a fight. His body betrayed him again, another soft purr rumbling in his chest, and he bit back a groan. He wanted to hate this. He wanted to be annoyed, to be grumpy, to keep his guard up. But the security, the comfort, the warmth, it was too much to resist. "We'll check on him in a bit," Aizawa murmured, giving the blanket one last adjustment. "Let him get some rest." Izuku watched them leave, his eyes narrowing as the door closed softly behind them. He let out a small, exasperated sigh, even though he knew they wouldn't see it. Once the room was empty, he closed his eyes, his heart still beating faster than he wanted to admit. Despite the human's attempt to give Izuku space, he wasn't alone. Not even close. The rustling at the door caught his attention. He peered out from behind the mesh, expecting to see Aizawa or Hisashi coming back to check on him, but instead he saw the two cats, who had already made themselves at home by jumping up onto the bed and staring directly at him. Two cats had wedged themselves as close to him as physically possible, their eyes gleaming with unabashed curiosity and an oddly persistent need to be near him. One of them, the white one with fur so fluffy it almost looked like a cloud, kept trying to nudge closer. This was the same cat that had relentlessly groomed him earlier, its saliva matting down Izuku's orange fur in messy patches that now stuck up in odd directions. "Don't come in," Izuku muttered, his ears twitching back in irritation. But, of course, they didn't listen. They only watched him closer, as if his every tiny movement fascinated them. It felt like they could sense he wasn't normal. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, trying to turn away from their stares, but the ridiculous wraparound outfit still restricted his movement, trapping his front paws close to his chest. He felt his face flush as he stumbled and fell, his face squishing into the bed cover. Stupid wrapper, stupid sock outfit. He couldn't do anything in it. The white cat, looking almost like it couldn't wait another second, leaned forward, its nose twitching as it studied him. Izuku let out a frustrated huff and raised his head, doing his best to give them a stern look. "You guys need to help me, humph," he managed, the fabric muffling his voice as he flailed, trying to get his front paws free. The gray cat, who had a more playful air, just tilted his head, his expression slightly amused. Help you? The gray cat said, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. The humans are already helping you, aren't they? Izuku clenched his tiny jaw. No, you don't understand. I'm not actually a cat. That's what I was trying to tell you this morning, he protested, his voice small. But you wouldn't stop grooming me. The white cat's head tilted slightly, his green eyes softening with amusement. He clearly had a strong parental instinct, but that didn't help Izuku's case. The gray one, meanwhile, looked intrigued but not convinced, his tail flicking playfully as he settled down on the bed, still studying Izuku as though he were the most fascinating thing in the world. Izuku took a deep breath. He had to make them understand. Look, I have a quirk, he explained, his tone as serious as he could manage in his tiny, high-pitched voice. It's like a superpower, okay? I can turn into a cat, but I'm actually a human. I haven't been able to turn back for some reason. The gray cat raised a brow, clearly intrigued. Oh, so that's why your scent is so strange? He mused. His whiskers twitched as he gave Izuku a look that was half amused, half skeptical. Izuku nodded, his tail flicking with frustration. Yes. I'm a human, I swear. That's why I need to get out of here to escape. I don't belong here. This isn't my life. The white cat looked at him sympathetically, his head tilted thoughtfully. But go back outside, he murmured, his voice soft with worry. Look at you, kid. Even if I do believe you're human, you have a broken tail, gashes all over you. You don't look like you'd survive out there, human or not. Izuku's ears flattened at that. I can survive. I was surviving, wasn't I? Barely, the gray one chuckled, his laugh rumbling like a soft purr. He glanced at the white cat, who sighed as if agreeing. The white cat continued, his green eyes narrowing slightly, not unkindly. What he's trying to say is that there's no point in going back out there. Even if you are human, you looked starving and broken when they found you. You have a good life here now. That's all that matters. Izuku shook his head, his eyes flashing as he tried to get his paws free from the fabric binding him. No, you don't get it. I have to go back. I have to save lives. Please, just remove this thing around me and help me open the window. Sure, maybe I wouldn't survive out there like this, but once I turn back into a human, I can help people. I just don't know why this stupid quirk won't. He tried to flail his limbs in frustration, his body giving a weak little kick, but the movement only sent a sharp pain shooting through his tail, forcing him to stop. He winced, panting softly, the pain draining the fight out of him. The cat that saved me, he started, his voice softer now, tinged with exhaustion. He told me, he's not one of us, and he never will be. But I'm not here to be a cat. I need to go back to being a human. The gray cat's playful demeanor softened at that, and his gaze turned thoughtful. Was he a black cat? He asked quietly. Izuku blinked, nodding slowly. Yeah. How did you know? The two cats exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. It was clear they recognized the description, and the gray cat's expression softened. He let out a soft chuckle, rolling over onto his back as he stretched out on the bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Listen, kid, he began, his tone more serious than before. If that cat told you you're not meant for the streets, then trust me, you're really not meant for them. He's been on the streets longer than any cat I know, brings fosters to us all the time. If anyone knows who can survive out there and who can't, it's him. Izuku clenched his jaw, his heart sinking at the words. He didn't want to believe them. He had been surviving, hadn't he? He had managed for 4 whole months, scraping by on whatever he could find, keeping himself alive through sheer willpower alone. He wasn't helpless. He wasn't meant to be a pampered house cat, sitting around while others were out there risking their lives. He was supposed to be out there, too, helping people, making a difference, just like he'd always dreamed. No, he said quietly, his voice wavering with a mix of frustration and despair. You don't get it. I don't belong here. I need to be out there, doing something, anything. Saving lives. The white cat's gaze softened, his green eyes filled with understanding but also sadness. He leaned down, giving Izuku's head a gentle nudge. Look at you though, he murmured, his voice barely more than a whisper. Even if you are human, you're hurt, and you're tired. The humans here are giving you a second chance, a chance to rest. Maybe you should take it. Izuku shook his head, his ears flattening as he pulled away from the white cat's touch. But I was doing fine. I was surviving. I don't need anyone's help. The gray cat let out a soft, sympathetic purr, his gaze softening. Kid, surviving isn't the same thing as living. You were barely scraping by out there from what we can see. Maybe it's time to let yourself have a real life. Izuku's throat tightened, his mind racing with a mix of anger and helplessness. He wanted to argue, to insist that he could handle it on his own, that he didn't need anyone's pity or care. But the truth was, a part of him was tired, exhausted even. The months of struggling, the cold, the hunger, the constant fear of being caught, or worse, it had all worn him down more than he wanted to admit. But he couldn't just stay here. He had responsibilities, things he needed to do, people he needed to help. And yet, here he was, trapped in a tiny body, wrapped in a medical onesie, stuck in a house with two pro-heroes who thought he was nothing more than a helpless kitten. The white cat sighed, his gaze filled with quiet understanding. You have a good life now, he murmured, his voice gentle. You're safe, you're warm, and you're cared for. Maybe that's enough. Izuku bit back a frustrated mule, his chest tightening. Enough? He thought, the word bitter in his mind. Was he really supposed to just sit back and accept this, to give up on everything he'd worked for, everything he'd dreamed of, just because he was safe and warm now? He looked at the two cats, their eyes filled with genuine concern and care. We won't help you, the white cat added firmly, his gaze steady as he stared at Izuku. The certainty in his voice made Izuku's stomach drop, and he felt a sudden pang of fear rise up in his chest. He thought maybe these cats would understand, maybe they'd be willing to help him get out of here and back to the streets where he belonged. All the other cats he's ever met wanted nothing to do with him. I don't want to be the reason you get yourself hurt, the white cat continued, his tone softening slightly. If he says you're not good for that life, then you aren't. It's as simple as that. Helping a kitten who can barely walk, a kitten who could have died out there. He shook his head. You're not really a cat, right? You're not agile or fast enough to survive it, and you'll get yourself killed. I'm not going to let that happen. Izuku's ears flattened as he looked away, his gaze dropping to the bedsheets. He had hoped they would understand, that they'd be able to see that he didn't belong here. This was a waste of time, he thought bitterly. Asking them for help was pointless, just another reminder of how out of place he was here. Think about it, The gray cat began, his voice hesitating slightly as he looked at Izuku. What did you say your name was? Izuku, he answered reluctantly, not looking up. The white cat gave a slow, understanding nod. Izuku, he repeated, his voice a touch gentler. Do you think, maybe this power of yours isn't working because your body feels like it's in danger all the time? Just look at you, you're a kitten. Right now, you're safe, with a heater keeping you warm under that blanket, and soon enough those humans will come back to make sure you're okay. Do you really think anyone has ever or would ever do that for you when you're a human? The words hit Izuku hard, and he felt a lump forming in his throat. He didn't want to admit it, but he couldn't think of anyone who had taken care of him in a long time. Not since his mother had died, and he'd been left alone, scraping by however he could. He knew the reality, he was alone out there, and the white cat was right. Even if he made it back to his human form, there was no one waiting for him. No one who cared if he was cold or hungry or hurt. He got it, okay? They didn't have to say it. Maybe this quirk is trying to keep you alive, the gray cat said. If we can't stop you, but we're not going to help you either. At least give yourself a fighting chance when you're out there again. Heal up. Maybe once you're out of survival mode, you can turn back. Yeah, the white cat agreed. What if you leave when you're able to at least turn back into a human, like you say you can? Then you'll be strong enough to run from all the dangers outside. Right now, it's too risky, child. But Izuku shook his head, stubbornly clinging to his idea of escape. He was ready to argue, to tell them they didn't know what he was capable of, when a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Chief, what are you two doing here? Aizawa's voice was low, and he had one of those expressions that managed to be annoyed yet somehow fond at the same time. He's supposed to be resting. Before Izuku could react, Aizawa's hands reached down, scooping him up from the bed. Izuku let out a startled mewl as he was lifted into the air, his tiny paws pressing instinctively against Aizawa's chest. Aizawa's hands were warm and steady, and even though Izuku felt the urge to squirm, he found himself settling almost immediately as Aizawa's hand gently patted his back, carefully avoiding his injured tail. Behind them, the two cats watched, the white one giving a small nod as if to say, "Just enjoy it while you can." Izuku glared back at him, his green eyes flashing with stubborn defiance. "I'll hate every moment of this," he thought, his ears giving an annoyed flick. "I'll keep fighting." The gray cat snickered, nudging the white one's shoulder with a playful bump. "It's going to happen eventually, kid. You'll see. These humans help everyone they can. Doesn't matter if it's kids, adults, or, well, stubborn little kittens who can't accept they need help." Izuku opened his mouth to protest, a defiant huff building in his chest. "I didn't need help," he thought stubbornly. But as much as he wanted to deny it, the words rang hollow even to his own ears. It was clear to everyone else that he had needed help for a long time, but saying it out loud? He didn't think he could bear that. Before he could voice his protests, he felt Aizawa's hold shift, and a familiar voice chimed in cheerfully. "Here, let me hold him. I barely had any time with the little guy." Hizashi's warm, enthusiastic voice sounded close, and before Izuku knew it, he was being transferred from Aizawa's hands into Hizashi's eager arms. The shift was surprising, but Izuku found himself nestled in another warm embrace, this one softer and more playful than Aizawa's steady hold. He blinked, his gaze meeting Hizashi's green eyes framed by reading glasses, and he felt his tiny claws reflexively flex against Hizashi's sweater. "I shouldn't be liking this," he told himself, but the softness and warmth were strangely soothing. The blonde strands of Hizashi's hair were close enough that Izuku almost reached out to bat at them, if they weren't held back by the wrapper. His eyes widened as he realized he was nearly giving in to that instinct, his small claws barely retracting as he pulled his paws back, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. Hizashi chuckled softly, sensing Izuku's little struggle, and he gave him a gentle scratch behind the ears. "Look at you, little fighter," he cooed, his voice warm and encouraging. "I can tell you're going to be one stubborn kitty. But we'll take good care of you, don't worry." Izuku's heart pounded, his face flushing as he realized just how much he liked the feeling of being held, being cared for. "No," he told himself firmly. "I need to get out of here as fast as possible before this feeling takes over." He didn't want to be lulled into comfort, didn't want to risk losing his determination to go back to the life he knew, the life he'd fought so hard to survive. But it was hard. Hizashi's arms were warm, his gentle hums soothing, and the temptation to let himself relax was almost overwhelming. Hizashi seemed to sense his resistance, his eyes softening with an understanding smile as he continued to hold Izuku gently. "Just take it easy, Izuku," the white cat said as he jumped with ease on the sofa. Izuku could only dream of being able to do that with ease. "There's no rush to do anything. You can fight and be tough all you want, but even the strongest fighters need to rest sometimes, you know?" He wanted to believe that, wanted to soak in the comfort and warmth they offered, but he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt that gnawed at him. "But I have to help," he insisted, struggling against Hizashi's gentle grip. "There are people out there who need me. I can't just sit here while others are suffering." "You're only a kid or well a kitten," it was the gray one this time, resting on Shota's lap. "You're not meant to bear that burden. Let someone else help for a change." Izuku looked at him, his eyes wide with frustration and desperation. But what if no one else does? What if they're left alone? The same way he was left alone. The white cat's gaze softened slightly, and he shook his head. "Sometimes, Izuku, you have to let go. Sometimes, the best thing you can do is focus on yourself first. You need to heal, to regain your strength, and only then can you help others." "But how can I do that when I feel so powerless?" Izuku cried out, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. "I don't want to be this thing. I want to be strong. I want to save people." "Look, kid, it's okay to be vulnerable," the gray cat chimed in, his voice steady and calm. "It's okay to take a step back and allow others to help you. You'll be stronger for it in the long run. Izuku's heart ached at their words. They were right, he knew they were right, but that didn't make it any easier to accept. He trailed off, burying his face against Hisashi's shirt, the fabric soaking up his frustration. I don't want to feel weak. As much as he wanted to deny it, as much as he wanted to believe he didn't need anyone's help, the truth was glaringly obvious. He was broken, weak, and in his current state, he couldn't survive on his own. But he didn't want to admit that, didn't want to accept that he needed these humans. The white fluffy cat stepped closer, his gaze steady as he watched the exchange. You don't have to fight alone anymore, he murmured, his voice quiet. No. One's expecting you to. I'm expecting myself to. Izuku's heart clenched, his eyes stinging as he tried to push down the emotions bubbling up inside him. But I don't need help, he wanted to insist. I'm fine on my own. You're not weak, he reassured him, his voice softening. You're strong for fighting through everything you have. But everyone needs help sometimes, even the strongest among us. It doesn't make you less of a hero, Izuku. It makes you human. This chapter text. Izuku blinked awake, his tiny body stiff and sluggish as the morning light filtered through the small holes of the carrier. He groaned softly, a sound that came out more like a high-pitched mewl, and shifted against the soft blankets that lined the bottom. For a moment, he lay still, trying to piece together how he'd ended up here again. His last memory was of curling up after dinner, tucked in the corner of the room with the soothing hum of the TV in the background. The warmth of the house and the gentle scratches behind his ears had lulled him to sleep before he'd even realized it. That stupid carrier, he thought irritably, squirming slightly in the snug confines. He didn't need this much care. He was fine. His tail throbbed faintly under the protective bandage, and he shifted, trying not to think about it. I just need to get better so I can run away. I don't need anyone's help. But as he moved, the snugness of the sock wrapped around his body reminded him otherwise. It wasn't just to keep him warm, it was to stop him from liking his wounds and undoing the vet's careful work. He frowned, his ears flattening against his head as he wiggled his front paws helplessly. Still squirming, huh? Izuku's gaze snapped upward to meet the calm green eyes of the white cat curled around him. The larger cat had wrapped itself snugly around Izuku's small frame at some point, its fluffy white fur providing an extra layer of warmth. Why am I here again? Izuku asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. It's not another vet visit, is it? He shuddered at the memory, his fur bristling. The blinding lights, the poking and prodding, and the sharp sting of the shot, it was all still too fresh. The white cat let out a soft purr, nuzzling the top of Izuku's head reassuringly. Relax, Kit. It's not the vet. They're just taking us to their other home. Izuku blinked in surprise, his tiny ears twitching. Other home. The white cat nodded, its expression calm and matter-of-fact. Yeah. They have a house closer to their school. We go there sometimes when they're busy teaching. They have another house? Izuku repeated, his tone incredulous. How can they afford that? Don't they live on a teacher's salary? From above, a snicker rang out, and Izuku glanced up to see the gray cat perched on top of the white one, lazily stretching its limbs. Its amber eyes gleamed with amusement as it looked down at him. What are you on about? The gray cat teased, its tone light and playful. They're heroes, genius. It's not like they're living paycheck to paycheck. Besides, it's not some luxury mansion. Just a little place by their school. I think they don't even have to pay for it. Izuku froze, his heart skipping a beat as realization dawned on him. By their school? You mean Yue? The white cat hummed in confirmation, its tail curling neatly around Izuku. His stomach twisted. Yue wasn't just any school. It was the school, the one where Kachikatsuki, the childhood friend-turned-bully he hadn't seen in years, was studying. His mind raced as he considered the implications. If they were going to Yue, there was a real chance that he could run into Kitten. His claws flexed nervously against the blanket beneath him. No way, he muttered under his breath, his voice shaky. Kitten can't know I'm here. But also Katsuki has no idea what Izuku's quirk is. The gray cat yawned dramatically, rolling onto its side. Relax, kid, it said, its tone dripping with nonchalance. Even if this Kaken guy does see you, you're just a cat. It's not like he's going to recognize you or anything. Izuku frowned, his tail flicking anxiously. What if he figures it out? What if he tells Aizawa? What if? The gray cat interrupted, letting out a small laugh. You're overthinking this, kid. Chill out. Nobody's going to figure out you're a human unless you start talking. And you can't. So. The white cat gave a small nudge to Izuku's head, its purring steady and comforting. You'll be fine, it said softly. Even if someone at UA recognizes you, you're safe here. No one knows who you really are. Izuku wanted to believe them, but a knot of anxiety tightened in his chest. He turned his gaze to the small holes in the carrier, watching the faint light shift as the car moved. The hum of the engine was steady, and he could hear the faint murmur of conversation from Aizawa and Hisashi in the front seats. His mind churned with escape plans, each one more absurd than the last. Maybe if I chewed a hole in the carrier, I could slip out while they're not looking. But the seatbelt keeping the carrier secure dashed that idea quickly. Even if he managed to escape the carrier, where would he go? He'd be stuck in the car until they found him. He shuddered, imagining himself hiding under a seat for days, starving and trapped. Bad plan, he thought, discarding the idea. What's got you so worked up? The gray cat asked, watching Izuku's restless movements with an amused tilt of its head. Izuku groaned, tucking his face into the white cat's fur. I don't belong here, he muttered, his voice muffled. The gray cat snickered, leaning over to nudge the white cat with its head. Look at this guy, it said, its voice teasing. All wound up over nothing. You're safe, kid. Take the win. Izuku shot the gray cat a glare, his green eyes flashing. You don't get it. I have to leave. I have things I need to do, people I need to help. Help. The white cat tilted its head, expression curious. You mean like saving people? Out there? In your condition? Yes. Izuku insisted, his tone fierce. That's what I'm supposed to do. I can't just sit here and do nothing. How many times do I have to repeat it? The gray cat let out a soft laugh, its whiskers twitching with amusement. You can't even walk properly, and you think you're going to save people? The white cat nuzzled him again, its tone softer. Kit, you're injured. You've got a broken tail, scratches everywhere, and you're wrapped up like a burrito. You're not exactly in hero shape right now. Izuku's ears flattened, and he clenched his tiny jaw. I don't care, he muttered stubbornly. I'll figure it out. I've survived this long, haven't I? Barely, the gray cat countered. Look, kid, I get it. You're stubborn. But maybe you should focus on not dying first. The white cat's green eyes softened as it added, We're not stopping you, but we're not helping you escape either. You need to heal first. Then maybe, just maybe, you'll have a fighting chance out there again. Izuku let out a frustrated little huff, burying his face in the white cat's fur. His tiny body trembled with a mix of anxiety and pent-up frustration. This is so stupid, he muttered, his voice muffled against the soft fur. How did I even get into this mess? The white cat purred softly, curling its body closer around Izuku. Just breathe, it murmured, its voice low and calming. You're safe. There's no need to panic. Izuku sighed, his body sagging slightly as the warmth of the white cat's fur enveloped him. The gray cat, noticing his mini meltdown, flicked its tail lazily and exchanged a glance with the white cat. They didn't say anything, but their expressions seemed to communicate everything. The white one gave a subtle nod, resting its chin against Izuku's head once more. For a moment, the tension in Izuku's body eased. The rhythmic purring of the white cat and the steady hum of the car were oddly soothing, even though his thoughts were still a chaotic mess. He hated this feeling trapped, hated the constant battle between wanting to escape and the tiny part of him that didn't want to leave the warmth and safety he had found here. His thoughts circled back to the school. His heart clenched at the idea of seeing Kaken again. Would he even recognize Izuku? Probably not. He hadn't known about Izuku's quirk, and there was no reason to suspect that a random stray cat was actually his childhood friend. But still, what if? The thought of being exposed, of losing what little control he had left over his situation, made his chest tighten with dread. But at the same time, a small, stubborn part of him yearned to see Kaken again, even if it was from afar. It had been so long since he'd seen his childhood friend. Even if Katsuki didn't recognize him, just seeing him would feel like a small piece of home, a connection to the life he had lost. He glanced up at the two cats again there. Relaxed postures and gentle purring, a stark contrast to the storm raging in his mind. The white cat's protective warmth and the gray cat's playful demeanor were oddly comforting, even if Izuku didn't want to admit it. He let out a soft mewl, curling up tightly in the blanket and tucking his head under the white cat's chin. Izuku blinked as the car slowed to a stop, his small ears perking up at the sound of the engine cutting off. For most of the drive, he had kept his head tucked under the white cat's fur, too overwhelmed to look out, but now curiosity got the better of him. He cautiously poked his head out from the carrier's soft lining, his green eyes widening as he took in the scene. Hizashi was carrying the carrier, his casual voice drifting back to Aizawa as they exchanged conversation. Izuku could barely process the words, too busy staring at the massive structure in front of him. His breath hitched. He had only ever seen the school from a distance or on TV, but being this close was overwhelming. The main building loomed above him, its modern design sleek and imposing, with its iconic symbol proudly displayed. His mouth fell open in awe as he craned his neck to get a better look, his tiny covered paws pressing against the mesh of the carrier. This place is huge. The carrier shifted as Hizashi carried it through the entrance, and Izuku's view wobbled. The sound of students chatting and footsteps echoed faintly through the halls, but soon the voices faded as they turned down a quiet corridor. Izuku frowned in confusion as they descended a staircase, leaving behind the airy, open spaces of UA's main building. "Where are we going?" Izuku muttered under his breath, his small voice barely audible. The white cat, still curled protectively around him, nuzzled him gently. "Underground. They have a space down here. You'll see." Izuku frowned, peering out again. The hallway was lined with plain doors, and the farther they went, the more bare the design became. Finally, they stopped in front of a door, and Izuku watched as Aizawa pulled out a key and unlocked it. When the doors swung open, Izuku blinked in surprise. The room inside wasn't what he expected at all. Despite its plain exterior, the apartment-like space was cozy, almost homier than their actual house. Warm light bathed the room, which was neatly arranged with simple furniture, a small kitchen, and a living area. A few shelves lined the walls, stacked with books, files, and what looked like lesson plans. The carrier was set down on the floor, and Hizashi unzipped the top with a flourish. "All right, little ones, we're here," he said cheerfully, stepping back as the gray cat hopped out immediately, stretching lazily. Izuku peered up at the opening, excitement bubbling in his chest. Freedom. He prepared to jump out, but before he could move, he felt the white cat's teeth gently grab his scruff. With an effortless leap, the white cat jumped out of the carrier, carrying Izuku along with. "Hey!" Izuku protested, his voice muffled. The white cat set him down carefully on the floor and gave him an amused look. "You're injured, kid. No way you were making that jump on your own, and not when you're wrapped." Izuku puffed out his cheeks in frustration but said nothing, his green eyes already scanning the room for escape routes. The door seemed like the best bet. There were no windows in the underground apartment, which made him shudder. What happens if there's a fire? He took a tentative step toward the door but immediately stumbled, letting out a soft whine as the tight sock around his body restricted his movement. "Shoo, hush now," Hizashi said, crouching beside him and gently stroking his head. "Don't fuss. We just didn't want you opening your wounds while you slept. But I trust you'll be a good kitten and not overdo it, right?" Izuku glared at him, his ears flattening in irritation. He hated how easily they could scoop him up and talk to him like he was some fragile little thing. But as Hizashi walked away, Izuku reluctantly stayed put, watching as the man moved across the apartment. "Here's your litter box," Hizashi called cheerfully, setting it down in the corner. Izuku's eyes went wide in horror, and his ears immediately angled into airplane mode. His green eyes narrowed, glaring daggers at the offending item. Hizashi laughed at his expression, giving him a teasing smile. "Oh, don't give me that look. You'll get used to it." Over my dead body, Izuku thought, his tail flicking irritably. He watched as the two humans began setting up their workspace, papers and laptops spread out on the small table. Aizawa and Hisashi were already deep into discussion about their lesson plans, their focus completely on their work. Izuku took this as his opportunity and slunk away, hiding under a chair where he could watch them from a safe distance. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the other two cats playing with each other, batting at a stray piece of paper that had fallen to the floor. Their antics were noisy and chaotic, but after a while, they seemed to tire themselves out. The two cats stretched lazily and padded toward the door. "Where are you going?" Izuku asked, peeking out from his hiding spot. The white cat glanced back at him, tilting its head. "Outside. We've got some things to do. Take me with you," Izuku said quickly, scrambling out from under the chair. "No way," the gray cat replied immediately, its tone firm. "You're a kitten. And you're hurt. Besides," the white cat added, its voice gentler, "we have collars that let us move freely on school grounds. You don't. Just stay here and focus on getting better, okay?" "But I'm fine," Izuku protested, his tail flicking in frustration. "I don't need milk or a litter box or—" "The humans are coming back in a few hours to feed you milk," the white cat interrupted, its tone matter-of-fact. "I hate that milk," Izuku mewed loudly. "They drag it to make me tired all the time." But the two cats ignored his protests, their focus now on the door. A sensor in their collars caused it to slide open just enough for them to slip through, and it closed automatically behind them. Izuku stared after them, his frustration bubbling over. He walked up to the door and pressed his paws against it, trying to push it open like they had, but nothing happened. He sighed, letting his head drop in defeat. "This is my chance," he thought, backing away from the door. "If I can just turn back into a human, I can get out of here." He took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he concentrated. He tried to picture himself as a human, his hands, his legs, his unruly green hair. He focused hard, willing the change to happen, but when he opened his eyes, nothing. He was still the same tiny, fluffy kitten. Izuku groaned, collapsing onto the floor with a frustrated sigh. He glared at the door, his mind racing as he considered his next plan. The handle, if he could just pull it down, the door might open. But the lock was another problem entirely. How was he supposed to rotate it without fingers? He decided to start with the handle. Summoning all his strength, he crouched low, his butt in the air and his bandaged tail trembling as he prepared to jump. He leaped with all his might, and barely made it an inch off the ground. Panting softly, he tried again, but the result was the same. His tiny body was too weak, and without the adrenaline of danger, his efforts were pitiful at best. Izuku collapsed onto the floor, his limbs splayed out as exhaustion overtook him. "This is harder than I thought," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Izuku huffed, frustration bubbling up inside him. "Come on, Izuku," he muttered to himself, his tiny voice barely a whisper as he paced back and forth in the cramped, quiet room. "You're a human stuck in a cat's body, and you figured out ways to escape Aizawa, to escape villains that would have happily ended your miserable life in a heartbeat. If you can outsmart them, you can get out of this." He meowed softly to himself, almost like a chant to build up his courage. He paused for a moment, ears twitching. The door was right there. He could do this. He had to do this. Izuku's gaze fell to the heavy seats that surrounded the room. "These stupid chairs are too heavy. I can't move them," he mumbled. "But wait, the sofa. It's right next to the door. If I can just jump onto it." With determination, Izuku approached the sofa. He unsheathed his tiny claws, gripping the fabric with all his might as he scrambled up, leaving small marks on the cover. He winced, but it wasn't like the damage was anything to worry about. It was just the cover, not the actual sofa itself. Now to the arm. Just a little higher. He clambered up, the weight of his bandaged tail making it difficult to keep his balance, but he pushed through. His tail thumped against the back of the couch as he reached the top, getting closer to the goal. There are just a few more steps. Izuku planted his paws on the couch's back, then balanced on his hind legs, stretching up toward the door handle. It was a stretch, literally. The weight of his small frame and the awkwardness of his body made it harder, but he wasn't going to give up. I can do this. Just a little more. He stood upright, back arched, his claws carefully gripping the edge of the couch as he pawed at the door handle. Finally, with a deep breath, he reached with his fangs, carefully gripping the rotating lock with his tiny teeth. His jaws clicked and twisted the lock until it clicked open, the door creaking slightly as it unlocked. Yes! Izuku squeaked in triumph, unable to contain his excitement. Ahaha, I did it. But gravity caught up with him before he could bask in his victory. He had leaned too far to the side to press the door open, his balance faltered. His tiny body slipped, and before he could recover he tumbled off the couch, landing on the floor with a soft thud. Ouchie, he muttered, his body aching a little from the fall. His tail, still bandaged, made it even harder to land gracefully. He stood up, shaking himself off, wincing at the dull pain in his side. It wasn't a hard fall, but still, the impact stung. I'm lucky it wasn't worse, he mumbled, his tail swishing weakly behind him. He managed to right himself and, with a grunt, used his snout to nudge the door open. The hallway beyond was empty and eerily quiet, and the brown walls were bathed in yellow light. Okay, here we go, Izuku said under his breath. Time to escape. He darted forward, moving as quickly as he could despite the soreness in his legs. But as he ran, the pain in his sides made itself known, and Izuku stopped, hissing in discomfort. He paused for a moment, reconsidering his options. Okay, no running. I'll walk quickly. It's better than limping my way through this place, he thought, resigned. As he padded down the hallway, his eyes scanned the area. There was no place to hide here, and the walls left him exposed. His heart pounded with adrenaline as he took off at a fast trot, his tiny form moving as quickly as his injuries allowed. Every step sent sharp twinges through his sides, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. He had to get out of the building before anyone noticed he was gone. As he rounded the corner, he skidded to a stop, his wide green eyes locking onto the elevator at the end of the hall. Perfect. He sprinted toward it but came to an abrupt halt when he realized the obvious problem. The buttons were far too high for him to reach. His ears flattened with frustration. Of course. He glanced at the door leading to the stairwell, a flicker of hope sparking in his chest. He ran to it, pressing his small body against the door, straining with all his strength, but it didn't budge. His tiny frame wasn't strong enough to push it open. His sides heaved with effort as he collapsed against the cold floor, panting heavily. His limbs burned, and exhaustion tugged at his small body. Suddenly, a faint ding echoed through the hall. His ears perked up as the elevator doors slid open with a quiet whoosh. His breath hitched. Was it Aizawa or Hisashi? Had they come back already? He darted into the nearest shadowed corner, pressing himself flat against the wall, his fur puffing out in alarm. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, and a deep voice murmured something into a phone. Izuku risked a cautious glance. A tall teacher he didn't recognize stepped out of the elevator, still focused on his phone call, unaware of the small kitten watching him. The elevator doors stayed open for a few lingering moments. Now or never. Summoning the last of his strength, Izuku bolted toward the open elevator, slipping inside just as the doors began to close. His heart pounded as he sat there, panting heavily. He had made it somehow. The elevator was small and silent, its walls gleaming under harsh fluorescent lights. Izuku's breath slowed as he scanned the control panel and blinked in surprise. The elevator didn't just have buttons high up, it had a second set of buttons lower down, perfectly at his eye level. His mind spun. Why would they? He shook the thought away, focusing on the task at hand. He tapped the button marked G with his nose, holding his breath as the elevator began to go up. He prayed that no one would need the elevator before he reached the ground floor. The ride felt agonizingly slow, each second stretching into eternity as the glowing floor indicator ticked upward. The doors slid open again, and without hesitation, Izuku darted out, ignoring the sharp pain in his sides as he ran across the smooth tile floor. His tiny form weaved through the sparse furniture. Luckily the doors were automatic and he managed to leave without much hustle. His gaze locked onto a row of bushes near the outer wall, and he dove into the foliage, collapsing against the cool dirt beneath the leaves. I did it? He couldn't believe he'd actually made it this far. His heart pounded wildly as he listened for any signs of pursuit, but it remained quiet. He was free at least for now. He lay there, panting heavily, his heart still racing from the escape. His body ached, exhaustion dragging at his limbs, but he'd done it. I made it out. But as the adrenaline faded, another thought crept into his mind, sharp and unrelenting. Well, no. He was free, but he was weak, injured, and alone. The streets wouldn't be any kinder than before. But I can't go back, he thought stubbornly. I won't go back. Izuku's tiny paws patted softly against the cool grass lining the stone path of Yue's courtyard. His small frame blended easily into the shadows of bushes and trees, keeping him hidden from view. The early morning sun bathed everything in a warm, golden light, making the school grounds feel almost peaceful almost. This is going easier than I thought, he mused, his ears twitching warily as distant voices echoed. Across the field. He lowered himself further into the foliage, green eyes narrowed with focus. He had managed to escape the apartment, slip through the hallways, and even get through the elevator without being caught. Now all that stood between him and the outside world was the school fence just a few meters ahead. If he could squeeze through its narrow gaps, he'd be gone finally free. Free to what? The thought hit him like a punch to the gut, making his steps falter. His gaze drifted toward the scattered groups of UA students walking along the path nearby. They were dressed in neat, clean uniforms, books tucked easily under their arms. Some of them were using quirks, casually creating floating hands to carry books or using wind powers to push open doors without touching them. They looked so normal. He hated it. He hated how easy their lives seemed, how they lived without constant hunger gnawing at their bellies or fear chasing them at every turn. They had friends. People who cared. A future. His claws flexed against the dirt, tail stiffly flicking with resentment. I could have had that, he thought bitterly. If things had been different, he could have been one of them, a student, a hero in training, chasing a dream instead of survival. But he wasn't. He never would be. With a deep breath, he shook off the rising bitterness and turned his gaze back to the fence. It was close now, just a short sprint away. All he needed was a single push, and he'd be back on the streets, back to the life he knew. No more soft blankets, no more force-fed bottles of drugged milk, no more. Wait, isn't that the kitten we were put in charge of? Izuku froze, his fur standing on end. The voice came from behind him, smooth, lazy, familiar. His heart dropped. The gray cat lounged lazily in the middle of the sunlit field, mid-groom, his sharp blue eyes locked onto Izuku's small, retreating form. Beside him, the white cat stirred from its resting spot, its fluffy fur gleaming like fresh snow under the sunlight. Its green eyes widened with recognition. "That is our kitten," the white cat gasped, springing to its feet. "How did he even get out?" The gray cat yawned, stretching languidly. Maybe he was telling the truth, he mused, about being a human in a cat's body. Thought it was the milk talking, but... "There's no time for this," the white cat snapped, already bolting toward Izuku with a speed born of instinct. "He can't leave." Izuku felt the ground tilt beneath him as panic surged through his chest. No. He spun on his paws and broke into a desperate sprint, ignoring the burning ache in his sides and the throb of his bandaged tail. His tiny legs pushed forward, but his steps wavered, each movement more strained than the last. The warm sun soaked into his fur, making him dizzy. His breath came in short, painful gasps, and for a fleeting moment he thought about just collapsing, lying down, giving up. But he couldn't. He wouldn't. "Izuku!" The sharp voice froze him. He whipped his head around just in time to see the white cat skid to a stop in front of him, blocking his escape. Its tall frame towered over him, imposing and fierce. Izuku scrambled back, his tail instinctively tried curling around his body in a defensive gesture as his small frame trembled. His breath hitched as the white cat's piercing green eyes locked onto his, gleaming with a dangerous mix of anger and worry. "Izuku!" The white cat's voice was low and firm, disappointed. "Were you trying to leave? After everything we told you?" Aye. I'm speaking, child. Izuku's mouth snapped shut as his ears flattened in SBMson. He felt so small under that sharp, scolding gaze. The white cat took a slow, deliberate step forward. Look at your bandages, they're a mess. You've hurt yourself again. Do you have any idea how close you were to dying back then? Izuku lowered his head, his body trembling as guilt twisted in his chest. He tried to push the feeling down, but the words struck something deep inside him, leaving him raw and exposed. How many times do we have to have this chat, Izuku? The white cat continued, voice tight. How many times do we have to tell you that you are not ready for the streets? You are just a kitten, an injured kitten. You will die if you leave. Izuku clenched his teeth, shame and anger warring inside him. He hated this, he hated being scolded and treated like some helpless child. A dog could find you and make you its chew toy. The white cat's voice grew harsher. Or some spoiled child could throw rocks at you. The world is out to get you, and yet you keep. You're not my parent. The words slipped out before Izuku could stop them, quiet but sharp. The white cat blinked, momentarily stunned into silence. The gray cat finally caught up, panting slightly. We aren't, he admitted after a pause. His usual playful tone was gone, replaced by something far more serious. But your life? It's non-negotiable. His blue eyes darkened, his voice low and steady. If we have to keep dragging you back here to keep you alive, we will. Izuku's claws flexed weakly against the grass. His breath hitched as emotions crashed over him: anger, fear, resentment, loneliness. Never in my life have I seen a kitten so determined to get himself killed. The gray cat sighed, shaking his head slowly. We're taking you back. He stepped forward, lowering his head to grab Izuku by the scruff, but Izuku dodged at the last second, his small frame shifting defensively. No, he hissed, swiping instinctively. His tiny claws remained retracted, more of a warning than an attack, but the two older cats stilled, eyes wide with surprise. Izuku's breath trembled as he squared his stance, legs shaking but resolute. I'm not going with you. You can't just make me do whatever you want. Leave me alone. Silence hung heavy in the air. The white cat's eyes softened, though his voice remained steady. Child, didn't your parents teach you manners? Izuku froze, his chest tightening painfully at the mention of his parents. He clenched his jaw, forcing down the sudden ache in his throat. The white cat stepped closer, gentler this time. You're allowed to be angry, Izuku, but you're not allowed to throw your life away. Izuku's breath hitched painfully, his entire body trembling as the words settled deep into his chest like shards of broken glass. His green eyes widened in shock, shimmering with unshed tears as he stared at the white cat whose words had cut deeper than he could have imagined. Didn't your parents teach you manners? The question rang in his mind, echoing with cruel clarity. He had faced countless insults in his life from classmates, from bullies, from strangers, but this hurt in a way that no physical wound ever could. His lips trembled as he tried to form a retort, to lash out with one of his usual snarky comments, but nothing came. His breath quivered as his small frame buckled, knees giving out beneath him as he collapsed onto the grass. Tears welled up, prickling painfully at the corners of his eyes before spilling down his dirt-smudged cheeks. His shoulders shook as he tried to suppress the sob clawing its way up his throat, but the effort only made his breath come out in sharp, choked gasps. I'm sorry, Izuku stammered, voice cracking painfully. His claws flexed helplessly against the dirt as his chest heaved. I'm sorry, I'm not the best kid from the bunch, okay? Green eyes widened, and his previous irritation turned into stunned regret as he took a hesitant step forward. His sharp words were spoken out of frustration and fear, but look where that landed him. Izuku's small, trembling body shuddered as he pressed his face into the grass. His voice trembled with barely contained anguish as he continued, his words spilling out like a flood he could no longer hold back. My mom did teach me manners, he hiccuped, tears streaming down his face. She taught me how to be polite, how to be kind, how to get good grades in school. She told me it didn't matter what other kids said, that my quirk was useful, that I could still be a hero. His breath hitched again, sharp and broken. I don't even remember what her voice sounded like anymore. His tiny paws clenched tightly, trembling with barely contained emotion. I don't remember how warm her lips felt when she kissed my forehead, but I remember what she said. His voice cracked into a choked sob, his eyes squeezing shut as he gasped for air. I was a good kid. I always got A's. I worked so hard, and still. His body quaked as fresh sobs racked his tiny frame, leaving him breathless and trembling. His voice dropped to a whisper, hoarse and filled with so much sorrow it felt suffocating. Her grave, it's been so cold. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I haven't been able to visit her. I'm stuck here and she's out there, all alone. His voice broke entirely, his words collapsing into barely audible gasps. What? Would she even think of me now? Would she even be proud? A small whimper escaped as he wiped his eyes, trying to gather himself. But it's not enough. It's not the same. I can't shake this feeling that I've failed her. That I'm not the kid she thought I was. The white cat slowly approached, his green eyes heavy with sorrow. He lowered himself to the ground, lying down so he could meet Izuku's tear-filled gaze. His tone was low, steady, and achingly sincere. She would be happy that you're safe, he whispered. She'd be grateful that you're being taken care of, that you're fed, that you're getting stronger. His voice softened even more. She'd be relieved that you're far away from danger. Izuku trembled, his ears pinned flat as his sobs grew quieter but no less painful. She would understand, Izuku, he pressed gently. If what you're saying about her is true, she wouldn't want you out there alone. She wouldn't want you fighting battles you're too hurt to win. He lowered his head in guilt. I'm sorry, he murmured, his voice low but earnest. I know most kittens that come to us don't come from the best family situations. I shouldn't have said that. It's fine, Izuku whispered hoarsely, his small frame trembling with exhaustion. No, he shook his head firmly. It's not. It's okay to be angry at me. I said something I shouldn't have. Something insensitive. You were just worried about me, Izuku mumbled, barely above a whisper, his voice thick with exhaustion. The white cat nodded slowly, inching closer until his head rested near Izuku's. I know where you're coming from. I know you want to be a hero. I know you want to help. His eyes softened. But you can't be a hero if you're dead. And I think we both know your mother wouldn't want anything bad happening to you. Izuku's breath hitched again, fresh tears spilling down his already tear-stained face. Let the heroes deal with this, Izuku, the gray cat urged softly. Let the adults take care of it. Take care of you. Stop running. Please. It's what your mom would have wanted, right? Izuku sniffled, his small body sagging in defeat as his trembling limbs gave out beneath him. Your mom would have wanted you to be happy, the white cat continued, a soft smile gracing his face as he glanced at the orange kitten with tenderness. She would have wanted you to be safe, to not have to fight so hard just to survive. You don't have to do it all alone. The heroes are here and we're here. Let them help. Izuku's body trembled, the overwhelming rush of emotion threatening to consume him. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to shut out the pain for just a moment, but it was impossible. He felt so small, so insignificant, like a kitten in a world that demanded more than he could give. He slowly nodded, his chest still heaving with quiet sobs as he pressed his face into the grass. Before he could pull away, he felt something warm and familiar, soft and comforting, a gentle, soothing lick across his forehead. His eyes fluttered open, wide with surprise, and the white cat's expression was warm, steady and protective. Can I pick you up now? The white cat asked softly, his voice barely above a whisper. The soft lick on his forehead was unexpected, and for a brief moment, Izuku felt like he was a child again, safe and loved. The warmth of it, so familiar, so comforting, pulled him into a moment of calmness amidst the storm of emotions. Izuku nodded weakly, his tired body going limp as he allowed himself to be scooped up by the scruff. His bandaged tail hung loosely, feeling safe for the first time in longer than he could remember. Curiosity flickered through his exhaustion, his gaze wandered toward the small collars around the cat's necks. He strained his tired eyes to read the tiny tags. Cloud, he thought with a soft, tired smile. Of course. Simple enough. His gaze shifted to the gray cat, his eyes narrowing slightly as he squinted to make out the letters. Sushi? He blinked in disbelief. Seriously? A small, huffed breath escaped him, almost a laugh. Izuku closed his eyes again, feeling the exhaustion flood over him. I'll try to be a good kid. I'll try. For her. Meanwhile, on the stone-paved path leading back toward the teacher's dorms, two familiar students strolled side by side. Are you still pressed about this morning? Kirishima asked. Katsuki scoffed, scratching the back of his messy blonde hair. I said it's fine, didn't I? Kirishima frowned, unconvinced, but before he could press further, something caught Katsuki's attention. His crimson eyes narrowed as he spotted two familiar shapes padding along the path ahead. Cloud and Sushi walked in their usual unbothered way, tails swishing lazily, except Cloud was carrying something. A small, orange kitten hung limply from his jaws, fast asleep. Its sides rose and fell gently with each breath, completely at ease in the older cat's hold. Katsuki froze, his brow furrowing as something tugged at his memory. That cat. Why does that cat look so familiar? Oi, cats, are you listening? Kirishima called again, waving a hand in front of Bakugo's face. Katsuki blinked, snapping out of his daze as his crimson eyes flicked back to Kirishima. What? He barked, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. You were spacing out. You good? Kirishima asked, concerned. Yeah, whatever, Katsuki muttered, turning away from the sight of the two cats in the distance. For now, he let the thought slip from his mind. Izuku stirred as his small body nestled into the soft blankets, the white fur of Cloud brushing against him gently as the cat groomed him. The rhythmic licks were oddly soothing, but something about the sensation of his bandages being touched made him stir further. How long has he been sleeping for? Feels like quite a bit. He blinked groggily, the haze of sleep lifting as he heard a soft, irritated teeth. His ears twitched, his mind struggling to catch up with what was happening. The soft fur surrounding him moments ago was gone, replaced by something warm and steady. He realized he was being held by hands now, cradled gently against a chest. He blinked again, looking up to see the familiar blonde hair and green eyes of Hisashi. Shota, look! Hisashi exclaimed, his voice filled with exasperation. Look what he did, he messed up his bandages again. I tried to fix them when he was with Cloud, but, ugh, I'll just redo them. He's getting new ones. Izuku's groggy mind became fully aware of what was happening as Hisashi set him down on a table. A small towel had been placed on top of the glass surface, preventing his tiny paws from touching the cold surface. Marrow, Izuku mewed softly, unsure whether it was from discomfort or protest. He shifted slightly, trying to figure out his surroundings, when he noticed Aizawa leaning down to examine him. The dark-haired man's sharp eyes scanned Izuku's body with clinical precision, but his voice carried a hint of dry amusement. If he can't be left alone for 5 hours without messing up his bandages, we're putting him back in the sock. Izuku's response was immediate. With an indignant squeak, he slapped Aizawa's finger away with his tiny paw. There were no claws, no real force behind the gesture, just the smallest flick of rebellion. Hisashi, busy rummaging through cabinets for supplies, let out a small laugh at the display. Izuku glanced at Aizawa, expecting annoyance or frustration, but what he saw caught him off guard. The man's lips twitched, curling into the faintest hint of a smile. Izuku blinked. Aizawa, smiles? Every memory Izuku had of this man was of his terrifyingly stern face during their cat-and-mouse chases. He remembered the cold glare that seemed to see right through him. He'd always thought Aizawa was nothing more than a grumpy, no-nonsense hero who wanted to lock him away in juvenile detention or worse, shove him into foster care. Yet here he was, smiling as he waved his fingers near Izuku's face, teasing him like one might with a playful kitten. Without thinking, Izuku found himself on his back, swiping lazily at the wiggling fingers. His small paws batted at them, his bandaged tail twitching slightly as he became caught in the rhythm of the game. Then it hit him. I'm playing like a cat. The realization made him freeze mid-swipe, his green eyes widening in shock. What am I doing? He thought, mortified. his paws dropped, and he scrambled to his feet, his body stiff with embarrassment. But before he could stomp off the table as if that was even possible, Hizashi swooped in and scooped him up, placing him right back on the towel. "Nice try, little guy," Hizashi said with a chuckle, already unrolling a fresh roll of bandages. Aizawa raised a brow. "Are you okay doing this by yourself?" he asked. Hizashi snorted, not even glancing up as he replied sarcastically, "No, I've never put a bandage on anyone before." He tilted his head toward the sink. "You just get his milk? All this fussing is going to hurt him, and I'd rather he be out of it before the pain sets in." Izuku's ears flattened at the mention of milk, and he let out a sharp, protesting mewl. "No more milk," he cried, his voice tinged with desperation. "I swear I haven't been able to think straight since you started giving me that stuff. It's drugged." "You drag it." Hizashi glanced down at Izuku, amused by his whines. "Hush," he said simply, his tone soft but firm. Aizawa, who had been grabbing the bottle from the counter, hummed in response. "When did I get myself such a sarcastic husband?" he muttered dryly. "Day one," Hizashi shot back, pushing his glasses up his nose as he slid the towel Izuku was on closer to him. He smirked as he began gently removing the loose bandages. "Now stay still. You're too small for this to be a two-person job." Izuku tried to back away, his ears pinning flat against his head as he scrunched his face in defiance. But he wasn't going anywhere. The blonde worked quickly, his movements precise yet gentle. Izuku's small head tilted curiously at the sound of the bandage being unrolled, his ears twitching instinctively at the soft rustling. When Hizashi began cleaning the paw, Izuku flinched, his body tensing at the cold sensation. But Hizashi's touch remained light, never pressing harder than necessary. Despite Izuku's attempts to pull away, the bandage was reapplied within seconds, neat and snug. Then came the tail. Izuku let out a pitiful mewl, twisting his small body in protest as Hizashi reached for the bandaged appendage. "Marrow," he whined, shifting as much as he could without falling off the towel. "Stay still," Hizashi murmured, his voice calm. Izuku's movements slowed as he realized something. Hizashi's hands, despite their speed and precision, never gripped too hard. They never pinned him down more than necessary and never treated him with anger or frustration. Every touch was careful, almost hesitant, as though Hizashi were afraid of hurting him. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut tightly, his small body trembling as the pain coursed through him. His sides heaved with each labored breath, and he panted softly against the towel. At least the bandages kept the pain dull and muted. Without them, all the bumping and moving around would have left him crying out in sharp agony. Not that it stopped him from crying anyway. Hizashi had done what he had to do, cleaning the wounds, disinfecting them, and rewrapping them with care, but it still hurt. The sting of the disinfectant and the tugging at his injuries made tears streak down his orange-furred cheeks as pitiful, broken mewls escaped him. When Hizashi was finally done, Izuku slumped onto the towel, his small body spent. His mind swam with exhaustion, but the pain lingered like an unwanted guest, gnawing at the edges of his awareness. He whimpered softly, wishing he could retreat into the small, familiar carrier in the other room. "That stupid carrier," he thought miserably. "It's small and cramped and ridiculous, but it's warm. The blankets are soft." He swallowed a dry, painful breath. "I just want to stop hurting." A pair of rough hands reached down, lifting him gently from the table. Despite their callous texture, the hands cradled him carefully, with just enough pressure to keep him secure without making him squirm. Izuku was so small that one finger could support his tiny head while the rest of his body fit neatly into the palm. It was such a careful, deliberate hold, one that didn't hurt, even though Izuku's body was a mess of injuries. He felt himself being moved again, and the familiar sensation of the rubber NPL from the bottle pressed against his mouth. Izuku didn't hesitate this time, latching onto it hungrily. The milk flowed into his mouth, warm and soothing, dulling the ache in his body with each swallow. "I take it back," he thought desperately, drinking as though his life depended on it. "I need this." He knew he was old enough to eat solids, but right now he didn't care. He didn't have the strength for anything else. The milk was enough, more than enough. It numbed the sharp edges of his pain, leaving him dull and groggy, but awake. For once, he didn't pass out immediately after drinking. Instead, he stared up at Aizawa, whose black eyes gazed down at him thoughtfully. Those eyes were the same ones that used to bore into him during their chases, glowing red in the dark alleys as Aizawa called out for him. Back then, they were sharp, terrifying, and relentless. Now, as Aizawa scratched a thumb gently along Izuku's cheek, they seemed softer. "You remind me of a brat I was chasing not too long ago," Aizawa murmured, his tone quiet and almost amused. "Must be those big round green eyes." He snorted softly, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, and set Izuku down gently on the floor. Izuku blinked up at him, his heart skipping a beat. "Wait, what?" His mind raced. "He's talking about me, right? He has to be. Does he know? Has he figured it out?" But before he could process anything, Aizawa turned and walked away, leaving Izuku sitting there, stunned. "You can't just say that and walk away." Desperation bloomed in Izuku's chest. He needed to know more, needed to know what Aizawa thought of him, what he remembered, what he felt. Was he happy I was gone? The thought made Izuku's chest tighten painfully. Did he think about me at all? Was he relieved I wasn't in his way anymore? Or was he worried? Was he sad? The questions swirled in his mind, heavy and suffocating. He pushed himself to his paws, his movements sluggish and unsteady as he tried to follow Aizawa. His small legs wobbled with each step, and he stumbled more than once, his bandaged tail throwing off his balance. But he kept going. "I have to know." Each step felt heavier than the last, and soon, Izuku found himself slumping to the floor, his tiny body unable to keep up. He gave up with a sigh, his small chest heaving as he sat there, defeated. From his spot in the middle of the living room, he watched Aizawa and Hizashi move about the apartment, their movements natural and unhurried. They acted like a well-practiced duo, exchanging glances and comments with ease. Izuku's gaze drifted to his paws, his ears drooping. "Look at me, sitting here like I'm part of their family." He snorted softly, shaking his head. What a joke. Just as he was about to retreat to the safety of his carrier, a sharp knock at the door made him jump. His fur bristled as he whipped his head toward the sound, his green eyes wide with panic. The door. The door he tried to escape from that very morning. Aizawa and Hizashi exchanged a look. "It better not be my students again," Aizawa muttered darkly, striding toward the door. "If it's to tell me Kaminari stuck his head somewhere it didn't belong." The door swung open before he could finish, and Izuku's breath caught in his throat. He recognized the smell before he saw the face. The faint scent of caramel mixed with the faint, lingering tang of burnt ozone. His heart leaped into his throat as blonde hair peeked out from behind Aizawa's frame. "Kaken!" Izuku's tiny body froze, his green eyes wide with shock as his chest puffed with a sharp, shallow breath. It was like seeing a ghost. Katsuki stood there, looking as irritable as ever, though his brow furrowed slightly. He was taller now, more confident. Izuku's heart hammered in his chest as panic surged through him. He couldn't let Kaken see him not like this. His paws scrambled against the floor, slipping and sliding as he tried to move out of view. His movements were clumsy and sluggish, and he barely managed to drag himself to the side, half hidden behind the edge of the walled L. "She called." Katsuki grumbled as he stepped inside, his sharp voice cutting through the quiet of the room. Aizawa moved to the side, arching a brow as he closed the door behind him. "Did she now?" he asked dryly. "Yes." Katsuki barked, stomping over to the sofa. He flopped down with all the grace of a collapsing building, grabbing a cushion and placing it on his lap, his hands gripping it tightly. "I already did my homework, I practiced, I did everything. And I'm still thinking about her." Izuku, hidden behind the edge of the wall, flinched at Katsuki's outburst. His green eyes widened as he pressed himself further into the shadows, his heart pounding in his tiny chest. It had been so long since he'd seen Kaken, years, in fact. The Katsuki in front of him now was different from the one he remembered, and yet so much the same. His posture was tense, his foot tapping furiously against the floor, his hands gripping the cushion like it might explode at any moment. But what was this about? Izuku couldn't help but wonder. He'd been gone so long that he had no idea what was happening in Katsuki's life now. Why were he and his mother at odds? What had she said to make him so upset? Katsuki looked so lost in his anger, and Izuku's chest ached with the urge to help. You want to help him, don't you? Izuku was startled, his ears flicking as he whipped his head around to see Cloud sitting behind him, watching him with calm, knowing eyes. The white cat tilted his head, his voice soft but firm. You did say you wanted to be a hero. And you know heroes don't always get hurt on the job. Sometimes it's about doing the small things like this. Izuku's tail flicked nervously, his gaze darting back to where Katsuki sat, still radiating frustration like a storm cloud. But... His voice trembled, his words faltering. Cloud gave him a pointed look. It's not that I don't want to help him, Izuku stammered, his tiny voice almost a squeak. It's just, our past is so complicated. I mean, we haven't seen each other since middle school. It's been years. He swallowed hard, his claws flexing nervously against the floor. I can't just show up like this. What would I even say? Cloud blinks at him. Nothing, because they can't understand us, Izuku. Why, you know what I mean. He stammered. Cloud's expression softened, his green eyes steady and encouraging. He could really use someone to save him right now, he said gently. Izuku's chest tightened, his breath catching as he stared at Katsuki's tense figure. His mind raced, memories of their shared childhood flashing before him, the good and the bad. He had always wanted to save Kaken, even when they were kids. And now, with Cloud's words echoing in his mind, he realized that desire hadn't changed. He swallowed thickly, his small body trembling as he took a tentative step forward. His green eyes filled with determination as he placed a paw out into the open. But then doubt crept in, sharp and paralyzing. No, I can't. Nope. No. Forget about it. I take it back. Before Izuku could retreat, Cloud stepped forward and gently nudged him from behind, his snout slipping under Izuku's stomach. With a quick push, Cloud sent him sliding across the slippery floor. Wait! Izuku squeaked, his tiny limbs flailing helplessly as he spins into the living room. He finally came to a stop, comically spinning to a halt in full view of Katsuki, who immediately noticed the movement. Katsuki's sharp red eyes snapped to the kitten sprawled out awkwardly on the floor. His gaze narrowed, his lips pulling into a frown as he leaned forward slightly. You, Katsuki said flatly, pointing at the small orange fluff ball. Izuku froze, his tiny paws splayed out in front of him, his back legs stretched behind him. He blinked up at Katsuki, feeling the weight of that intense crimson stare. Me, Izuku mumbled, his mule barely audible. Izuku's small, fragile body tensed up in pure fear as Katsuki's piercing red eyes fixed on him. His heart raced in his chest as the atmosphere around him thickened, the pressure mounting with every second. Katsuki, with his usual intensity, set the cushion aside and started to march towards him, each step. Izuku's breath caught in his throat, and his tiny body stiffened even further. He could feel his fur bristle, almost puffing up instinctively as he squeezed his eyes shut, wishing for the moment to pass. Before he could process what was happening, Katsuki's large, calloused hands scooped him up effortlessly, lifting him off the ground as though he weighed nothing. Izuku could barely react to the sensation of being so suddenly lifted, his body dangling like a rag doll in the firm grip of the blonde's hand. Careful with him, Aizawa's voice rang out, steady but laced with authority, his warning slicing through the tension in the room. Katsuki let out a dismissive huff, his face contorting into a scowl as he adjusted his grip on the small kitten. Without hesitation, he flipped Izuku over, holding him in his hands with the little orange kitten's belly exposed to the air. Izuku's green eyes cracked open cautiously, his heart thumping in his tiny chest as he met Katsuki's gaze. It felt like a weight was pressing down on him, and he couldn't bring himself to look away. Aizawa's voice cut through the stifling silence again, and the question hung in the air like a looming storm. You recognize him? Izuku's mind raced, the plea echoing in his thoughts. Say no. Please say no. Katsuki's frown deepened as he stared down at the kitten, his eyes narrowing in concentration. After a moment he snorted, clearly unimpressed. Not really. I remember seeing him this morning when those other two cats, Cloud and Sushi or whatever, brought him in. Brought in? Hisashi's voice shot up, full of sudden curiosity, his body shifting as he leaned forward. His expression was now a mix of suspicion and intrigue. What do you mean, brought in? Katsuki, seemingly unaware of the growing unease, dropped himself back down onto the cushion where he'd been sitting earlier, still holding Izuku with surprising care despite his usual rough demeanor. His lips quirked slightly as he shrugged, his gaze flicking briefly to Hisashi. You know, he was out with the other cats this morning. They brought him in from out there. Hisashi raised an eyebrow, his arms crossing as he leaned back further into the couch. Out there? Was he now? His voice took on a teasing, almost challenging edge, his eyes narrowing as they flicked back and forth between Katsuki and the small kitten. His suspicion was palpable as he gave Izuku a pointed look. Izuku's small form froze entirely, as if his very soul had been locked in place. His fur felt like it was standing on end as the weight of the situation crashed down on him. He couldn't help but feel like a child caught in the act of something mischievous, except this wasn't about cookies or harmless fun. This was his failed attempt to escape, a plan now unwittingly revealed by none other than Katsuki himself. There's no way, Hisashi continued, almost laughing as he processed what Katsuki had said. He shook his head, the disbelief clear in his voice. No way that little kitten made it up from the lower levels, into the elevator, and all the way back up here on his own. That doesn't add up. Aizawa's sharp gaze flicked toward Hisashi, cutting off the trail of thought. Doesn't matter now, he interjected, his tone firmly neutral as he folded his arms, shifting the topic away from Izuku's unexpected appearance. He turned his attention to Katsuki, and his gaze grew even more intense. We're here to talk about you, Bakugo. Hisashi gave a small nod in agreement, his eyes lingering on Izuku for a moment longer, but he too turned his focus to Katsuki as the conversation took its new direction. Katsuki, however, seemed oblivious to the sudden shift in the room's atmosphere. His gaze remained locked on Izuku, who still lay cradled in his hands, completely exposed. The expression on Katsuki's face was unreadable, his brows furrowed slightly as his thumb absently brushed against the kitten's cheek. The simple gesture was almost gentle, and Izuku flinched at the unexpected warmth. You're staring pretty hard at that cat, kid, Aizawa remarked, raising an eyebrow as his gaze flicked between Katsuki and the small kitten. Katsuki scowled at the comment, his eyes snapping up to meet Aizawa's, an edge of irritation creeping into his tone. What? I'm just looking at him. He reminds me of someone, that's all. Someone? Hisashi's voice softened, his expression turning curious as he leaned in just slightly, his gaze flicking between the two. Katsuki's scowl deepened, his sharp features tightening as he hesitated, his gaze flickering between Izuku and the floor. The words hung in the air for a moment. Yeah, someone, he muttered, his voice rougher than usual, as though he was wrestling with a memory he wasn't sure he wanted to confront. Izuku's tiny heart skipped a beat. No way. Katsuki's voice dropped, barely above a whisper, as if the admission weighed heavily on him. My childhood friend, I guess. Izuku's wide green eyes blinked up at him in complete shock. Friend? He hadn't expected that. If anything, he had prepared himself for Katsuki to dismiss the memory entirely, to brush off any connection between them. But this? The words took Izuku completely off guard, leaving him feeling exposed in a way he hadn't anticipated. Katsuki's thumb absently brushed along Izuku's cheek again, his gaze distant, his voice softening just enough to let Izuku hear the quiet vulnerability beneath his usual hardened exterior. The only one who stuck around, I guess, he continued, as though he was speaking more to himself than to anyone in the room. Izuku's chest tightened painfully as he listened, his small body trembling faintly in Katsuki's hands. His mind raced, torn between the present moment and the flash of memories that Katsuki's words had stirred up. Only one who stuck around? The silence stretched, hanging between them like a bridge built on fragile words. Katsuki's grip on Izuku shifted slightly, his frustration building again as his voice sharpened. No idea what happened to that loser, you know, he muttered bitterly. One second he stuck to me like glue. The next? He's gone. Katsuki's breath came in a sharp exhale, and Izuku could feel his frustration radiating off of him. The tension in his hands tightened, squeezing Izuku slightly, not enough to hurt, but enough to jostle him. Izuku squirmed instinctively, his paws twitching as his small body shifted uneasily in the blonde's grip. When I asked that woman I'm forced to call Mom, Katsuki continued, his voice dripping with contempt, she just said they moved to the States. Told me to mind my own business. His tone was bitter, filled with a rawness that Izuku wasn't used to hearing from him. The words struck Izuku like a slap, making his fur stand on end. The grip on Izuku tightened even further as Katsuki's frustration spiked. Izuku jolted in his hands, caught off guard as the tension in Katsuki's body flared. The nerve of that woman. Oh, Katsuki, you need to mind your own business, he mocked, his voice thick with sarcasm and anger. Izuku's head spun as Katsuki shifted him around, moving him up, down, and side to side like a toy in his frustration. His small body flopped awkwardly, his limbs dangling helplessly. Whoa, I'm not a toy, Kaken. Hey, easy there, kid, Hizashi quickly interjected, his hand darting forward to gently pluck Izuku from Katsuki's grasp. The blonde's grip had tightened too much in his frustration, and Hizashi didn't want to risk the small kitten in bandages getting hurt. He cradled Izuku carefully in his arms, shooting a glance at Katsuki to signal the need for caution. Izuku blinked rapidly, trying to clear the dizziness that the movement had caused. He blinked again, his tiny form settling into Hizashi's arms, but his wide green eyes remained fixed on Katsuki. The blonde hadn't even noticed. His gaze was now trained on the floor, fists clenched tight enough that his knuckles whitened. His leg bounced nervously against the floor, the faint crackling of his quirk lingering in the air like static. Katsuki's red eyes were ablaze with frustration, his voice rising with each word. Oh, shouldn't you be more focused on your grades? Katsuki mocked, his jaw tight with barely contained anger. As if I wasn't already. Sure, I was a brat back then, but I always had good grades. It wasn't like Auntie and that guy to just disappear like that. Izuku's heart clenched as he watched Katsuki, feeling the weight of the boy's emotion. The outburst wasn't just anger, it was raw, unfiltered pain. Katsuki's voice cracked slightly as he continued, his words heavy with years of unresolved hurt. He would have cried if we didn't at least hang out once a week. And now, you're telling me not once did he try to call? Not once did he try to write? I don't care how expensive it is, there's no way. Izuku's breath caught in his chest, his wide green eyes brimming with something close to guilt and sorrow. Katsuki's pain bled through his words, and Izuku felt his tiny chest ache as though he were absorbing the boy's heartache through the weight of his gaze. She's hiding something, Katsuki growled under his breath, his fists clenching tighter, his anger flickering like a flame about to break free. I know she is. Izuku stared, frozen. He wanted to speak, to mule, to do something, anything to make Katsuki stop, to reach out and tell him the truth. But no sound came. His body remained still, his paws curling gently against Hizashi's chest as he simply watched. His green eyes were filled with a mix of shock, guilt, and a pain he couldn't even begin to put into words. I'm here, Izuku thought desperately, his small form trembling slightly. I'm right here, Kaken. But the words never left him. They were caught in his throat, unable to bridge the distance between them. The truth of the past seemed too big, too heavy to carry, and Izuku wasn't sure if he had the strength to speak it aloud. Katsuki muttered under his breath, his tone sharp, almost bitter. She said that they left because no one wanted to be around me. What? Is that not really what she had said? Izuku's tiny claws flexed against Hizashi's arm, his fur bristling as his chest tightened painfully. The weight of the words crushed down on him. That's not true. Izuku could feel the truth echoing in his bones, even as the rest of the world seemed to collapse in on itself. He had never gone to the States. He had never planned to leave Katsuki. He had lost everything in a single, devastating moment, a moment that left him broken and alone. His mother dead. His father gone. The memories were like jagged shards of glass in his mind, sharp and painful. He remembered the villains attack, the chaos, the screaming. He remembered his mother shielding him, her voice trembling as she told him to run. And then, nothing. Afterward, there had been no family, no friends to comfort him. Just a cold, empty silence that stretched endlessly. He remembered going to Mitsuki that night, clutching his mother's old phone with shaking hands. She was in the contact list, the only adult left to turn to. But Mitsuki had looked at him, her face cold and unreadable, and told him to leave. "I want nothing to do with you, Izuku," she had said, her tone cutting. "Don't mingle with my son. Katsuki doesn't want to see you. He doesn't want to be around you." Her words had shattered him, leaving him standing on her doorstep, alone and broken. He'd believed her. Believed every word. Of course, Kitten didn't want to see him, he'd thought. Why would he? That night he made his decision. If he wasn't wanted, if he had no place to go, then he'd make his own path. He became a vigilante, throwing himself into a world of danger and shadows, trying to make sense of the pain by helping others. And now, here he was staring at the boy who didn't know the truth, who never would. Katsuki continued, his hands fidgeting with the cushion. On his lap as he vented. "She told me it was because I'm a pain to be around. That nobody wants to deal with me, that people only hang out with me because they have to." His crimson eyes narrowed, his voice trembling with frustration. "Like I'm some bother." Izuku couldn't stay silent anymore. The pain in his chest bubbled over, and he let out the loudest, most desperate mewl he could manage. "That's not true." But his cries fell on deaf ears. The humans continued their conversation. Katsuki was ready to start pacing as Aizawa tried to calm him with measured words. Hisashi, meanwhile, rocked Izuku slightly in his arms, trying to soothe what he assumed was an upset kitten. Izuku's small body trembled as he lay in Hisashi's hands, his green eyes wide. He squirmed, his small body twisting as he tried to free himself. "It's not true. It's not true," he screamed in his mind. He wanted to tell Katsuki the truth, that he never thought Katsuki was a bother, that he never wanted to leave him behind. He had only stayed away because he thought Katsuki didn't want him anymore. He wasn't a bad person. He wasn't someone people were forced to care about. But no one could hear him. Finally, with one desperate wriggle, Izuku managed to scramble free from Hisashi's hold. He darted across the sofa, his tiny paws skidding against the fabric as he made his way to Katsuki. Katsuki blinked, startled as the orange kitten leapt into his lap. Izuku sat up on his hind legs, placing his tiny front paws on Katsuki's stomach for support. His green eyes, wide and shimmering with emotion, locked onto Katsuki's crimson gaze. "Kitten," Izuku whispered, his voice trembling. "I've wanted to see you for so long." Katsuki's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as the kitten's mewling seemed to take on a desperate, pleading tone. "I've been so alone," Izuku continued, his paws trembling against Katsuki's shirt. "I didn't have anyone after my mom died. I didn't have an adult to take care of me. But you Kitten, you have me now. I'm here to save you, just like I always wanted to." Before Izuku could say more, those familiar hands, rough but oddly gentle, lifted him up. Katsuki held him high in the air, his crimson eyes narrowing as he studied the kitten's face. "I'm here now," Izuku thought. "You really do remind me of him, you know?" Katsuki muttered, his voice low. His thumb brushed against Izuku's cheek as he stared into those green eyes. "You stupid cat," he said, a small, almost sad smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "All you're missing is green hair and freckles. Hell, you even talk as much as he does." Izuku's heart ached as Katsuki lowered him back down, pulling him into a tight hug. The warmth of the embrace was almost overwhelming, and Izuku found himself nuzzling into Katsuki's chest despite himself. "Kitten still thinks about me," he realized, his tears soaking into Katsuki's shirt. He didn't forget. He didn't leave me behind. Aizawa, who had been watching silently, finally spoke. His voice was calm, steady. "I can call in a few favors," he said, crossing his arms. "We can find your friend, Bakugo. You two need to talk without your mother's interference." Katsuki blinked, looking up at him sharply. You can really do that? Hizashi nodded, leaning forward with a small smile. Leave it to us. What's his name? Katsuki hesitated for only a moment before answering. Izuku Midoriya. The room fell silent. Aizawa and Hizashi both froze, their expressions shifting from casual to something far more serious. Their eyes met briefly, unspoken words passing between them. Izuku felt his blood run cold. They know. They knew his name. They knew him. But how? Panic surged through Izuku's small body, his green eyes darting frantically between Aizawa and Hizashi. His chest felt tight, his tiny heart pounding as though it were trying to escape his ribs. He had worked so hard to keep his secret, to stay hidden, to ensure that no one, not even Aizawa, with his sharp instincts and relentless pursuit, could figure out the truth. And now, in a matter of moments, it was all unraveling before his eyes. Katsuki, oblivious to the tension filling the room, was too wrapped up in his own frustration to notice. The way Aizawa and Hizashi had gone still, their gazes locking briefly, sent a chill down his spine. They knew. Hizashi's mouth opened, and Izuku's fur bristled in panic. He was going to say something, he was going to blurt it out. But Aizawa stepped in quickly, his calm and controlled voice cutting through the moment. Yes, of course, Aizawa said smoothly, his expression unreadable. We'll see what we can do, Bakugo. Katsuki nodded, satisfied. He reached out to pet Izuku's head, the roughness of his hand making the kitten flinch slightly. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, trying to focus on anything but the chaos in his mind. Does the kitten have a name? Katsuki asked casually, his crimson eyes flicking between the two adults. Hizashi stiffened, swallowing hard as if to regain his composure. His bright demeanor faltered for a split second before he forced a smile. No, not yet. You can name him if you'd like. Katsuki's hand paused mid-pet as he thought for a moment, then smirked. Deku. Izuku's eyes flew open in shock. Deku? Again? Hizashi blinked, bewildered. Deku? That's a little. Well, it's... He stopped himself, glancing at Izuku's bandaged body. The small kitten looked so fragile, his wide green eyes staring up at them with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Hizashi sighed, placing his hands in his lap as if to restrain himself. Deku it is, he murmured. Katsuki nodded firmly, as though it were the most natural name in the world. Yeah, Deku. He looks like one. All scrappy and roughen up. Standing up, Katsuki stretched before placing Izuku back on the couch. I feel better now, he said gruffly, patting the kitten one last time. His hand lingered for a moment before he pulled back. Thanks for this, whatever it was. He headed toward the door, with Aizawa and Hizashi following behind, leaving Izuku momentarily alone. As the door opened, Izuku felt something strange, like a weight lifting off his shoulders. The tension in his chest eased just a little, and for a fleeting moment he almost felt free. Well, except for the fact that he now knew Aizawa had always known his name, and Izuku was terrible at hiding his identity. See, came a familiar voice, soft but steady. Izuku turned to see Cloud peeking up from the edge of the couch, his back paws planted firmly on the floor while his front paws rested on the cushions. The white cat tilted his head, his green eyes filled with warmth and quiet encouragement. You don't have to be some big, flashy hero to save people, Cloud said gently. Saving lives isn't always about fighting villains or jumping into danger. Sometimes it's about just being there. Izuku blinked, his small body still trembling slightly. But Cloud's words resonated with him, grounding him in a way he hadn't expected. Slowly, he nodded, his tiny ears twitching. The door clicked shut, and Aizawa and Hizashi let out a collective breath, their shoulders relaxing ever so slightly. Izuku Midoriya, Aizawa said quietly. That's the kid who disappeared months ago, Hizashi replied, his tone more subdued than usual. His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to look at the kitten still sitting on the couch. The little vigilante. Izuku froze, his small body stiffening as his wide green eyes locked onto the two adults. He tried to keep his expression neutral, but his chest felt like it was about to burst. He fits the description perfectly, Hizashi continued, his gaze flicking to Aizawa. Green curly hair, big green eyes. And a talker, Aizawa finished, his tone dry but not unkind. Hizashi walked over to the couch, scooping up Izuku with practiced ease. The kitten squirmed in his hands, his tiny paws pressing against Hizashi's face in protest as the blond man brought him closer. Despite Izuku's wriggling, Hizashi chuckled softly, holding him up like a fidget toy. He's cute though. Can't blame Bakugo for being drawn to him. Izuku's heart raced, his mind a whirlwind of panic. They know. They know. They know. Still, Hizashi murmured, pressing a soft kiss to Izuku's fur despite the kitten's squeaky protests. If he's not in the States, not in the streets being a vigilante, and not in any new police records you've checked, where is he? Aizawa sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I don't know. Hizashi lifted Izuku higher, nuzzling his tiny head despite the kitten's attempts to push him away. Well, I've got a guess, he said teasingly. Silly really. Aizawa raised a brow, his lips twitching faintly. Oh. Hizashi grinned, holding Izuku up as though presenting him to the room. He's right here. In the lion's den. Izuku let out a tiny, resigned mewl, his ears flattening against his head. This is fine, he thought. Weakly. Totally fine. He hated how much that joke was close to being true. This chapter text. Izuku trembled in Hizashi's arms, his small body racked with panic as his green eyes darted nervously between the two adults. His heart pounded so loudly he was sure they could hear it, each thump echoing like a warning bell. How did Hizashi even come close to guessing the truth? The idea was terrifying, but in hindsight, it made sense. Katsuki had already remarked how much the kitten reminded him of his childhood friend, even comparing the green eyes to Izuku's. Aizawa had also made a passing comment about those same green eyes when feeding Izuku milk earlier. Now, Hizashi, ever the livelier and more carefree of the two, had thrown out what seemed like an absurd suggestion. But it wasn't absurd. It was the truth. The parallels were undeniable. The boy who disappeared months ago, Izuku Midoriya, vanished without a trace, and now, this kitten who brought to mind the very same boy was suddenly in their care. They're going to figure it out. It's all over. Hizashi's playful suggestion had landed with an eerie sense of plausibility. Izuku braced himself, convinced that this was the moment everything would fall apart, that Aizawa's sharp mind would piece it all together, that the truth would come crashing down. And then, Aizawa snorted. The sound was so unexpected, so uncharacteristic of the stoic man, that Izuku flinched in surprise. Have you been drinking the dregs from Deku's milk? Aizawa asked dryly as he reached for Izuku, his tone laced with sarcasm as he shot Hizashi an unimpressed look. Hizashi gasped dramatically, clutching at his chest like he'd been struck. Why can't you ever play along with your husband? He asked, pouting exaggeratedly as he began turning off the lights. Aizawa's lips twitched, though he remained deadpan. Because one of us has to stay grounded in reality. You're no fun, Sho, Hizashi muttered, shaking his head in mock disapproval. Izuku's small body relaxed just slightly as he blinked groggily, the tension in his muscles easing as relief flooded through him. They don't know. Neither of them truly believed Hizashi's suggestion. If they did, Aizawa wouldn't still be holding him so protectively, his large hands cradling Izuku's tiny form with care. He wouldn't be patting his back like he was soothing a fussy baby, his thumb occasionally brushing against Izuku's soft fur. Aizawa adjusted his hold on Izuku, his dark eyes thoughtful. I hope we get more information on that kid soon, he murmured as he started toward the bedroom. We will, Hizashi replied, his voice soft but certain. I mean, you said he was a smart kid. Izuku's ears perked up at the mention of himself. His green eyes peeked out from where he'd buried his face in Aizawa's neck, curiosity flickering through his exhaustion. Aizawa sighed, his grip on Izuku tightening slightly. Smart doesn't mean safe, he muttered. Smarter than most kids in my class, sure. But when someone like that goes missing, he trailed off, his steps faltering for a moment. Hizashi glanced over, concern etched across his face. Sho, he prompted gently. Aizawa's hands trembled slightly, his usually steady composure cracking just enough for Izuku to notice. The kitten froze, his breath hitching as he felt the faint tremor in the man's grip. In a world full of villains, full of monsters, Aizawa continued, his voice barely above a whisper. A kid like that doesn't stand a chance. They'll leave him in a dumpster if they kill him. Hell, they might even try to hide the body. The words hit Izuku like a punch to the gut. Aizawa's grip on him tightened, pulling him closer. The man's chest rose and fell with uneven breaths, his thumb brushing absently over Izuku's fur as if grounding himself. I'm scared, Hisashi, Aizawa admitted, his voice raw. I'm scared that one day, we'll get a call from the police saying they found him and he'll be gone. Izuku's heart ached at the words, each one hitting him like a physical blow. And I'll know, Aizawa continued, there was anything I could have done to stop it. I couldn't run fast enough to catch him back then. I couldn't explain to him that I wasn't trying to hurt him, that I wasn't going to throw him in juvie or send him somewhere worse. His voice cracked slightly. I'll never forgive myself if something's happened to that boy. Hisashi reached out, placing a comforting hand on Aizawa's shoulder. Sho, he said softly, his tone steady. We'll find him. I promise. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the floor as he held Izuku close. Finally he nodded. We have to, he murmured. Izuku lay curled in the man's arms, his mind racing as he processed the words. He's worried about me, he thought, his small body trembling with emotion. He cares. He's been thinking about me this whole time. For so long, Izuku had believed he was alone. That no one cared about what had happened to him. That he'd been forgotten. But Aizawa's words told a different story. I'm not forgotten, he realized. I wasn't left behind. They entered the room, and Aizawa settled on the edge of the bed, gently petting Izuku. Hisashi followed behind, his gaze flickering toward Aizawa, who sat still at the edge of the mattress, staring quietly into the soft glow of the single night lamp that illuminated the room. You know, Hisashi began, his voice low but still carrying its signature warmth, you've been carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders lately, Sho. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, his dark eyes fixed on the soft glow of the light. His fingers brushed against Izuku's fur, his thoughts elsewhere. I get it, Hisashi continued, easing himself onto the bed beside his husband. You're worried about him, about Izuku. And you're scared because there's so much we don't know. He reached out, placing a comforting hand on Aizawa's arm. Aizawa sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. It's not just him. It's everything. But yet, I keep thinking about him. And that's not a bad thing, Hisashi said gently. It just means you care. You care so much it hurts sometimes. But you've got to give yourself some credit. You've done everything you can. You're doing everything you can. Aizawa's gaze flicked to Hisashi briefly before returning to the lamp. Sometimes it doesn't feel like enough, he admitted quietly. Hisashi smiled softly, leaning in closer. It's always going to feel like that when you care about people as much as you do. But trust me, Sho, you make a difference. You've made a difference in so many lives already. You're making a difference in his life too. Whether you know it or not. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, but his posture tension seemed to ease just slightly. Hisashi reached out, gently squeezing his arm before settling back onto the bed. Come on, Hisashi said, his tone lighter now. Let's get some rest. You'll burn yourself out if you keep overthinking like this. Meanwhile, Izuku was placed gently into the carrier beside Sushi, the gray-furred cat already nestled comfortably inside. Sushi didn't immediately start grooming him, instead shifting slightly to give Izuku space. The older cat seemed to understand that Izuku needed a moment. Izuku watched as Aizawa and Hisashi moved about the room, their quiet conversation fading into the background as he curled up in the corner of the carrier. He felt strange lighter somehow. They care about me, he thought, the realization settling over him like a warm blanket. He had spent so long believing he was forgotten, unimportant. He had convinced himself that his absence was unnoticed, that his existence didn't matter. But now, knowing that Aizawa worried about him to the point of trembling hands, and hearing that Katsuki had been thinking about him this whole time, it was almost too much to process. Cloud eventually returned, hopping into the carrier with a small grunt of effort. The white-furred cat looked well-fed and content as he settled beside Sushi, his green eyes flicking to Izuku. What's on your mind, kid? Cloud asked, his tone soft but curious. Izuku blinked at him, his green eyes wide and uncertain. After a moment, he shook his head and murmured, "Nothing." Cloud tilted his head, his gaze thoughtful. But he didn't push. And maybe it really was nothing. Izuku's mind felt strangely quiet, as though the weight of his worries had been wiped away. The thoughts that usually consumed him, his self-doubt, his guilt, his loneliness, had been replaced by something gentler. They care about me, he thought again, the realization sinking deeper. I matter to them. Cloud shifted closer, his warm fur brushing against Izuku's. He began grooming the younger cat, his tongue rasping gently over Izuku's fur. Normally, Izuku would squirm away or protest, but this time, he didn't. Instead, he melted into the touch, his tiny body relaxing completely. A soft, almost inaudible sigh escaped him, the biggest sigh his small form could muster. The next morning, Izuku found himself nestled between Cloud and Sushi, the comforting warmth of their fur making it difficult to wake up fully. He stirred slightly as Hisashi approached the carrier, lifting him gently to feed him milk. "You know," Hisashi said casually as he held the bottle for Izuku, "I've been thinking about something." Aizawa, who was busy packing papers and bentos into his bag, hummed in acknowledgement. "What's on your mind?" Hisashi glanced at Izuku, a playful glint in his eyes. "About how Katsuki found this little guy out and about." "How?" Aizawa didn't look up as he continued packing. "Let me guess what crazy thing you're going to say," he said tiredly. "You're going to claim he somehow climbed onto the sofa, opened the locked door that requires both our thumb and a finger to rotate, walked down the hallway, waited for the door to open, pressed the button to go up, and then magically appeared with Cloud and Sushi. Is that about right?" Izuku froze mid-sip, his green eyes widening slightly. "That's exactly what happened." Hisashi grinned as he set the bottle down, grabbing his suitcase. "Well," Aizawa snorted, finally looking up. "Or we could go with the more logical explanation that these two rascals let him out and escorted him upstairs. Katsuki did find him with them, didn't he? They have no idea. But our babies wouldn't just carry him around like a purse." Hisashi exclaimed, gesturing dramatically as he adjusted his glasses. His messy blonde hair added to his exasperated, overthinking parent vibe. "I mean, did you see his bandages? They were practically falling off. He must have been running around and playing so much that they just came loose." Izuku, looking up from the floor, felt his ears flatten against his head. He couldn't deny the accusation he had almost run away. He had come dangerously close to leaving them behind. "As long as we have Deku back, then it's fine," Aizawa said calmly, pouring himself another cup of coffee. He sipped it with tired air, his dark eyes glancing briefly at the orange kitten on the floor. "He's a kitten, Zashi. His bandages are going to need to be rewrapped once or twice. It's no big deal." Hisashi huffed, crossing his arms as he paced. "I just hate feeling like the crazy one. And, seriously, are we really going with the name Deku?" He wrinkled his nose at the name. "It sounds tough. We could have named him Pancake. Or Waffles. Something sweet and yellow, you know?" Aizawa's lips quirked upwards slightly, the ghost of a smile playing across his face. "I don't mind if you sound crazy," he teased. "Besides, if naming the kitten Deku gives Bakugo some comfort, then so be it." He set his mug down, his tired eyes fixing on Izuku. "I mean, this little guy was kind of useless, huh?" Izuku stiffened at the comment, his small frame tensing as if struck by the words. "And yet," Aizawa continued, his voice softening, "despite being useless and barely surviving in a cruel world, he fought. He survived. He's still here. In a way, the name itself proves him wrong." He tilted his head thoughtfully, his gaze never leaving the kitten. "It could even be a hero name, don't you think?" Izuku couldn't bear to look at him. He turned his head away, his ears drooping, his body language almost painfully human in its display of shame. Aizawa's brow furrowed slightly as he observed the kitten. There was something about the way Izuku moved, the way his emotions seemed so tangible, that made Aizawa pause. His hand twitched slightly at his side, as if resisting the urge to reach out. "Zashi," Aizawa said suddenly, his tone low and thoughtful, Remember the joke you made? He's right here. In the lion's den. Hisashi glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Yeah? What about it? Can you imagine if that's true? Aizawa added. Hisashi blinked, then let out a short laugh, though it was tinged with disbelief. Oh yeah? You're finally listening to your husband? Imagine if you used your quirk on him, he said, joking. Aizawa didn't respond immediately. Instead, he let out a quiet, his gaze drifting back to the small kitten. Izuku's head snapped up just in time to see Aizawa's hair lift slightly, his eyes glowing a piercing red. Boo, the man whispered. His blood ran cold. No. Izuku's mind screamed. Please don't wait. But nothing happened. He didn't shift. He didn't even feel the familiar pull of his quirk trying to activate. His small body remained the same, his paws curled tightly beneath him. Aizawa let his quirk fade, his hair falling back into place as he tilted his head curiously. Huh, he murmured. Yeah, huh? He was supposed to. Hisashi blinked, startled. Sho, what the hell? Why did you do that? Aizawa shrugged, standing up and brushing invisible lint off his pants. Just thought I just wanted to scare Deku a little. Kittens usually bolt when I do that. Hisashi's mouth fell open in indignation. What did I just say about him being in bandages and needing to stay still? You weren't listening to me at all. He grabbed a stack of papers and lightly tapped Aizawa on the chest before storming out of the room. Wait, Zashi, Aizawa called, quickly following after him and shutting the door behind them. The room was eerily quiet now, save for the muffled voices of the adults in the hallway, their words a dull hum that faded in the background, as if the world was moving on without him. Izuku sat frozen on the floor, facing the door, his small frame trembling uncontrollably. His heart raced with a panic that surged through him, suffocating him. Cloud and Sushi exchanged a glance before moving toward him. They padded over silently, their movements calm and measured, as if they were trying to reassure him, but it only made his isolation feel that much more unbearable. I'm sorry you guys got blamed for what I did, Izuku murmured, his eyes flickered toward the floor, avoiding the compassionate gaze of the cats. His ears drooped low, and his tail still wrapped in rough, clumsy bandages lay motionless behind him. He was a cat. A stupid cat. And it felt like the world was slipping farther and farther away from him. Sushi reached out a paw and gently placed it on Izuku's head. The size difference between them was stark, and Izuku could feel the weight of the gesture, the press of Sushi's paw making him feel even smaller, even more insignificant. Oh, you're worried about that? Sushi's voice was light, but it was tinged with something softer, something kind, and it only made the churning emptiness inside Izuku grow. Don't be. It's fine, really. Stop, Cloud cut in, his sharp voice cutting through the air like a blade as he swatted Sushi's paw away. Sushi blinked, startled by the force of it, but Cloud wasn't looking at him anymore. His eyes were soft, filled with a quiet intensity, as he leaned in toward Izuku. The green cat's eyes locked onto Izuku's with a tenderness that made the young boy want to sink deeper into the ground, to disappear from it all. What's really wrong, sweetheart? Cloud's voice was gentle, low, almost a whisper, but it wasn't enough to pull Izuku from the fog of panic that was overtaking him. The name, soft on his tongue, didn't reach his mind, maybe because he was too lost in something else, something darker. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, desperately trying to stop the tears from coming, trying to shut out the overwhelming sensations assaulting him. His body was trembling, shaking violently with each breath. The air felt too thick, too heavy, like it was suffocating him. His chest constricted painfully as if it were being crushed under an invisible weight. He couldn't get the words out, couldn't even breathe properly. His head spun, and his vision wavered, fading in and out as if the world around him were blurring, pulling away from him. He choked on the breath he was holding, the panic clawing its way up his throat. He barely noticed the frantic tremor in his voice as it came out in a strangled, breathless rush. I can't shift. Cloud blinked, confusion flickering on his face, but Izuku barely saw it. His sight was unsteady, and his heart raced so loud it drowned out everything else. It felt like the world was spinning faster and faster, and he was falling further away from it. His body felt wrong, the nausea rising from the pit of his stomach. He felt like he was drowning in his own fear. Cloud's voice reached him again, but it was distant, muffled, as if he were hearing it underwater. What? Izuku couldn't breathe, couldn't get enough air into his lungs. His chest was tight, painfully tight, his breaths shallow and frantic. His hands, his paws were shaking so violently that it felt like they might shatter, his body struggling to keep up with his panicked thoughts. The weight of the words felt unbearable, and they spilled out in a rapid, breathless stammer. Aizawa used his quirk. His quirk, it erases other quirks. It doesn't work on mutants, but... His throat tightened, and he felt the world tilt beneath him. He gasped for air, each breath ragged and shallow, unable to calm the storm inside him. But I'm not a mutant. I transform. I should have shifted. I should have gone back to normal. His chest heaved, each breath feeling like it wasn't enough, and the tears threatened to spill over, blurring his vision even more. He felt dizzy, nauseous, and the ground beneath him seemed to wobble. His mind raced, spiraling further with each terrifying thought. But I didn't, he whispered, barely able to get the words out. I didn't shift. I can't. He could hear his voice cracking with every word, and it only made the panic worse. He was failing. He was still stuck, still trapped in this cat's body, and there was nothing he could do to fix it. His heart thudded in his chest, each beat erratic and painful. His breath caught in his throat as the world spun faster, dizzying him. I am not human anymore. What if I never turn back? What if I'm stuck like this forever? What if I can't do anything anymore? What if I'm just a cat forever? Oh my God, oh my God. The words spilled out in a frantic, gasping cry, his chest trembling violently as he spoke, each breath a struggle. His vision wavered again, the world spinning around him, and his thoughts were spiraling out of control, the fear clawing at his insides. What if I can't hold a pencil again? What if I can't be who I was? What if I'm never me again? His body was trembling, the nausea rising in waves, and he could feel his heart in his throat. His breaths came in shallow, jagged bursts. The air felt too thin, the world felt too far away, and his body was betraying him. He couldn't stop shaking, couldn't stop the overwhelming wave of fear that crashed into him like a tidal wave. Oh God, he whispered, his voice barely audible through the trembling. What if I'm just a cat now? His breath hitched as his chest tightened further. His entire body felt as if it were vibrating with fear, his vision flickering like the last remnants of his grip on reality were slipping through his fingers. The room felt too small, too suffocating, and the panic was drowning him. Hey, calm down, Cloud's voice was there, but it felt like a distant echo. He heard it but couldn't focus. Take a deep breath. You're okay. Just breathe. But he couldn't. His chest burned, the air too thick to pull into his lungs. His vision was darkening at the edges, and his hands were trembling so violently that they couldn't hold on to anything. The panic was overwhelming, suffocating. His voice cracked, choked by the sobs clawing their way up his throat. Why didn't it work? Why didn't I change back? I can't. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't focus. His chest felt like it was being crushed, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, unable to stop the whirlwind of fear tearing through him. The world around him spun wildly, out of control, until he couldn't keep his balance any longer. His legs buckled, and with no strength left to stand, he crumpled to the ground, the world spinning violently. His breathing was frantic, shallow, and his body was completely uncooperative. He felt the heat of a soft touch against his side, but it barely registered. Everything was slipping away from him, and the last thought that pierced through the chaos was a terrible, hollow fear. What if he never turned back? What if he never became human again? And then, everything went black. This chapter text. Not even 10 steps away from the top floor, just as they were stepping out of the elevator, both Aizawa and Hizashi's watches buzzed urgently against their wrists. The sound was sharp, persistent, demanding attention. Both men instinctively glanced down, their tired eyes scanning the screens only to freeze as the readings sank in. The heart monitors for Cloud and Sushi had skyrocketed. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke, sharing a knowing look instead. The sudden spike in heart rate was a clear signal that something had happened. Something bad. Hizashi was the first to react. It's probably something to do with Deku, he said, already turning on his heel. I'll check it out, it could be important. Aizawa exhaled through his nose, rubbing the bridge of it before shaking his head. I'll go, he said. You have morning class. I have planning. You're gonna be late if you. I don't want to talk to you right now, Hizashi cut in sharply, his voice losing its usual warmth. And I won't be late if I run. His expression darkened. Not like I want you to be near the kitten after what you tried to do. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly, but before he could explain himself, Hizashi was already moving his work bag into his arms. There was no further discussion, no back and forth. Hizashi simply turned on his heel, storming back into the building, heading straight for the stairs. Aizawa sighed, rolling his eyes but making no effort to stop him. Instead, he adjusted the weight of his bag, continuing his walk forward at his usual sluggish pace. Hizashi, meanwhile, took the stairs 2 at a time. By the time Hizashi reached their dorm, his breathing was heavier than he'd have liked. He wasn't old by any means, but running up flights of stairs was a workout, even for a pro hero. He barely had time to compose himself before swinging open the door. The first thing he noticed was Sushi and Cloud, both of them meowing frantically at his feet. They were trying to grab at his legs, their tiny claws barely catching onto his pants as they pawed desperately at him. They looked fine, no injuries, no signs of distress, just frantic beyond belief. Hey, what's wrong? Hizashi asked, kneeling down for a second to scratch behind Sushi's ears. You two look like you just saw a ghost. What happened with Deku? They didn't stop meowing, didn't stop trying to get his pension. Hizashi's stomach twisted. His head snapped up, scanning the room. He expected the little guy to be hiding somewhere, tucked into the carrier or curled up in some small space like he usually did. But he wasn't. Instead, the small orange bundle of fur was in the middle of the living room. Completely still. Hizashi's heart jumped into his throat. Sheet. He was by Izuku's side in an instant, cradling the tiny kitten in his hands. The little thing was limp, his breathing so faint that for a terrifying second, Hizashi thought he wasn't breathing at all. His hands moved automatically, pressing 2 fingers carefully against the kitten's tiny chest. There was a pulse. Weak, barely there, but there. Come on, baby, Hizashi murmured, pressing Izuku closer to his chest, his own heart hammering wildly. He ran his fingers gently over the kitten's fur, checking for any signs of injury. The bandages were still intact, but Izuku felt too warm. His ears twitched as he muttered under his breath, thinking, I gotta take you to Chio, she'll know what to do. Chio wasn't a vet, but she had extensive experience dealing with people who had mutant-type quirks. If anyone could figure out what was wrong with a small, injured kitten in this short amount of time, it was her. Hizashi didn't waste another second. He bolted out the door, clutching the tiny kitten against his chest like he was the most precious thing in the world. Hizashi practically slammed his fist against the door of Recovery Girl's office. He didn't even wait for a response before bursting in, breathless and slightly disheveled. He was used to running, but running up several flights of stairs and then through the school was a different kind of exhaustion. Chio, seated behind her desk, raised an unimpressed brow at him. I did say, come in, young man, she quipped, setting down the paperwork she had been reviewing. Hizashi let out a breathless chuckle. Yeah, I know, sorry about that, he said quickly before stepping forward. Long story short, we're fostering a kitten. Chio's eyes flicked down to the small orange fluff in his arms, taking in the bandages wrapped around his tiny form. Hizashi continued, voice urgent. He was severely injured, we took him to the vet, had him checked out, and they didn't find anything wrong. But now he just collapsed. He ran a hand through his hair, his glasses slipping down his nose slightly. I don't get it. He was fine earlier. The vet said he was fine. And then Shota, ugh, don't even get me started, scared the poor thing half to death, and now this happens. Chio sighed through her nose, standing up and walking around her desk. Ah, so your husband has dragged yet another stray into your home, she mused, taking the small kitten from Hisashi's arms. Her voice carried its usual deadpan tone, but there was no true irritation behind it. You two really should stop picking up every cat and lost child you find. Hisashi snorted despite his worry. Look, we got a big heart, what can I say? Chio ignored the remark, setting Izuku gently on the exam table. She observed him carefully, placing a hand over his tiny body. You said the vet found nothing wrong? Yeah, Hisashi confirmed, crossing his arms. I mean, besides the obvious injuries. But his vitals were fine, they patched him up, gave us medicine for him, nothing major, nothing weird. Chio hummed thoughtfully, pressing 2 fingers gently against the kitten's side, checking his pulse. His heart rate is weak, but steady, she noted. That's a good sign. Hisashi chewed the inside of his cheek, watching anxiously as she worked. After a few more moments of quiet examination, she exhaled softly. I don't think this is a medical issue, she admitted. Not in the way you're thinking. Hisashi blinked. Then what is it? Chio looked at him over the rim of her glasses. Stress. Stress. Hisashi repeated, confused. Chio nodded. Kittens, especially ones with trauma, can suffer from stress-induced episodes. If he was scared badly enough, and his body is already weak from injuries, he could have easily passed out from sheer exhaustion and anxiety. Hisashi frowned, his mind flashing back to earlier. The way he had turned his head away, looking almost humanly ashamed. The way Izuku had reacted when Aizawa activated his quirk. A sinking feeling settled in his chest. What exactly did Shota do to him? Chio asked, raising a brow. Hisashi sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. You tried to scare him. Chio gave him a flat look. Not in a mean way. Hisashi added quickly. Just to see if he'd run, I guess. But he hesitated, looking down at the tiny kitten. He thought about the way Izuku always looked too human sometimes. The way he carried himself. The way he reacted. Hisashi swallowed. There was something more to this. But if his husband's quirk did not work then? Can you just run tests, even the answer was stress? Please. Chio hummed and worked with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been in her profession for decades. Hisashi watched closely, his fingers twitching at his sides, resisting the urge to hover too much. Next, she took a small tape measure from a drawer and carefully gauged the kitten's size, noting his weight and overall proportions. She murmured something under her breath about how light he was. Finally, she reached for a small, sterile needle so tiny it was barely more than a pinprick. She turned to Hisashi, her voice as calm as ever. Hold him steady. Hisashi obeyed, cradling Izuku in his hands as carefully as possible. The kitten barely stirred, his little ears twitching slightly as Chio gently pricked his paw. A small bead of blood welled up, and she pressed a cotton pad against it before transferring the sample onto a slide and into the machine beside her desk. Hisashi found himself holding his breath as the machine whirred, analyzing the sample before spitting out a small sheet of results. Took the printout and flipped through the papers, scanning the information with a critical eye. After a few moments of silence, she exhaled softly and set them down. He'll be fine, she said, her voice carrying a note of reassurance. As I said, there's no sign of malnutrition, and nothing in his blood seems out of the ordinary. His levels are stable, and nothing is flagging as unusual. Hisashi's shoulders sagged with relief, but Chio wasn't done. She tapped her fingers against the paper, glancing up at him with a knowing look. That said, you are feeding him milk with sleeping agents, correct? Hisashi blinked before chuckling awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. Guilty as charged, he admitted. Figured it was best for him while he was healing. Chio gave a small nod. Then that's likely part of it. If he's still recovering and gets startled badly enough, his body might just shut down for a moment. That plus whatever anxiety he's carrying is probably what caused the episode. That being said, if he keeps passing out regularly, please take him to an actual vet and not my clinic, yes. Hisashi let out a breathy laugh, nodding. Yeah, I gotcha. Noted. Just as the tension began to ease from his body, A knock at the door made both him and Chio glance toward it. The door creaked open, and a very tired-looking Aizawa peeked his head inside. "How is he?" Aizawa asked, his voice as monotone as ever, but Hisashi had known him long enough to hear the sliver of concern hidden beneath it. "Fine," Hisashi answered, crossing his arms over his chest. His relief quickly turned into a simmering irritation as he fixed his husband with a glare. "Look, you really shouldn't have scared him like." "Class starts in 3 minutes," Aizawa interrupted flatly. Hisashi groaned loudly, rolling his eyes. "Oh, come on." He turned, muttering under his breath as he reached for the door handle. "I still need to get everything ready." "Already did it," Aizawa said simply, watching as Hisashi paused mid-motion. Hisashi turned back, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. "You did?" Aizawa nodded. Hisashi pursed his lips before pointing at him, jabbing a finger in his direction. "You're still on thin ice today," he said, "but, thanks." And with that he walked out, closing the door behind him. With Hisashi gone, Aizawa stepped fully into the room, his gaze immediately flicking to the tiny kitten curled up on the examination table. Izuku still hadn't stirred much, his small chest rising and falling steadily. Chio, meanwhile, watched Aizawa with a raised brow. "So, where'd you pick up this one?" she asked dryly. "Let me guess, the trash? A tied-up bag that some horrible person abandoned? Pardonne cat." Aizawa sighed through his nose, moving toward the table. "Surprisingly, none of the above," he murmured. "This time, the kitten was left at our door." Chio's brow arched. "Left at your door?" Aizawa picked up the papers she had set down earlier, flipping through them as he continued. "Yeah, like someone just dropped him off. Maybe they saw our doorstep covered in cat stuff and thought it was free real estate." Chio chuckled, shaking her head. "Well, they weren't wrong," she mused. Aizawa hummed non-committally, still reading through the results. Chio watched him for a moment before adding, "By the way, your husband nearly scared me half to death barging in here. Does that man have a volume dial anywhere, or is it permanently broken?" Aizawa flipped another page without looking up. "Trust me, I've tried finding it." Chio smirked slightly before stretching her arms over her head. But as she settled back into her seat, she noticed something off about Aizawa's posture. He looked more pensive than usual, his gaze lingering on the kitten longer than necessary. She tilted her head. "Something on your mind?" Aizawa was silent for a moment. He glanced from the papers back to the sleeping kitten, his expression unreadable. Finally he spoke. "Do you have one of those blood tests that check for quirks?" Chio blinked, caught off guard by the request. "The quirk-identifying tests?" Aizawa nodded once. She studied him carefully before crossing her arms. "You do know how expensive those are, right?" Aizawa met her gaze without hesitation. "I do." Chio exhaled through her nose, tapping her fingers against her desk. "And you really want to run one on a kitten?" Aizawa's grip on the papers tightened slightly. His eyes flickered back down to Izuku, his expression unreadable. "Yeah," he murmured. "I do." Aizawa barely blinked as he stared at Chio, his expression unreadable as he made his request. "UA makes millions," he stated plainly. "One missing test isn't going to make a difference. This is important." Chio sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. "You know, I do keep track of inventory, Sho." Aizawa didn't waver. He simply waited, his gaze steady. Chio exhaled, then finally relented. "Yes, actually, I have one left," she admitted, pushing herself up from her chair. "I ordered a new packet that should be coming in soon. But let's be clear, I'm not handing these out to every stray cat you and your husband pick up. These are for students." "I wouldn't ask if it wasn't necessary," Aizawa said simply. She shot him a look but didn't argue, instead making her way over to a tall cabinet. The box she needed was on one of the highest shelves, forcing her to grab a stool. "You know how expensive these are," she muttered, climbing up and reaching inside. "The technology in them isn't something you just waste on a whim." Aizawa remained silent, watching as she pulled down a sleek, silver case. Inside was a specialized needle, sleek and filled with microtechnology designed to analyze the subject's quirk at a molecular level. It was capable of detecting whether the individual had a mutation-based quirk, one that permanently altered their physical form, or a transformation-based quirk, which allowed them to switch between states. The tests were typically reserved at UA for extreme cases, situations where quirks locked up, students lost control, or transformations spiraled into instability. The readings could determine whether someone had been permanently altered, if they needed help regaining control, or, in some cases, whether there was still a person behind the animal. They weren't used lightly. Chiyo carefully prepped the needle before taking another small blood sample from Izuku. The kitten barely stirred, still too deep in unconsciousness to react. With practiced precision, she handed the device to Aizawa. "It's not my place to know what this is for, is it?" she murmured. Aizawa shook his head. "No." She didn't press. She simply nodded, stepping back as Aizawa waited for the reading. The machine began its work, the soft beeping filling the quiet room. Beep, beep, beep. The result flashed on the screen. Aizawa's lower lip twitched downward as he read it. His gaze darkened, his grip tightening around the device. Chiyo studied him carefully. "And?" Aizawa exhaled. "Reads negative." Chiyo arched a brow. "So, not a mutation nor a transformation quirk, then?" She stares at Izuku. "He's as normal as it gets when it comes to being in cat." Aizawa discarded the used needle, slipping the plastic reading into his pocket. His voice was even, almost detached, but his fingers twitched slightly as he pocketed it. "Going to tell Hisashi?" Chiyo asked, though the smirk in her voice suggested she already knew the answer. Aizawa let out a slow breath, adjusting the blankets over Izuku as he placed him back into the carrier, an extra he had at his class. The small kitten barely stirred, buried under soft layers of warmth. "I'll show him," Aizawa murmured. "So he'll finally stop repeating that this kitten is the kid I've been trying to find." Chiyo hummed in amusement. "You should know by now, Sho Hisashi's gut feeling is almost always right." Aizawa ignored the comment, instead lifting the carrier with one hand. "Thank you," he muttered, already turning to leave. "Anytime," Chiyo said, watching him carefully. As he walked away, she noticed the way his fingers twitched around the handle of the carrier, the way his other hand tightened around the pen in his pocket. Aizawa was rarely shaken, but something about this had rattled him. Izuku stirred groggily, blinking slowly as his body registered the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him. His small limbs felt heavy, his breathing slow, and his thoughts came sluggishly, like they were pushing through thick fog. "Where am I?" Then, it came back to him in hazy flashes. The panic. The realization. The suffocating terror of knowing that he hadn't transformed when Aizawa used his quirk. He had passed out. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. He didn't want to think about it. "But I have to," a small voice inside him whispered. "I can't just ignore this." He was stuck. His entire body screamed at him that something was wrong. His quirk, his transformation, was supposed to be reversible. He should have turned back the second Aizawa erased it. But he didn't. Izuku's tiny claws twitched against the blankets wrapped around him. His breathing hitched slightly, but he was too drained to spiral into another panic attack. The fear was still there, coiled in his chest like a heavy weight, but his exhaustion kept it at bay. He was scared, terrified, because now he had proof. Proof that he wasn't just too weak to shift. Proof that he wasn't just tired, or injured, or stressed. His quirk, his own body, was betraying him. And yet, despite everything, he was still too scared to do anything about it. Too scared to act human enough for Aizawa or Hisashi to suspect. Too scared to reveal himself. Because if he did, then what? What if he told them, and they didn't believe him? What if they did believe him, but they were angry that he'd been lying, that he had deceived them, that he had hidden from them even after they'd taken him in? And worse, what if they wanted him gone? Izuku curled in on himself, his tiny paws pressing against his chest. For so long, he had convinced himself that no one cared. That no one was looking for him. That he had been forgotten. But now he knew that wasn't true. Aizawa had been looking for him. Hisashi had been joking about him being in the lion's den, but the joke had been real, hadn't it? He was in the lion's den. He was the kid Aizawa had spent months trying to find. Hisashi had been right. And yet, Aizawa had never believed him. Maybe I'm just too weak, Izuku thought bitterly, his eyes glassy. That's all. My quirk is a transformation quirk from a human to a cat. His mind latched onto the reasoning like a lifeline. Or is it? A sickening wave of doubt twisted in his stomach. He had no point of reference. Neither of his parents had a quirk like his, so he had to train alone. He had to figure it out on his own. Had he ever truly understood how his quirk worked? Yeah, that's it, he thought, his breathing shallow. I'm just weak to the point that I can't shift. That's all this is. He clung to the thought like a shield, like a desperate attempt to keep himself from spiraling further. He was fine. He was just tired. He was not losing his mind. He was not coping poorly. He was not trying to stop himself from panicking all over again. He was fine. He was fine. He was fine. And if he kept repeating that to himself, maybe just maybe he'd believe it. The tight wraps around Izuku's small body held him firm, grounding him as he forced himself to take a deep breath. In and out, in and out. He had been through worse, much worse. Being stuck as a kitten with all his needs taken care of shouldn't be this bad. At least, that's what he tried to convince himself. And if it really came down to it, he could always try something drastic like grabbing a pen with his mouth and writing something only a human could. Or doing something no ordinary cat would ever think of doing. Yeah, if I have to, I'll do it. Another breath. Deep breath. Then out. He shifted slightly, adjusting his position as he peered through the mesh of the carrier. Something felt different. This wasn't the same carrier he had been in before. The material was unfamiliar, the space slightly larger, the scent of the room entirely new. Have I really gotten so used to being in a carrier that I can tell the difference? Izuku shoved that thought aside, not wanting to acknowledge the growing acceptance of his situation. Instead, he focused on his surroundings. There was rustling, coughing, the scratching of pens against notebooks. And then Aizawa's voice, low and steady, speaking more than Izuku was used to hearing. He squinted through the mesh, trying to make sense of where he was. Wait, does this? His breath hitched slightly as realization struck. He was in a classroom. Aizawa had brought him to class. His green eyes darted around, squinting further to make out the students seated at their desks. And then his heart nearly stopped. Kitten. He was right there. Almost at the front, sitting in the corner, looking as grumpy and intense as ever. His signature scowl was in place, his posture rigid but still relaxed in that way only Katsuki Bakugo could manage. Izuku felt his ears twitch involuntarily, his tail giving the smallest flick under the blankets. Some students were already sneaking glances at the carrier, whispering among themselves. He realized with a pang of embarrassment that he must have slept through the entire class slept through their inevitable gawking at the sight of a kitten on Aizawa's desk. He took another deep breath. Then out. The last thing he wanted was to let his mind spiral again, not after everything that had already happened today. His thoughts briefly flickered to Sushi and Cloud. He hoped he hadn't made them panic too much earlier. They had only been trying to help, and he had ignored them, let himself fall into a full-blown panic attack. But they wouldn't blame him for it. With enough shifting, he managed to slip out of the tight wraps of the blankets. He sat up, taking a moment just for himself. He stretched his tiny paws out in front of him, then clenched them, making his claws extend. The cuts that had once marred his forearms had healed by now. His body felt stronger. He was eating regularly. He wasn't starving anymore, wasn't weak from malnutrition. So why am I still stuck? He was healed, wasn't he? Sure, his tail was still a bit messed up, but compared to how he was when he first transformed, he was practically good as new. So why couldn't he shift back? Before he could spiral further, the bell rang. Izuku blinked, startled. Wait, already? He had been asleep for longer than he realized. This wasn't a lunch bell or a signal for an activity change, this was the final bell. The one that meant students were heading back to their dorms. A murmur of excitement rippled through the class as students packed up their things. Some were already making their way toward Aizawa's desk, their eyes gleaming with interest as they peered toward the carrier. Izuku's heart stuttered. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. He quickly burrowed back under the blankets, making himself as small as possible. He didn't want to deal with this. He didn't want their attention. But the students were already pressing forward, their voices bubbling with excitement. Professor Aizawa, we should take him to our dorm today. Yeah, please. We'll take good care of him. He'd boost our morale if we could play with him after a long day of training. Just for a few hours? Sensei, please? Izuku could hear them gathering around, their eager voices overlapping as they tried to plead their case. There's no way Aizawa would agree to this, Izuku thought firmly. He wouldn't let them take me. Aizawa let out a long, tired sigh, and Izuku braced himself for the inevitable dismissal. And then, Bakugo, Aizawa said flatly. You're in charge of the cat for the day. Izuku's brain short-circuited. What? The excited chattering around them came to a screeching halt. Several students looked between Aizawa and Bakugo in open shock, their previous enthusiasm draining away. Katsuki himself, who had just slung his bag over his shoulder, froze mid-motion. His red eyes snapped toward Aizawa, his expression twisting in sheer disbelief. The hell did you just say? Aizawa didn't bother repeating himself. He was already organizing his papers, showing no interest in elaborating further. You heard me. Izuku's ears flattened against his head, his tail twitching as he huddled deeper into the blankets. No. The students tried to argue, voices overlapping in protest. Wait, why him? That's not fair. He's gonna scare the poor thing. Katsuki is not exactly gentle. He doesn't even like cats. Through all the commotion, Izuku peeked out from his blanket cocoon just enough to see Katsuki's face. He looked shocked. The latter's entire body radiated irritation, his scowl deepening as his eye twitched. But maybe, just maybe, his anger wasn't solely directed at Izuku. Perhaps it was the realization that he'd have to deal with the entire world fawning over him not because of who he was, but simply because he was holding a kitten. You can't be serious, he growled. Aizawa barely spared him a glance. If you don't want to do it, I can always give him to. No! Katsuki snapped, cutting him off immediately. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Fine. Whatever. Izuku shrank further into the blankets, his mind racing. Katsuki was taking him, did that mean he would have to stay in the dorms, surrounded by kids his own age? This was a nightmare. Aizawa finally zipped up the carrier and handed it over to the blonde. Don't lose him, he said simply. Katsuki held the carrier in one hand like it was an annoying grocery bag. He let out a slow, agitated breath through his nose before muttering under his breath. This is gonna be such a pain in the butt with the other extras. Izuku buried his face in his paws. Yeah, buddy, he thought miserably. You have no idea. Aizawa leaned back against his chair, holding his phone to his ear as he spoke in a low, tired voice. I want more research done on transformation quirks. Specifically, I need information on whether quirks can have a lock option. There was silence on the other end for a brief moment before the voice on the line responded, intrigued. Lock option? As in what happens if someone gets stuck in their transformation? Aizawa hummed in response, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Exactly. I see. That's a pretty specific inquiry. You thinking of something in particular? Before Aizawa could answer, a knock at his office door made him glance up. He sighed, shifting the phone slightly. I'll call you back. All right, I'll start looking into it. Aizawa ended the call with a sharp press of his thumb, dropping the phone onto his desk just as the door swung open. Hello. Hisashi called out as he stepped inside, voice a little less energetic than usual. He looked just as drained as Aizawa felt. Grading papers and dealing with kids all day would do that to a person. But despite his fatigue, there was something in his eyes as he moved forward, eyes flickering around the room. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Not even going to greet your husband properly? Hisashi barely paid him any mind, making a beeline toward the table, searching for something or someone. I'm still mad at you, Hisashi said flatly, his gaze sweeping over the desk. Where's Deku? Aizawa watched as his husband scanned the room, even going so far as to glance behind the desk where his sleeping bag usually lay. But there was no small, breathing lump curled up inside. Hisashi. Nothing. Hisashi, look at me. Where is he? Hizashi asked again, now moving toward the bookshelves as if expecting to find a tiny orange kitten nestled between the stacks. Aizawa sighed, setting his pen down and rubbing his temples. He's with Bakugo. That got Hizashi's attention. He stopped mid-step, his head snapping toward Aizawa, his eyes narrowing. Excuse me? Aizawa didn't even flinch. He simply turned back toward his desk and continued grading papers, feigning disinterest. He's with Bakugo. He's staying there overnight. Hizashi blinked once. Twice. And then he placed both hands on Aizawa's desk, leaning down just enough to properly glare at his husband. May I ask why? There was a tightness in his voice now, restraint that barely kept his frustration in check. Aizawa could already tell this was going to be the reason he either got to sleep in bed tonight or found himself exiled to the couch. To his credit, Hizashi was still standing there, which meant he wasn't mad enough to storm out yet. Maybe he was waiting to hear Aizawa's reasoning, hoping for some logic to poke holes into before he left in righteous fury. Aizawa sighed. Can you just listen? Oh, I'm listening, babe. I'm listening real hard, Hizashi shot back, crossing his arms. Because last time I checked, sending a traumatized kitten into a dorm full of unrestrained teenagers isn't exactly the best way to help him relax. Hizashi. No, don't Hizashi me, he interrupted, throwing his arms up before pacing back and forth in front of Aizawa's desk. They're going to touch him. They're going to treat him like some cute little stuffed animal. You do remember that one of the reasons he passed out in the first place was stress, right? And you think sending him there won't stress him out even more? Aizawa remained silent, letting Hizashi get it out of his system. When he finally stopped pacing and turned back toward him, Aizawa met his glare with a calm look. He started, I know Bakugo. We know Bakugo. The moment he got to his dorm, he went straight to his room, something I confirmed personally with Ida. He leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the desk. Hizashi narrowed his eyes but said nothing. 2. Aizawa continued, watching as his words sank in, Bakugo is pulling his hair out over what's currently happening in his life. That kid is going through some serious stress, and he's barely holding it together. He exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. I just wanted him to have one night with something that doesn't remind him of how much his world is falling apart. Hizashi finally stopped his relentless pacing, his sharp gaze locked on Aizawa. The tension in the room was thick, but Aizawa didn't flinch. He knew exactly how his husband would react, of course. Hizashi would be protective. He always was. But Aizawa also knew that once the logic was laid out, once Hizashi understood the reasoning behind it, he'd see the situation for what it was. This wasn't recklessness. It was a calculated choice. Deku's not scared of Katsuki, Aizawa reminded. Remember? He got away from your hands just to run to him. Even after everything. Hizashi opened his mouth, perhaps to argue, but nothing came out. He knew Aizawa was right. Deku, trembling and overwhelmed, had still chosen to crawl out of Hizashi's arms just to bury himself against Bakugo. The boy had picked the kitten like he was something precious, something that kept him grounded. And Deku hadn't run, hadn't flinched. They need each other, Aizawa continued. It's not like anyone's going to try sneaking into Bakugo's room without permission. Not unless they want to deal with the aftermath. He gave Hizashi a pointed look. Explosion quirk. Consequences or not. Animal therapy, then? Hizashi shot back, though the bite in his voice was already dulling. And, Aizawa nodded, because we both have work. You've got your podcast tomorrow night, yeah? My vigilante shifts start up again late too. What happens if something goes wrong while we're gone? If something happens to Deku and we're not there to help him? That hit harder. Hizashi frowned, his jaw clenching, but he didn't respond right away. Because I know for sure, his voice dipping lower, Sushi and Cloud don't have thumbs. That earned a sharp glare from Hizashi, but Aizawa pressed on. They can't open medkits. They can't call anyone. They can't drive to a vet. But if Deku gets used to being around Bakugo, if he starts trusting him, then, if we're not around, at least there's someone who can do all those things well except drive, but he can get the help he needs. Hizashi shifted his weight. And if we ever need to leave in a hurry? If something comes up and we have to go out unexpectedly? If Deku is used to Bakugo and the others, it won't hit him as hard. It won't be such a big stressor. They'll be familiar faces. Aizawa held Hisashi's gaze, watching the subtle way his expression softened. There was still resistance there, but the fight had drained from it. Lastly, Aizawa added, Deku has to get used to people. At some point he needs to be desensitized. Otherwise, every little thing is going to spike his anxiety. He'll be skittish forever, and that's not good for him. Not physically, not mentally. A long pause followed. Aizawa let the words settle. You can pick him up in the morning, Aizawa finally said, his tone gentle. You've got planning instead of classes, right? Go check on him. Make sure he's okay. I even sent Bakugo instructions on how to feed him. Provided Kitten food and everything. There was a compromise. The one thing Hisashi needed to hear. He could accept the situation, but he wouldn't be kept out of the loop. He'd have his own reassurance. Is that good enough? Aizawa asked. Hisashi didn't answer right away. But Aizawa saw the exact moment he relented. His shoulders slumped ever so slightly, the tension that had been keeping him rigid finally loosening. Even Hisashi had to admit how much Bakugo's demeanor shifted the second Deku had been placed in his arms. He sighed. You're right, Hisashi muttered begrudgingly. But I am checking on him. No exceptions. First thing tomorrow. Aizawa nodded. Fine by me. That settled, he began gathering the last of his papers. The day had drained him, and the thought of grading one more essay was enough to make his eye twitch. I'll finish these at home, Aizawa said, slipping the papers into his bag. But as he moved, his hand brushed against something in his pocket, the pen. His thumb ghosted over it, the object far heavier than it should have been. It wasn't the physical weight, of course. It was everything it represented. About Midoriya, Aizawa began, trailing off slightly. Hisashi glanced over, still standing by the desk. You know, Aizawa swallowed, forcing the words out before he could think twice. For a second, I thought you were right. There was. Hisashi didn't respond immediately, but his eyes remained locked on Aizawa, waiting. The moment you joked about it, you saying maybe the kid was the cat, he said. Quietly, I thought, he trailed off. He knew Hisashi had already heard it before. He had repeated the same concern, the same paranoia, like a broken record. But even so, Hisashi listened now like it was the first time. Because that's what he did. He listened. That Deku was, in fact, the kid I've been looking for all this time. Aizawa's hands moved methodically, gathering the last of his papers and slipping them into his bag. His quirk is transformation, Aizawa began. Now, is it just a feline? A dog? A cat? We don't know. He slung the bag over his shoulder, pausing only to glance at Hisashi. Quirks aren't species-specific until a child becomes a teenager, in case of any late changes. So all we know is that he transforms. He adjusted the strap of his bag before continuing. But then I used my quirk. His brow furrowed slightly. And nothing happened. Hisashi crossed his arms. And then, Aizawa's hand slid into his pocket, fingers brushing against the faint outline of the quirk pen. Then I used a quirk pen. Hisashi's mouth opened, disbelief flashing across his face. Those quirk pens? Chio let you use one on a cat. He shook his head. But, because I jokingly told you to? You know how. Expensive, Aizawa interrupted flatly. She gave me the whole spiel too. He exhaled sharply. But it's negative. Hisashi blinked. Negative. The cat didn't test positive for any quirk reading. Aizawa's eyes met his husband's, meaning he's not a human who might have transformed into an animal. He shifted his bag further onto his shoulder. He's just a normal kitten. As normal as it gets. Just very awkward. Hisashi stared for a moment, as if waiting for some clarification, but when none came, he finally let out a dry snort. In some cases, I'm happy that's true. Can you imagine if he had been a human? He grimaced, running a hand through his hair. We would have been force-feeding him milk. Aizawa blinked at that, then gave a short nod. Yeah. And taking him to the vet. Hisashi scoffed. though there was a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. And making him use a litter box. I'd never want to face him again if he'd been a human. Aizawa finally snorted at that, the mental image far too ridiculous to ignore. Agreed. And if off. Katsuki's voice boomed through the hallway, his palm slamming the dorm door shut with enough force to rattle the hinges. The muffled protests from behind it quickly faded, though he could still hear the murmurs, the endless, infuriating voices of his classmates. Just a peek. Let us see the kitten, Bakugo. We won't touch him, promise. As if he gave a DMN. Their promises meant nothing. If they didn't want to lose their fingers, they'd keep them far away from his door. Katsuki didn't hesitate as he turned the lock, the distinct click sealing him off from the rest of them. The weight of it settled in his chest, relief, irritation, maybe a bit of both. He hated people. Especially nosy ones. The carrier sat on the floor, the mesh door facing up. Katsuki's hands hovered above it for a second. The sound of his own breathing filled the room. Then, with a grumble, he unlatched the top and reached inside. Come on, he muttered, though his voice lacked its usual bite. His hand slipped under the tiny frame, lifting Izuku with ease. The kitten weighed next to nothing, his small body trembling slightly under Katsuki's touch. He could feel the delicate bones beneath the fluff, the warmth of the little body radiating through his palm. Careful. He had to be careful. Without much thought, Katsuki lowered him to the floor, his fingers lingering just a little longer than necessary before pulling away. Izuku's legs wobbled as he tried to stand, but it was a futile effort. His limbs buckled and he collapsed, belly flat against the floor. The trembling didn't stop. Well, Katsuki muttered, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. There you have it. The silence stretched. Izuku didn't move. His green eyes darted cautiously around the room, taking in everything: the scattered laundry Katsuki hadn't bothered to deal with, the crumpled hero magazines on the desk, the dumbbell set pushed against the corner. The faint smell of burnt fabric lingered, no doubt from one of Katsuki's recent experiments. My room, Katsuki grumbled. It's usually not messy at all. I used to clean up before bed, but then the hag started calling me and talking nonsense, and I just couldn't be bothered to do anything. Why am I talking to a cat? He muttered, glancing down at the kitten. No clue why the guy put me in charge of you. Maybe it's some kind of emergency? Hell if I know. He quickly turned away, trying to ignore the intense stare he could still feel on him. He needed to keep moving. Keep busy. Without another word, Katsuki yanked open his closet, grabbing a loose t-shirt and sweatpants. The uniform had been suffocating all day. He wanted to breathe. He stripped down with practiced ease, tossing the UA blazer onto the growing pile of discarded clothes. Behind him, Izuku remained where he was, limbs sprawled out on the floor. He wasn't trembling quite as badly, but his breathing was still shallow, his ears flicking at even the smallest noise. The silence in the room was nearly unbearable. And yet, Katsuki said nothing. Then it hit Izuku. This is Kaken's room. The thought echoed endlessly in Izuku's mind, louder than anything else. The anxiety that had been threatening to crush him mere moments ago dimmed, replaced by something else, something heavy and bittersweet. He had spent so long imagining what this space might look like. The posters, the mess, the undeniable scent of smoke that clung to everything Katsuki touched. It was all so painfully familiar and yet entirely new. He wasn't supposed to be here. Not like this. But here I am. Izuku's paws twitched slightly, the faintest spark of energy finally returning to his limbs. He wanted to stand. To move. To say something, anything. But the words remained trapped. And so he stayed still, the floor cool beneath him as he tried to steady his racing heart. Katsuki, still half distracted as he folded his discarded uniform, didn't notice the way Izuku's gaze never left him. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. But maybe, just maybe, it wasn't so bad. Maybe, in some way, Katsuki needed Izuku too. He felt calmer now, able to fold his clothes and put them away without the usual jittery feeling, his fingers no longer twitching with the impulse to set something on fire. Izuku's heart wasn't racing either, and as Katsuki yanked his shirt down, his spiky hair popping out as he switched out of his shirt, He huffed and glanced at the time. I gotta shower and eat and do my homework up here. But I'll eat up here. And make you your. He stomped over to the cat carrier, pulling out both liquid and solid food, his eyes scanning a note that made him hum thoughtfully. Izuku shuddered, his tiny cat form curling up at the thought. He couldn't even begin to imagine the embarrassment of having his best friend feed him milk from a bottle. He was strong enough for solids. He knew that. They'd be right back. Don't poop anywhere. I'll have Ponytail Girl make you a real litter box. Katsuki's voice was rough as he fished out a makeshift tiny litter box from the carrier. Izuku's stomach churned. No way, he thought. But then, as Katsuki grabbed a towel from the closet and started heading for the door, Izuku perked up. Wait. Where are you going? He mewed, but the words only came out as an adorable, helpless sound. Katsuki shut the door behind him with a thud. Izuku sat there, trying to cope with the situation. It's okay. This is okay, he told himself. I'll have time to look around, see Kaken's interests. I just need to find the good in things. Just then, the door creaked open again. For a moment, Izuku thought maybe Katsuki had forgotten something, so he glanced back. What he saw made his heart nearly stop. Red hair, yellow hair, and black hair, 3 people standing in the doorway, eyes locked on him, hands already reaching out. They must have used Katsuki's code to enter. No. Just like that, just as simple, cruel, ridiculous as that he went from feeling safe for the first time in what felt like months, to this. That fragile moment of peace he'd found in Kaken's room? Shattered. Crushed like glass under a boot. Izuku had barely started calming down. His breathing had evened out. His body had stopped trembling. He was in Kaken's room, a place that had once felt like a dream and now, even if awkward, was quiet, still is. But all that disappeared the moment the door had slammed open and they came in. His body reacted before his mind could. Panic surged through him like a shockwave. He scrambled backward across the hardwood floor, his tiny claws trying to dig in for traction. But they'd been trimmed, of course they had. He couldn't get a grip. The legs skittered in place, like some pathetic cartoon animal trying to run from danger but going nowhere. Get under the bed, he thought. Get away, move. But he didn't make it. A blur of red hair jumped into his vision, and the entire floor shook as the person landed heavily. Before Izuku could even attempt to dodge, 2 large hands wrapped around him. Got him. The sound was cheerful, like they were proud of catching him. Proud of tackling a trembling kitten. Izuku felt the full weight of the hands under his front legs, lifting him like a plush toy. The red-haired teen didn't squeeze too hard, thankfully, but the strength was there. He was held firmly, like something precious but entirely not his to grab. Poor they. Why are they here? Why are they touching me? He mewled, loud and desperate, the sound crackling with fear as he twisted in the teen's hands. His body jerked, but he was too tired, too small, too exhausted to fight back properly. Sheet, the redhead muttered, eyes widening as he stared down at the bundle of orange fluff now hyperventilating in his hands. His heartbeat is going like 100 beats per second. Maybe we shouldn't. But look at him, said another voice too close, too loud. It belonged to a blonde. Izuku turned his head just enough to see the second intruder reaching for him, fingers wiggling. He's so tiny, aren't you? Izuku hissed, ears flattened, his tail twitching wildly in panic. He swatted at the hand, but the motion was weak, pathetic, really, and his paw slapped uselessly against the air. Yeah, but Sensei assigned the cat to Katsuki. Another voice chimed in, black-haired this time, clearly uncomfortable. The guy's a cat freak. What if he realizes we hurt the kitten? We'll get expelled. If we hurt him, sure, the blonde said, dismissive. But he doesn't look hurt. We're just gonna show him around. You know Katsuki wouldn't even let us peek if we asked. Fine, the redhead muttered, shifting his grip. But we gotta be quick. He hated it. Hated all of it. He tried to wriggle free, but one hand was placed beneath his while the other pressed him against the teen's chest like a baby. His body slumped forward involuntarily, his head thumping softly against the redhead's warm skin. He was too tired. Too overwhelmed. His heart was racing, and his thoughts were spiraling out of control. Kaken. Aizawa. Hizashi. Sushi. Please. Someone save me. Oh, dude, the blonde exclaimed. We should ask Momo to make a costume for him. What? The redhead frowned. Dude, he's wheezing. He lifted Izuku slightly, holding him close to his ear. Are kittens supposed to wheeze like this? He's not reacting, the black-haired teen pointed out, now clearly concerned. Cowboy hat. Or an all-might onesie, the blonde added with way too much enthusiasm. That did it. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, his head still slumped against the redhead's collarbone. An all-might onesie? The one with the yellow ears? The blue suit and the ridiculous little red boots? He wouldn't mind that. What the hell is he thinking? His thoughts were melting together, blurring. He wasn't thinking clearly. Everything felt too much. Their voices, the touch, the movement, the heat, the sheer wrongness of it all. He knew, deep down, he wasn't just a cat. And even if he had been a normal kitten, this would have been wrong. This is wrong. Everything about this was wrong. He wasn't a cat to be dressed up. He wasn't a toy to be passed around. This wasn't how you approached an animal, let alone one showing visible signs of distress. You approach slowly. You let them come to you. You offer a treat. You let them sniff your hand, see you're safe. You don't grab them, wrestle them, ignore every cry, hiss, or tremble because you think it's cute. Izuku was wheezing, hissing, frozen in fear. His entire body was screaming no. And they just kept talking, planning, laughing. He hoped no, begged that someone out there was watching. That someone saw what was happening and realized just how awful this was. These weren't bad kids, maybe, but they were careless, thoughtless, arrogant enough to think their actions didn't matter. These kids wanted to be heroes. And here he was, stuck, helpless, wishing for nothing more than a little kindness. A little understanding. All he wanted was to feel safe again. Izuku should have known. Really, he should have expected it. Teenagers were still teenagers, no matter how much training they got, no matter how prestigious the school. And if there was one universal weakness teenagers had, it was kittens. It didn't matter how loud he hissed, how much he glared, or how violently his bandaged tail flicked in protest. None of it mattered against the tide of eager hands and that followed him like a curse. He tried to dodge. He really did. But he was just too small, too tired, and too smothered in the arms of a red-haired boy named Kirishima, a name he'd picked up after being passed around like a plushie at a mall claw machine. The redhead was fine, comparatively. He held Izuku carefully at least, his grip firm but not painful. But that didn't matter when everyone else around them was an unrelenting force of chaos. Fingers scratched at the top of Izuku's head, tickled behind his ears, touched his paws. He hated it. Hated it. Where the hell was Aizawa? Where was Hizashi? This had to break like 20 school rules. He hoped Aizawa made them write punishment lines 100. No, 4 pages. He didn't care. Just make them suffer. Please. He learned names in passing, blurted out in jokes and casual conversation. Kirishima was the redhead. Hanta was the black-haired one with the awkward laugh. And the blonde? The one who was probably the root of all of this? Hey, Momo. Denki called cheerfully, striding toward a girl sitting by the window. Momo looked down at Kirishima's arms, her sharp, intelligent eyes softening when she caught sight of the squirming, miserable ball of orange fur. He looked stressed, she observed calmly. No sheet, Izuku thought bitterly. Yeah, Denki waved her concern away with a grin. We just wanted to show the class before we take him back. You know how Katsuki is when it comes to sharing. He's right, Hanta mumbled behind him, eyes darting toward the hallway like he expected Bakugo to explode through the wall any second. Anyway, Denki continued, we were wondering if you could make him some tiny costumes? You know, like a gift or something. Momo hesitated. I don't know. He looks like he hates being held. Dressing him up might just upset him more. God bless you, Izuku thought, locking eyes with her, praying she could read the sheer desperation in his gaze. But Denki wasn't done. Come on, imagine him in a little outfit. The pointy ears. What if he gets cold? Momo glanced back at Izuku, and his eyes screamed please no. But she sighed. Defeated. Okay. Her hands glowed, and the familiar energy of her creation quirk sparked to life. Izuku whined, a low, pathetic noise bubbling in his throat. Dress him up. Humiliate him. Whatever. As long as it meant they'd be done, as long as they'd stop passing him around like a stress ball. As long as he never had to see them again. He'd take the dumb onesie. Hell, he'd even take the hat. His ears flattened into that airplane position again, tail tucked, fur bristling. He could feel the stress crawling under his skin, digging in like claws. If this had been a good experience, if they had approached him right, let him sniff their hands, let him choose, he could have appreciated the dorms. Could have seen the cozy couches, the bulletin boards with sticky notes. But instead, he was trapped in a new layer of anxiety. A stress so thick it made his heart hammer and his breath come out in wheezes. He was learning new traumas, collecting them like trading cards. Social anxiety stress overstimulation edition. He wanted it to be tomorrow already. Wanted Aizawa to storm in and assign so many essays they'd have to cancel clubs for a week. From the corner of his eye, he spotted another student different from the others. He had a mutation quirk, his features soft and slightly animalistic, but his expression was calm. He just watched. No reaching. No prodding. No noise. He didn't even try to get close. For the first time, Izuku tried something desperate. Help, he mewled, soft and panicked. The boy's eyes widened, and he jumped. He scrambled out of the common area, disappearing before Izuku could see where he'd gone. But before he could even hope that kid had gone to get help. Why does he look like he's planning something? Hanta said, suddenly leaning down, his big head filling Izuku's entire field of vision. Izuku recoiled instinctively, paws slapping upward in defense. He missed. And then, to his absolute horror, he was shifted again. They grabbed his hips, stretching his back legs out. So his toe beans were exposed. He's scared, Denki cooed. Look, his tail's tucked between his legs. Horrible. Rotten. Absolute villains. Then, the onesie was placed on him. His front paws were shoved through the soft blue fabric, leaving only his belly fur exposed. The cap was next. A little hat with the unmistakable shape of All Might's ears. He should hate it. He wants to hate it. But he doesn't. Not completely. He loves All Might. He loves onesies. They made him feel safe back when his mom would dress him in them after a bath. And for 1 second, he felt a flicker of warmth in his chest. But then he remembered who had put it on him. How it happened. And he hated them. What is going on here? The voice cracked like lightning. Everyone froze. And Izuku? Izuku let out the biggest sigh of his tiny life. Everyone turned at once. The dorm common room fell into a hush that wasn't quite silence, more like the collective inhale before an explosion. And sure enough, there he was. Katsuki Bakugo, standing at the edge of the hallway, half-dressed and completely soaked, still dripping from the shower he had barely gotten 7 minutes into. His blonde hair was flattened against his forehead, beads of water rolling down his bare shoulders and chest. He wore nothing but his sweatpants, hastily thrown on, and even they clung wetly to his hips, water darkening the waistband. He wasn't even wearing a shirt. His jaw clenched as he scanned the room, his red eyes locking in immediately on the source of the sharp, panicked mewl. Izuku. Izuku mewled again. He was still in that ridiculous onesie, held up awkwardly like a toy, arms limp, hat askew. The All Might cap sat crooked on his head, and his eyes, those big green eyes, were wide with fear and shame. Katsuki's eyes went from the kitten to the 3 students around him, Kirishima, Denki, and Hanta, then to the costume, then back to the kitten. His face didn't change. No shouting. No cursing. Just quiet. Too quiet. And Izuku knew that when Katsuki went silent, something was going to break. What? Katsuki stepped forward, slowly, his feet making a slick sound against the floor. Did you do to him? The words came out low, almost whispered. But it was the kind of whisper that made everyone in the room freeze, hearts dropping to their stomachs. That calm before the storm tone. The kind that preceded explosions. Momo stepped back instantly, her hands raised as if to show she wasn't part of this. They just told me to, she said quickly. I just made the outfit. That's all. And then she disappeared from the scene like fog, vanishing behind a chair and out of Katsuki's line of sight. Kirishima, bless him, he tried. He winced and brought Izuku closer to his chest in a gesture of apology, holding him out like a peace offering. Wait bro, we can explain. Give him here, Katsuki muttered, his voice still terrifyingly soft. Kirishima didn't argue. He gently placed Izuku into Katsuki's hands, but instead of holding him, Katsuki immediately turned and pushed the little orange kitten toward someone standing just to the side. Someone Izuku hadn't even realized was still there. The same quiet, animal mutant student who had only watched, never touched. The one who had locked eyes with Izuku and left. The one who had, apparently, brought back help. The teenager flinched at being suddenly addressed but caught Izuku gently, cupping him with ease. Koda, take him to my room, Katsuki said, his voice edged now, his palms crackling with rising sparks. Koda's eyes went wide, but he nodded once, silently. He turned and quickly walked away, cradling Izuku like something precious. Izuku couldn't help himself. He looked up through the ridiculous all-might cap, top of his vision blocked. He tilted his head and tried to make out Koda's face. He wanted to see. Needed to know. Was he the one who saved him? And then Izuku reached up with his little paws and ripped the hat off his head, tossing it down to the back of his onesie as the elevator dinged open. He needed to see. You saved me, Izuku mewed softly, not expecting a response. Not from anyone. But Koda looked down at him, smiled faintly, and said in the quietest whisper, Of course I did. Izuku's entire body stiffened. The elevator doors slid closed. Koda pressed the button to go up, his voice low and secretive as he said, I can talk to animals. Isn't that cool? Izuku stared at him, breath caught in his throat. He didn't respond. Couldn't. Not even a mule. Because oh god, Koda could understand him. This wasn't just a kind kid. He had heard him. All the panicked cries, the desperate pleas when he had begged anyone to help him. And now that he knew, he could hear every word. Every human thing Izuku said. And that was bad. Not cool. Not cool at all. If he slipped up now, said something too specific, too smart, too human, he'd give himself away completely. All of it. The vigilante past. The quirk. His identity. He was still shaking in Koda's arms, but not from fear of the class anymore. Now he was terrified of being found out. And Koda? Sweet, gentle Koda? He just smiled, gently stroking the spot behind Izuku's ears, wordlessly saying, It's okay. I've got you. No you don't. An explosion rocked the building. The elevator lights flickered violently, the entire car jolting with a groan of metal, but still, it kept rising. They were already several floors up, far from the common room. That's how massive the blast was. And Izuku knew, without a doubt. Justice had been served. Koda entered Katsuki's room quietly, the door clicking shut behind him with a soft finality. He said nothing, didn't try to coax Izuku or approach him with any false sweetness, just walked forward and slowly lowered himself to his knees. When he gently placed Izuku down onto the floor, the orange-furred kitten scrambled immediately, shaking from head to tail, and darted under the bed without so much as a glance backward. Izuku's limbs moved without grace, trembling, twitching, his whole body a chaotic mess of overstimulation and panic. His breathing came in short, sharp bursts, and his paws curled beneath him as he tried to make himself small beneath the frame of the bed. He didn't want to see anyone. Didn't want anyone to see them. He could still feel the phantom touches of too many hands, the suffocating closeness of too many voices, the humiliating way he'd been picked up like a plushie, passed around like he wasn't alive, like he was an object. But the onesie. Embarrassing. Deeply humiliating, this. But also soft. Familiar. Comforting in a way he couldn't explain. He rubbed his cheek against the fabric covering his chest, slowly, repeatedly, almost like kneading with his paws. It was self-soothing. It helped. He missed Cloud. Missed the way the older cat curled around him when he was overwhelmed, the way he'd groom Izuku with that motherly lick right between the ears. He wanted to feel that again. He needed grounding, And all he had was a dumb, all-might onesie stitched by a classmate who didn't even ask first. Kota, thankfully, didn't push. He didn't bend down or try to peer beneath the bed. He didn't crouch low and do the well-meaning but condescending "you're safe, little guy" voice that so many people did when they saw a scared animal. He just sat, cross-legged, hands in his lap, silent. And most importantly, he gave Izuku space. After a few minutes, Kota spoke, his voice low and gentle like a breeze rather than a gust. "Do you need help removing the onesie?" Izuku's breath caught for a second. His eyes, still wide and glossy, opened slowly. "No," he mumbled, not crawling out, not even uncurling. The clothes." Kota didn't press. Just nodded once. Okay," he said simply and went back to silence. That was it. No fuss. No questions. No strange looks. Just acceptance. Then came the beep. The door lock chirped its little electronic tone and Izuku jumped. His body jerked involuntarily, a shudder passing through him like a wave. But the second the door burst open, loud, rough stomps on wood, heavy breathing, the slam of the handle, Izuku relaxed. Because even though the energy was loud, even though the sound screamed anger, it was still familiar. And nothing in the world was more familiar to him than Kaken having a full-blown meltdown. Katsuki barreled into the room, still wet. He hadn't even finished drying off his sweatpants clung to his hips, droplets of water still dripping down his arms. A towel was slung around his neck, half-used, like he'd gotten halfway through the process and remembered why he was mad and stormed out all over again. Izuku peeked out from under the bed. Just a little. Just enough to see him pacing, see the way his fingers twitched at his sides like his palms wanted to spark but were holding back. He was fuming. Izuku could smell it: rage, frustration, adrenaline. It made his fur stand up, made his little heartbeat race. But it also made him feel safe? Weird. "I talked to everyone," Katsuki barked, barely pausing as he paced the room. "Said what kind of FNG heroes are they if they can't even take care of a tiny, scared kitten? I swear to God, Pikachu, oh Pikachu, I showed him exactly what it feels like to be weak. Useless. Just like Deku must have felt." Izuku's ears twitched. His heart squeezed. Katsuki grabbed the towel from around his neck and finally started drying his hair more properly, even as he kept ranting. "Four Eyes is giving them all a speech right now. Don't even want to see those extras until tomorrow or I'll lose it. I had to be dragged back into the DMN bathroom to finish drying off before I blew the fire alarm again." He turned, scanning the room. His red eyes locked onto the kitten shape still under the bed, and Izuku flinched out of instinct. Katsuki's tone shifted. Softer. But not kind. Just sharp. "Why is he still in that stupid onesie? Why didn't you take it off?" He crouched but didn't reach. He didn't try to grab him, didn't say, "Come here," didn't command. He just crouched down with a tired grunt and stared. And Izuku, somehow, despite every part of his body screaming at him to stay put, to hide, to protect himself, he moved. Because it was Katsuki, his childhood friend. And despite everything, despite the yelling and the pain and the years between them, his body still knew that voice. That scent. That presence. It still screamed, safe, in a way that didn't make sense but felt real. So slowly, shakily, he crept out. Inch by inch. On trembling legs. He sniffed at Katsuki's fingers, testing before. He rubbed himself against them. His whole side, from shoulder to tail. A greeting. An apology. A thanks. He was still shaking. But he was moving. Katsuki finally started to calm down, just a little. Not completely. His muscles were still tight with residual anger, and his brow was furrowed deep, but something about Izuku rubbing himself against his hand, about the quiet trust in that small gesture, had chipped away at the worst of the fury. His hand moved cautiously toward Izuku's chin, and he gave a single, gentle scratch beneath it. Despite how emotionally charged he had been moments ago, Katsuki's fingers were almost hesitant, like he was scared of holding something so fragile. As if too much pressure would break the kitten in half. Kota, still sitting quietly nearby, spoke up softly, like he didn't want to startle either of them. "He said he likes it. The onesie." And I didn't want to touch him, not after everything. His voice lowered, almost apologetic. After how the others treated him. Katsuki snapped his head toward the kitten again. You like it? He asked, staring down at the little All Might onesie with its bright blue fabric and yellow accents. He carefully scooped Izuku up into his hands, not going for the Velcro, not attempting to remove it. You like the All Might onesie? Izuku said nothing, of course. Koda could have translated, but even he seemed to realize that this was a moment meant to pass quietly. No words necessary. Just the way Izuku's body tensed less when Katsuki picked him up. Just the way his tail didn't curl protectively around his body anymore, not that it could with the bandages. Still, Katsuki wasn't missing the way Izuku trembled in his hands. Sheet, he muttered. You're shaking so much. His voice lowered, more to himself than to anyone else. This was supposed to be a good thing, getting you used to us, big people, and instead, he sighed harshly, rubbing a towel through his hair once before tossing it aside. Instead, it made you worse. More panicked. More frantic. Izuku could say the same about him. Katsuki, for all his tough talk and explosive energy, kept flicking his fingers clean, as if trying to dispel his quirk. Like he was scared that even a tiny misfire might hurt the little thing he now cradled in his lap. You're shaking like a DMN chihuahua, Katsuki grumbled, settling on the edge of the bed, holding Izuku against his hoodie-covered chest. Are cats even supposed to be this jittery? You're the only cat I've ever met that looks like he's one bad surprise away from self-destructing. That's gotta be so bad for your heart, man. Izuku, tucked tightly into Katsuki's hoodie, blinked up at him, eyes heavy with exhaustion. He was that anxious. He was afraid the door would open again and more hands would come. That someone would grab him, pass him around again, ignore every cue he gave off. It was funny, really, in the most miserable kind of way. The whole point of this was to help him adjust to being around people. To desensitize him to noise, to energy, to motion. All it had done was traumatize him further. Oh, how I despise shitty hair and the others right now, Katsuki muttered under his breath. I hate them. The air in the room grew still again before Koda finally spoke up, gentle and slow. Did you call Aizawa-sensei? Katsuki froze. No. Koda hesitated. Do you want me to? Strange that class president Ida hasn't already. I told him not to, Katsuki finally admitted. He scratched at Izuku's back, maybe a little too rough, but Izuku didn't protest. He just laid there, silent, letting himself be comforted, even if the other didn't know how to do it perfectly. But why? Koda asked. This clearly broke his rules. The kitten was assigned to you. Koda hated talking this much, anyone could tell. His usual demeanor was soft-spoken, almost wordless. But for Izuku's sake, he pushed himself. For Izuku's comfort, he made the effort. Katsuki looked away, shoulders tense. Because Deku seems fine now. And if I call him, he's gonna take him away. I just wanted a night. Just one thingy night with him, all right? One good thing. One assignment I didn't F up. But no, those idiots couldn't even let me have that. They snuck into my room. And I get punished for it? Screw that. I'm not helping them anymore. Not with training. Not with practice. Not with their dumbass homework. MIT's not fair. I didn't do anything wrong. They treated Deku like a DMN stuffed animal, tossing him around, dressing him up without asking, terrifying him. Hizashi's gonna be here in the morning anyway, let him punish the others tomorrow. I'm keeping the DMN cat safe. Koda glanced down at Katsuki's bouncing leg, the nervous energy that hadn't stopped vibrating through him since he came in. He nodded slowly, sensing it wasn't worth pressing more. Knowing how much those two teachers love that cat, Katsuki growled, those assholes in our class are screwed. I can, bring you dinner, Koda offered after a beat. I wouldn't mind. Four Eyes is already doing that, Katsuki said gruffly. Koda nodded. He glanced down at the kitten in Katsuki's arms. You know the cat? Deku, Katsuki interrupted, not missing a beat. Deku, Koda repeated, awkwardly. The name was still sharp in his mouth, an insult to the cat. In Katsuki's lap, Izuku blinked slowly, Overwhelmed but safe. Maybe not calm. Maybe not okay. But safe. He's very quiet. Koda's voice was gentle, like he was trying not to spook a skittish deer. He crouched beside the bed where Katsuki sat with the small, shaking kitten tucked into his lap like a wounded secret. And I've met a fair share of shy animals from volunteering at the shelter, but he's the quietest I've ever seen. He inched forward slightly, trying to get a closer look at Izuku, who was doing everything in his power to disappear into Katsuki's hoodie. Izuku's tiny paw reached up, trying to dig under the warmth of the fabric, as if trying to tunnel beneath the shirt and vanish completely. Koda tilted his head, watching the bizarre attempt with a curious frown. As if he's hiding something, Koda murmured under his breath, mostly to himself, but loud enough for Katsuki to catch it. When he looked up, his eyes met Katsuki's, and the subtle lift of his brow was clear. You've done enough. Let it go. Katsuki stared, then blinked, and Koda instantly scrambled to his feet. Of course. Yeah, of course. Sorry I'm leaving, I'll go, He stammered his way to the door, flushed with embarrassment, and closed it behind him with a soft click. The second the door shut, Katsuki finally exhaled, not even realizing how long he'd been holding his breath. His fingers were still tangled loosely in Izuku's fur, and he let them slide through it as he muttered, "Hiding something? What are you hiding, huh?" Izuku flinched. That voice, that tone made his whole body tense. But then Katsuki's hand stayed soft, just warm skin and slow circles behind his ears. "What?" Katsuki continued, almost as if musing aloud. "That you really like All Might?" He chuckled, but it was a quiet, broken thing. "You know who used to love All Might?" He didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he set Izuku down gently on the floor and stood up, rubbing the back of his neck before heading to his closet. "Him," he muttered. "Deku. Izuku." He said the name like it weighed something heavy in his mouth. He always went off about heroes. He loved All Might, always talking about quirk breakdowns and rescue drills. Knowing him, he probably has his room in the States plastered with All Might merch right now. I don't. Izuku wanted to mewl, but it came out as a soft, pitiful chirp. He wasn't in the States. Mitsuki had lied. The truth was that he was here, in front of Katsuki, with no All Might posters. None of the merch. Not anymore. Not since she died. Not since everything fell apart. Katsuki dug through his bag and started pulling out notebooks and textbooks, dumping them onto his desk like they were just another chore to grind through. He dragged the chair back, its legs scraping the wooden floor with an ugly screech, but he didn't sit right away. He was looking at Izuku again, who had settled awkwardly in the middle of the room, staring up like he was still figuring out how to exist as a cat. "Maybe I'll get you an All Might-themed collar," Katsuki muttered, a teasing edge to his voice. "Maybe the teachers will let me keep you. I mean, Koda has a pet bunny, why can't I have a kitten? Obviously, when you're not shaking so much and don't need constant medical attention. Would you like that? To be my cat? I'll even get you catnip. Is that a good bribe?" Izuku shuddered. It felt strange, being talked about as if he were just a pet, like he was going to live off a litter box and get his nails trimmed every month, like a domestic cat. I already suffer enough when Hisashi waves the string toy at him. No. I'm not a cat. He looked down at the blue and yellow onesie still clinging to him, soft and warm and nostalgic. He kind of loved it. He kind of hated that he loved it. It made him think of when things were simpler. When his mom used to brush his curls and tell him he'd be a hero one day. When he used to wear All Might socks and pajamas and hum the theme song under his breath. He used to ramble about heroes, Katsuki muttered, almost to himself now, finally sitting down. "Man, I miss him. I did some real effed up shit, you know? Never got to say sorry. I wonder if he misses me too. Or if he just sees me as the piece of shit everyone else did." Izuku didn't think. His body moved for him. He stumbled really across the room, his little paws patting softly over the floor until he reached Katsuki's leg. And then he rubbed against him. Softly. Like he'd seen Cloud and Sushi do with Aizawa. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Katsuki snorted through his nose, almost a laugh. "Yeah, you're right. The nerd was too kind for his own good. Probably never blamed me in the first place. Probably just forgave me without even hearing the apology. His voice cracked just a little. Izuku stayed by his leg, curling around the space between Katsuki's socks and slippers, tucking himself into the crook of his foot like he belonged there. The room stayed quiet after that. Katsuki worked on his homework with Izuku acting as a heated ankle wrap, purring softly, low and steady, grounding them both. Occasionally, Katsuki would glance down, give a small pat to Izuku's back or rub the space between his ears with a thumb, and Izuku would nuzzle closer in response. It was warm. It was slow. It wasn't perfect, but it was real. Something soft. Like when they were kids, and Izuku had gone over to Katsuki's for one of their play sessions. They'd spent a lazy morning together, both wearing their matching All Might costumes, and Izuku had ended up falling asleep on Katsuki's leg. He felt home.